Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
A 19-point lead. Here's Harden looking to shake Hardaway. Harden, step back, is good. Plus the foul.
And with that, we start the live Monday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. That was the call yesterday on ESPN and ABC as the Dallas Mavericks had a Dallas Cowboy type performance. Yeah. Thankfully, in the NBA, it's best of 7 because no Kawhi Leonard did not matter for the Clippers, who absolutely dominate game 1, and the Mavs look shell-shocked like we probably are this morning.
Yeah, they did. They looked like, at least some of the guys looked like this is their first NBA playoff game. They just were manhandled, and they couldn't shoot on top of that, and that's a real recipe for disaster. At least if you could shoot, you keep it somewhat close at halftime. You get your legs under you. That was not the case. That was not the case.
It looked like they went out in Los Angeles the night before. Like, Luka just looked out of it. No one else came to play to support Kyrie Irving, especially in the second half. And then you get the versatility and the balance of the Clippers. Paul George didn't even go off in this game. That's the crazy thing. You're going to miss Kawhi Leonard. Paul George is not going to score over 22 points, and you still get handled. Zubac, early on, he was just dominating Gafford. 20 points. That's a playoff career high for him. Harden hitting the Wayback Machine with 28. Mann had 13. Westbrook was irritating as hell with 13 points, getting the crowd hyped and into it. So the balance, the double-figure scoring, and the Dallas Mavericks were a step slow. Out-hustled, out-one-two'd, all of it. And the Clippers take game 1, 109-97.
They played this game like, Kawhi's not playing? Okay.
Yeah.
You
could argue it worked against them.
Yeah, they played it like they knew for a few days that he wasn't going to play, and they didn't prepare.
Yeah, we tried everything.
They did. They tried everything out there. They mentally were not there in this game. NBA playoffs are just different. They're a different beast, and the home teams won them all. The home teams won them all over the weekend, which that doesn't happen all the time, but you'll get an upset. But I'll tell you this: the Mavs were a bigger favorite in game 2 than were in game 1. And they were 1.5 right in game 1, and now they're 3. So go figure that one out. I don't know how to figure it out, but that was not a playoff performance that you want to look at and say, "Yep, good job." Nope, that was not.
And Ty Lue thinks that Kawhi is coming back, that he's not out for the series. He was talking to the commentators. They relayed it over the air. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when we're getting him back from the sideline.
Yeah, I heard, driving in this morning, people would be surprised if he plays in game 2.
Bought themselves some time.
They did, but, like they still don't want to. They still would be in jeopardy of losing home court advantage if they were to drop game 2, and you don't want to do that. So they're still in a not a must win, but it's a very important game for the Clippers. It's not as important as it is for the Mavs, but it's right there.
56-30 at halftime. The fewest points that the Clippers have allowed in either half of a playoff game, and a first half playoff low for the Mavericks, who scored 8 points in the second quarter. They made just 2 field goals. Here's Jason Kidd on the hideous first half.
Yeah, I thought we did dig ourselves a hole. Positives that we kept fighting there in the second half. We expected the Clippers to come out and be physical. We just didn't respond in that first to their physicality. And I thought, again, in the second half, we were a little bit, the team that we ended the season with the physicality. And then, again, if we're not making shots, I thought we did a great job of keeping them in that second quarter to 22 points. But we couldn't throw it in the ocean. We missed layups, free throws. We missed wide open shots. But to hold a team that's talented like that to 22 points was a positive, and that's what we talked about at halftime.
The big two were a combined 5 of 19 in the half. Luka had all of his 11 in the first quarter. Kyrie had 2 of his 6 points in the second. And I'm like you, it felt like it was iso ball. It was those two and nobody else.
That's
it.
It's not as if they weren't, and I guess they were trying to get other people involved. The other people involved just weren't either able to get open, and that could be they were just denying them the ball well. They just weren't able to get open, and when they weren't able to hit their shots.
I didn't feel like they were trying to get everyone involved. I blame Luka for that whenever that happens. Luka sometimes feels like he's just settling for the 3 way too often. And then in the second half, started going to the basket a little bit more, but Luka, 4 of 12 from 3. The third highest score was PJ at 11.
Yeah, there was a point in the game where nobody else had. This is after 3 quarters. Nobody else had more than 6, and that was PJ with 6. And beyond him, nobody had more than 4. That's not basketball in the playoffs that you're going to be able to win with. And
their fourth highest leading score was Hardaway at 6. He should have at least had 10. He missed easy layups here and there, but with the rest of the starting lineup, after PJ Washington, they got 3 points from Gafford and Jones. Nothing.
Gafford looked like he has never played an NCAA tournament game, let alone an NBA playoff game.
Yes.
He looked like he was completely, I don't want to say emasculated, but overpowered in that one.
And catching an elbow on top of it.
Catching an elbow, which was that the flagrant one?
An attack,
yeah, which is the right call.
Yep.
That was the right call. There was 2 guys that went down in that play. 2 guys, Clipper guy went down. I think it was Westbrook that went down in that play too. But that was clearly a flagrant.
Elsewhere in the association, the Celtics handled the Jimmy Butler-less Miami Heat. Milwaukee over Indiana, thanks to Dame. No Giannis. And then you had this game in the West.
One-on-one on Dub, 10 seconds. Murphy screens. McCollum jumped at by Wallace, 7 seconds. 40 feet away, crossing over. Ball knocked away. McCollum goes back to get it. 3 seconds. Wide left, pump fakes, leans in for 3, angle left. No good! It's over. The Thunder win game 1, 94-92. Celebrate, Oklahoma City. Celebrate!
Is he on cocaine?
Is that a pro? That doesn't sound like a professional announcer, that guy.
It's former Mavs announcer Matt Pinto.
Oh.
Yeah, they
How was he here?
Well, he's not here anymore. No, he was TV before Followell. So they moved Matt out of TV and brought Mark in from radio, and then moved Coop into radio. This was probably, 05, 06-ish. I mean, he was fine. But he was, he's better suited for radio in Oklahoma City than the big market.
Look, if you want OKC in the second round and you think that they're beatable, that they're too young, last night was an example of it. They beat New Orleans without Zion only by 2.
Only by 2.
That's it.
At home. In a crazy environment, a very good environment. But, yeah, that's not a game that's going to give you a lot of, fuzzies if you're an Oklahoma City fan.
We have a Rangers 4-pack giveaway to hook you up with to go see the World Series champs in Arlington. That's during the Expressway all week long. That will start at 7:20. Could the Rangers salvage one against Atlanta? And we got to get you ready for Game 1. Get ready to lose sleep this week. It should be worth it. Stars, Game 1 tonight as well. It's the Monday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up.
deep into right field. Acuna will watch this one as it sails into the chop house. Opposite field home run for Adolis Garcia. It's his 6th of the season. The Rangers do indeed add on and lead 6-3.
Able to salvage one in Atlanta. Not good for the first couple games of this series, but Adolis, Andrew Knizner goes yard. Evan Carter does it as well. Rangers get back over 500, and you could argue that they just finished up their toughest stretch of the season. I talked to Sandler yesterday, and he was even exhausted.
Yeah.
First day off in 17 consecutive days.
17 days. They've got another 10-game road trip here in a few weeks. They're going to have 2 10-game road trips by the first week of May, second week of May. That's a lot. But this was a tough series. Very, very tough series for them. But it's Atlanta. You expect that. Atlanta's a good team. They're the best team in the sport. They're the favorites to win the World Series. They have been the favorites to win the World Series. And you salvage a game. That's kind of what the world expects when you play the Atlanta Braves right now, is that they're going to wind up winning the series. Found out a fun fact last night.
Yeah.
Andrew Knizner is my college roommate's cousin.
What?
Yeah. He didn't know him.
Oh.
They're like second cousins.
Yeah.
Like, it's like his dad's.
Oh, it's like when Knizner gets famous, it's like, oh, yeah, I think we're related. I know that guy.
So, like, their grandparents are brothers, right? So that'd be second cousins. So his dad is a cousin to Knizner's dad. That's how it works, right? And that's so they don't really know each other. They've been in a family reunion like once together.
So you never heard like, oh, I got this cousin who's a good player?
No, because I mean, we're 44, and Knizner wouldn't even. We were in college. I don't even think he was born yet. So no, I've never heard it, but found out last night.
Every year, the Rangers seem to find a guy in the starting rotation. And early on, it looked like it was going to be Cody Bradford, but every year they sign someone who's kind of like that journeyman, a little bit older. And right now, it is Michael Lorenzen. He went 6 innings, 3 earned last night, gave up 1 home run, 3 walks, 0 earned in the debut against his former team, the Detroit Tigers. And here's Lorenzen, 94 pitches. The ERA so far is 2.45 through 2 starts.
11 innings, 3 runs, all 3 coming on 1 swing.
To the red hot Ozuna.
Yeah, all 3 coming on 1 swing. Like that is a hell of a situation right there for a pitcher, because you've made basically 1 mistake in a game and a quarter. That's because you had the 9 innings, right? So that's pretty impressive. That's a good job by him. It's a good job by the team finding him. They went to him as kind of a backup plan with Jordan Montgomery and others. So they just needed a body to fill out the rotation. He was a fine pitcher. No hitter. He's got no hitter stuff, right? No hitter stuff. But it's been a good start.
I mean, just the entire series, it looked like it was just a team that y'all talked about. That it was a gas team that just needed a day off. And it was a series that you wanted to get 1 game out. Lorenzen pitched really well. I mean, Saturday, you felt like you could have stolen a game there. But, man, I mean, I know it's early to standings watch, but it looks like, I mean, you're going to take 85 wins to win this division. The Astros don't look real enough. I mean, somehow the Rangers are still in first place. Again, I know it's April, but it just doesn't look like the Rangers are going to have to do as much last season as they need to get to the playoffs.
Just get through the stretch. Look, it has not been pretty, but don't apologize for the division that you're playing in right now. It's like the NFC East for years, right? The NFC least. You are to be in first place, to be over 500, with all the injuries and all the starters missing. I think you have to feel good about that. They're 12-11. They're half game up on Seattle. Seattle's the only team in the division playing above average baseball. They're 7-3 in their last 10. The Angels are in third at 9-13. The Athletics are 8-14, and there are the Astros at 7-16. They're 3-7 in their last 10.
They're playing awful. And somehow, some way they'll find a way to get to 85 wins or 80-something wins. I think Peyton's right. I mean, you might only need 85 to win the division. It might not take that much. Now, the Rangers could easily get hot. You got Oakland coming up. I know they just lost 2 or 3, but you got Oakland coming up. You got the Nats coming up. They're not great. Colorado, whatever. It's not the stretch you just had. But they absolutely could make a little bit of a run. They got to get healthy, though.
The Twins won their division with 87 last year. So if you're talking about 85 wins in that range, Minnesota did it last year, and they won the Central by 9 games.
Yeah, the Central was bad. Cleveland had a down year. Cleveland's much better this year. You're not going to win the Central with 80, I don't think, with 87 wins this year, because I don't think Cleveland's only going to get to 87. They'll be over 90.
RJ had a chance to go this evening. Pepe is going this evening. The NHL playoffs are upon us.
Dillon will send it out towards center ice. Niederreiter had a stick poke, and it's a 2-on-1. Lowry moving in, shoots, score! Adam Lowry with a huge goal, and Winnipeg regains a 1-goal lead. It's 4-3 for the Jets.
13 goals scored in this game. Winnipeg Radio has the Jets beating the Avs 7-6 in game 1.
How about this? Winnipeg scored a goal on every third shot they took.
What?
They only took 23 shots. They only had 23 shots on goal. Every third shot on net went through.
Wow.
That is insane. Insane. They got doubled up in shots. I mean, they had outshot 46-23, and they won. They scored 7. What a game. The guys afterwards, Messier and Subban and Steve Levy, were talking about because this game was on at the same time the Ranger game was on. And then at the end of the Ranger game, they cut right to it. You finally saw the last minute and change. And they were talking about what an amazing game this was. Just from it had physicality with the scoring, which you don't see. You think 13 goals, this thing is going up and down. It's like Mavs Suns 06. No. This game was apparently super physical, fantastic, and Colorado loses to Winnipeg.
Panthers beat the Lightning 3-2. Rangers over the Caps 4-1. Canucks over the Preds 4-2. And then tonight, 8:30 for some reason. 8:30 puck drop. The Dallas Stars are going to host Game 1.
The NHL more than anybody has this idea that we play in Hawaii. I don't know if Gary Bettman is looking at a map, baby. But we are a central time zone city, not a Pacific. But here we are. Lo and behold, we'll be getting 8:30 games all over the place.
And Pepe, you're going?
I am. I made the decision. I know it's a late start, but playoff hockey, man. I loved it last year, going a couple times in the Kraken series. I think I went to games 2 and 7 last year, one with Bobby. It's an amazing atmosphere. 21,000 people, screaming the whole time. Every goal, everyone on the edge of their seat. I love playoff hockey. It's different. And so I had to go at least once. So thought I'd go to game 1.
You taking Mackenzie?
I am, yeah. And I bought the tickets without her knowing. And I said, it shouldn't be an 8. I lied to her. I said, it shouldn't be late start, 7:30, knowing it was going to be 8:30, maybe 9. And I was like, that's so weird. 8:30. It's a central time zone team. Like, why are we doing this? And she was like, that's okay. You made a mistake. It's all right. I'll go. And so
is this y'all's first professional game together?
We went to a Stars game in December, and we've been to a couple Rangers games.
Okay.
So, but yeah, first playoff game.
Nice.
8:30 puck drop, and then you were like, nah, too late.
Yeah, I got invited to this, and I was just like, man, I can't justify it because we got a long week. Got the draft this week. Tomorrow we've got a little rooftop concert, hour-long acoustic set.
Wow.
Josh Abbott band.
How intimate.
And then that'll be over early, but then you got the Mavs game at 9:30 tomorrow night. So it'll be a late night. And then Wednesday I got the boys, and I won't be home till 9:30 with baseball practice. So it's like I can't do 4 nights in a row. That draft is going to be, we won't be home till midnight on the draft night.
Stars are favored tonight at -140.
Yeah. And it's for a 1 seed to only be -140 might be a little bit surprising. This just goes to show you how good Vegas is. Like, this is, the West's pretty nuts. Winnipeg and Colorado, those two teams, if you combine the points they have for the regular season, most in the NHL. They're both over 100 points. It's a fantastic series. And this one, this could be really, really good, too. I mean, Vegas is a team I don't think you want to mess with.
Spittle will join us in the final hour of the show at 9:20 to preview. Again, we have a Rangers 4-pack giveaway during the Expressway. Our way of saying thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, watching on YouTube, watching on Twitch, or on the Odyssey app. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt will be joining us coming up in about 10 minutes. Dak Prescott says he's not trying to become the highest paid quarterback in the National Football League. That's good to hear, even though that will tick off Cowboy fans Nonetheless, that's coming up at 6:20, but how worried are you now? Did the Mavs blow their opportunity to put the chokehold on the Clippers without Kawhi? How worried are you after Game 1? 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. 877-881-1053. What happened to the Mavericks? Next.
DFW's #1 Cowboys. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
George, he got it. Paul George starting to feel it in this fourth.
And Paul George didn't basically do anything up until that little stretch of the fourth quarter. The LA Clippers still handle the Dallas Cowboys. I said the Dallas Cowboys, 109-97, because that felt just like Green Bay to start off. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, now joined by Bobby Bell, along with Peyton and Rai in the back.
Yeah, this is... Everything was working your direction. Like, you felt like you had momentum heading into this playoff series, and you felt like this was as good as the matchup has ever set up for you. And then you get right before tip, you get the news, Kawhi's out too. It's like, this could not be any better of a setup for us. I think when I had looked at it, I was looking at betting line movement. Dallas had opened plus 1.5 for the first game. And by tip off, when Kawhi was out, it was like Dallas -4 or something like that.
Yeah,
so
well,
I mean,
it's 1.5 all week.
And then it swung to Dallas pretty heavily after Kawhi was out. And so it's like, yeah, this sets up really nice for you. And I don't know what it was. It was like the first 2 or 3 shots Luka took in this game where I was like, uh-oh. Like, this doesn't... It was very early, but it's like Luka's taking shots that look like he's settling early. Like, it's almost like they look like heat checks right out of the gate.
Yeah. And
then it was like 3 straight possessions of Zubats just working Gafford, and you were like, crap, this might be a long day, actually.
It was a very long day. This was the worst shooting performance that I can't remember one. I can't remember a worse first half. I can't remember more emasculating first half. It just was. I mean, like, they literally played this game like they'd never played a playoff game before.
Zubats genuinely on the start of this game, like the opening quarter, he genuinely looked like a guy who heard everybody blaming him for the last series.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my fault? Okay. Well, I'll show you. I mean, was working Gafford early, and then Gafford gets into foul trouble. Lively came in, played a little better early on, but I mean, it was just when Zubats is working like that, when Harden is old school Harden putting up, 30-foot threes and knocking them down, it's like, okay, this is, you don't need Kawhi Leonard out there. You don't need playoff P, as Paul George calls himself. You don't need all that because they're going to work you regardless, especially when there aren't any shots that are going down.
Harden and Russ early on had 30. The entire Mavs team had 30. Harden at the half, 20 points, 4 of 6 from 3. It's plus 23 on the floor. More points than Luka and Kyrie combined. So, what's the worry level?
I mean, there's a much bigger worry, obviously, today than there was, at least for me when I'm thinking, oh, Mavs in 5, baby. Because they did this without Kawhi. If they beat the Mavs with Kawhi, whatever, right? The fact that Kawhi wasn't there and they still played like this, they played that they were, those guys played like they were a few years younger than they are. That is not a young team over there. But there's a worry level. The Mavs played a style. They played like the Thunder. Like I expected the Thunder to play, a team that had never been to the playoffs, that had no experience.
Yeah,
I was very disappointed in how they came and they approached the game, and I think Kyrie talked about that. Like they were not focused enough. They were not ready.
Kyrie on the first half struggled to score with 8 points in the second quarter.
In a playoff game, scoring 8 points feels like forever. That's what it felt like out there. And I think it started with just how we started off the second quarter and allowed them to feel very comfortable in that first quarter. And there was carryover. So I think we got to give them credit for hitting shots and doing the right things and capitalizing off our turnovers and also our lack of physicality. So it was a combination of a lot of those things where we allowed them to feel comfortable on the offensive end, and then defensively made it easier just in terms of our spacing.
And then you can ask how much of a pass you give them for rust, as we were talking about the necessary days off for Luka and others, but especially him.
Oh, I think that plays into it. I mean, you had, 9 days since they last played, 8 days? I think that absolutely plays into it, but, and rust sometimes goes away after a quarter or two. And it did. I mean, they played much better in the second half. Now, how much of that was the fact that the Clippers maybe took their foot off the gas a little bit and they weren't playing as locked down as they were in the first half? Because that was a much better defensive performance in the first half by them in the second. But I think the rust absolutely plays into it. I don't think there's any question about that when you miss that many days.
Yeah, I mean, there's some level of it, I'm sure, but man, rust can't completely explain away. Like, you're just missing bunnies. Like, you're missing layups, you're missing open shots. Reggie had tweeted it yesterday, and I thought it was a good point, where I think it was early in the third quarter. They go for the lob to Derek Lively, and it gets broken up, and they're not able to finish it. And it's like, man, if that play, which is a bread and butter, easy, lob it up, dunk it, like, that's one of the things they do really well, and it's one of the things they can fall back on. When that's not going your way, like, you don't have anything. And that's the one, not silver lining, but the one thing that makes me optimistic going forward is they can't play worse. They just can't. Like I mean, to me, it's like, okay, you got that all out of your system. If you play just any better, which they're going to, like, it's a more competitive game. It's not like the Clippers felt like they were just world beaters in this game to me. It's just they were awful, and LA did their job.
This isn't a game, though, where I'm like, oh, the Mavs had it, like they beat themselves. Like they were not missing just wide open shots and wide open layups to the point where you're like, all right, the Clippers, like they gave the Clippers one. Like, the Mavs 1,000% deserved to lose that game. And I take it to the approach early on. When Michael Jordan was playing the second half of his career, the media had a fascination with asking the question, what's Michael going to do before this big game? Is he going to facilitate? Is he going to get others involved? Or is he going to get his? Is he going to go ahead and be aggressive and go out there and score? And I kind of wonder the same thing about Luka Doncic. What is Luka going to do? But more importantly, how is he going to do it? When Michael chose to score, right, different league, he's not Steph Curry, not really a three-point shooter, so he was still going to attack. He was always going to shoot mid-range, but he was also going to try to go to the basket. And I was really disappointed in Luka yesterday for just bombing away and firing up from deep. He can get inside anytime he wants. He can back down anyone he wants at any point in time. And it reminded me of a regular season game earlier this year. And I think it's the one where Luka was like atrocious from the field. It was his worst shooting game of the entire regular season. And he was just content to keep jacking it up from three, and he finally hit one in that regular season game, and he threw his hands up like, oh, finally. And he did that yesterday when he hit one.
I mean, the guy is a ball hog. Let's be fair. Now,
yeah,
a lot of times it's out of necessity, but not when you get to the playoffs. You have to not have that approach. Jordan figured that out after Phil got there. You got to let other guys get involved, otherwise you ain't going to go any further than you're going to. And the entire league is waiting for this guy to get to a final. Like, the entire league is, he's too good not to. And if you run into Denver and you lose, whatever, right? No big deal. You lose a series to a hobbled Kawhi or without Kawhi,
oh,
totally different.
Oh, yeah. You lose to them without Kawhi, and we got Mavs again around here. Not good.
Right.
I'm not too worried. I'll still go Mavs in 6. I'm not panicking. I'm not freaking out, but don't lose this series with Kawhi hobbled or out.
No, because, I mean, you made the analogy at the start here. It felt very much like, Cowboys-Packers, and if they were to lose this series without Kawhi, then that's 100%. Like the fallout will feel like the way Cowboys-Packers.
That would have to be Kid gone.
I would think so.
I would think so, because you ain't going to get rid of Luka.
Well, we thought McCarthy
I was going to say,
gone.
I thought it would be McCarthy gone, but, I mean, there's that. Look, they made... What was it? There was a Derek Lively dunk, and then there was a bucket from Kyrie near the rim in the second quarter. And other than that, they shot 0 for 19 in the second quarter from anywhere outside a foot up to the basket. They were 4 from 8 from the free throw line. They couldn't make free throws either. They were just historically bad in that second quarter and just did not play like themselves. This was Luka coming out the very first shot. Let me get just Zubats isolated, and then I'm going to take my step back threes. Like, that was what he determined to do in the first quarter.
Yeah, he was determined. First quarter, they were down 12. Gafford in early foul trouble. Luka started 1 for 7 from 3. The team started 2 of 14. And then none of that, though, with the shooting and the shot selection, none of that excuses, like, being outworked and out-hustled. Like, as annoying as Russell Westbrook is, and he brings an energy boost
every day
at home. Especially at home with the little antics and grabbing P.J. Washington and then making it. That was Rodman-esque with what he did, and they took advantage of psycho Steve Ballmer and everyone else in that crowd.
Yeah, it's
What a nut.
That dude is psycho.
He is psycho.
That, like, he genuinely, I'm not even kidding. When they showed cut to him the first time and I tweeted, like, he genuinely looked like coked up. He's just like, for like a layup.
And you want to see the total opposite. Kawhi Leonard is dead inside.
Oh,
he couldn't care
he's
less.
Dead outside.
He's dead inside. He's dead outside. Like, no smile, no cheer.
Nothing.
When his team's up 20, 25,
Nothing.
someone hits a big three. Nothing when they go to him on the bench. Zero.
He would be a perfect sociopath, serial killer.
I think Gavin Dawson would have even clapped in that situation.
Yeah, he might have. But
Is Dawson the Kawhi of sports radio?
Oh, I think easily. But that's part of the energy that team has. I mean, they just have that energy from top to bottom that you need. Like, you do need that kind of energy at some point if you're going to win a series. I mean, you've got to be able to stay as, like, first of all, you got to stay focused, but second of all, you got to be up for every single game. Russ is going to be up for every game in the postseason.
Are you talking about Russ's energy you need or Kawhi's?
Russ's and Ballmer's.
But I mean, to be honest, you probably do need some of the Kawhi energy too. Like the just steady.
Stoic,
There's nothing that gets me up. There's nothing that gets me down. I'm gonna be the same guy no matter the situation. Like there's value in that. And on the flip side of it, like it burns you when guys like Luka, who we feel like has the right energy a lot of the times, like Luka can take himself out of games at times because he gets frustrated. Like you said, Sean, when he like throws his arms up and he's like, finally made one. Like, it's clearly actively in his head in that moment, like where I'm at with my jump shot right now.
I'm just really disappointed because this was like a step on your throat moment. Like, we're going to go in there. We're going to take game one. We're going to let you know you didn't have a chance with Kawhi, and you for damn sure don't have a chance without him. But you got to weigh all that, too, with today's NBA.
Sure.
The home court. It's not as easy as I could hear Charles and Shaq. I could just hear them being like, you got to go in there and step on them. And this is a mentality problem for the Dallas Mavericks. I could hear the guys on Inside the NBA saying that. Like, look at the lead changes this weekend. Pelicans Thunder had 20 lead changes. The first 7 playoff games had 19 total. That's it.
Yeah, the home teams kind of brought it. It's absolutely, the Thunder situation. That's their first game. I think a lot of people thought, all right, maybe like this. If Zion's there, that's a different story. Maybe people would pick the Pels, but the Thunder are just in a situation that's just classic NBA. It's not easy for you in your first rodeo.
Yeah, and I mean, I heard you guys say something at 5:30 about the idea of like, man, the lack of want to and everything else. And normally I know we all kind of roll our eyes when it's like, well, they wanted it more than you were. Yesterday genuinely looked like the Clippers wanted it right out of the gate and you didn't. It did feel like either you underestimated them or you came in hungover or you started buying your own hype about where you were at versus, boy, look how the Clippers finished the season and we're going to, step in here and just take care of these fools. I mean, there was the, I think I sent you guys the clip over the weekend. It was really hard to hear, but like Kyrie Irving talking about at practice, like nobody let Jason Kidd ask any funny questions. We're locked in. We're not handling any of that S. And it's like, oh, like now you guys got to take whatever questions they want to throw at you.
They cut it to 15 with 8 left. And then Paul George stepped up. They were down 14 with 3 left, and then Harden hit a 3. So, like, any moment where you needed them to start fumbling the ball out of bounds and go on these crazy bad streaks, they answered. All Clippers.
Yeah.
All Clippers game 1.
And I wonder how much that's experience. Like, they're an old team. They are old. There is no doubt. This is not.
Oh, yeah.
If this thing goes 7, I mean, they'll be dragging. The Clippers will. They are not a young bunch of kids out there.
Is Dak Prescott scared, and is he trying to become the new highest paid quarterback and player in the National Football League? Where messages being sent with Dak audio we have for you for the 6 a.m. Club next.
Let's get you over to the...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Whenever Dak Prescott gives a statement that is not just generic and cliche and vanilla, it's like, oh, okay. And Dak spoke at a charity event that also had Troy Aikman and Ben Affleck there.
Yeah, I saw. I didn't notice the Affleck aspect of it.
You didn't?
No, I didn't pick that up. I didn't.
You have no idea what my reference was.
Like I thought you were saying like he looked like him.
Ryan, see if you can find it on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What is the?
Are you thinking of the Affleck like smoking cigarette outside?
It looks like tired and disheveled and beaten down.
Okay,
that's what I thought I saw.
Okay, now that you
could have been a bad angle. Could have been a bad catch. I don't know, but Tony was like, why am I here?
You know why though? That man is still so bitter about 2016. You can see it on his face. He's just like, it's probably because he was standing there being like, what's this guy going to do? 6 years from now, he's going to take my job again? Probably, because he's better.
He's a shot at the title.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Well, reporters were there and waiting. And I believe it was Calvin Watkins who had a little bit of the back and forth asking Dak if he was fearful of his Cowboy future.
I'm not going to say I fear being here or not. I don't fear either situation, to be candid with you. I love this game and love to play and love to better myself as a player and my teammates around me. Right now it's with the Dallas Cowboys. It's where I want to be and that's where I am and that's the focus. And after the season, we'll see where we're at. And if the future holds that, then if not, we'll go from there.
That's, yeah, look, when you say, whenever he says something outside the norm, it's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. To me, it's very calculated. Because even in his safe answers, it's all calculated.
Yeah.
Like Dak can choose to be a good interview if he wants. Dak can choose to give you what answers he does. He views it as like, my role is to be the steady
CEO.
Like, the CEO, or honestly, like the parent in the locker room. Like, I'm here, I'm going to protect you guys. I'm not going to say anything too crazy or whatever else. But when he talks like that, when he says something like that, that is the energy he's giving off to me is like, bleep and try me. You guys try me here. Like see if you want me to get to free agency. I'm more than comfortable walking away from here. This is not anything where I'm so in love with the Cowboys brand where you don't have to worry about somebody coming along and sweeping me off my feet if I'm a free agent. That's what I think he was very intentionally trying to put off. Just like the same energy they've put off towards him in negotiations these 2-3 times that they've done it. It's the same energy, and he's just meeting it back for the very first time.
You've got to play a game. He's playing a game, right? He's playing a negotiating leverage game. He has to do this, even if he didn't agree, even if he didn't mean it, right? If he's trying to get a fair contract for him, this is kind of the road you got to take. Now, I do think you're right. Like, this is a little bit different of a situation. He's not just going to stay here. And I don't know. He's got a kid now. Life's different. I don't know where her family is from.
Florida.
So her family. So who knows? Like, who knows what motivates you after that? Is it just the team? Is it just the money? Is it the location?
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that kind of play into that.
And I don't know. Maybe I'm being too dismissive of the challenges presented to the wealthy athlete and the way they view life or whatever else. But the way I see it is like, I feel like that's so much that's the idea of like, well, what are you going to do with your family? You know, you got roots. It's like when you're $1 million athlete, I feel like your roots are not nearly as tight. And plus, if there is a time to move, you would think it might be now. Like you're talking about a guy who just had a baby. It's like, all right, well, let's go plant somewhere. Like, and so if he doesn't want to stay here, this is the perfect opportunity for it. But he's threatening them, or he's calling their bluff, basically. Like, all right, do something.
I did like to hear this. There was one word that bugged me a little bit, like choppy, but I wonder how much this actually matters. Dak asked if he's trying to reset the quarterback market.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to be the highest paid necessarily.
All right, stop it.
There it is.
Well, so there's Clarence, the all-knowing Clarence Hill, of course. His follow-up could have been, what does that mean necessarily? What do you mean? Well, what does necessarily mean?
Yeah.
So pay attention to that and run it back, Peyton, from the very beginning. Dak talking about his next deal.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to be the highest paid necessarily. So we'll wait till negotiations begin, and obviously want to put this team in the best situation.
You see that, like, he's so stoic. The fact that he smiled, like for those of you who are just listening, not watching on the fan cam, Dak immediately starts right after he says necessarily, like, starts laughing because he knows, like, all right, like, this is a game of, linguistics and look, in an off season where two people have been really held responsible for their words of all in and we were worn out
necessarily,
then he's got to throw in, well, necessarily. And I think what he means by necessarily is, like, what is highest paid?
Yeah.
Like what are you asking me? Do I want
the way they manipulate these things?
Do I want $500 full contract value as Mahomes? No, because I want 3 years. I want to go back to the market again. Like, I mean, it's that's what he's doing. He's playing on the idea of, like, well, highest paid means different things to different people.
Yeah, could be highest annual, could be highest total contract, highest years.
Necessarily.
Because when I read that, and I was so I had a little shot of adrenaline and excitement. I'm like, okay, this means team friendly. He's going to go a little bit more team friendly here, and then he said necessarily and the smile.
Because if you just read it, there's a comma before necessarily. This was a semicolon. This was a big time pause. Okay, this was a period, a pause, ... Is it ellipsis? ... And then necessarily. Like, the necessarily was thrown in there as like, I may have screwed up there. I shouldn't have said I'm not looking to reset the market, so I'm going to throw in necessarily that one word. We are going to overthink this one word for X amount of months, however long until this thing gets done.
We haven't done that with the Cowboys all offseason.
No, we haven't. We don't do that at all. We never do that.
But this probably eliminates high fours, low fives, right? That's not happening.
Well, like upper, like Kirk Cousins range up to about 50, probably. But again, it's the way the Cowboys or not the Cowboys, the way a lot of agents view it is when they, again, unlike all in, there are actual different definitions of richest to people. One of the most common ones to agents around the NFL is new money as a percentage of the salary cap. So when you look at whenever you tack an extension onto something, right? It's the new years after that. So if they were to get an extension done tomorrow and they tried to massage the number or call the overall number something because they were tacking on the 2024 season as part of the contract, all the agents looking at is how much money did you get in 25 and after, and how much is that a percentage of the salary cap? And we're going to cross-reference that against other people across the league, adjusted for inflation or growth of the cap or whatever. And so that's how a lot of teams that's how a lot of agents will look at it. Teams may look at it differently in terms of what they think is the richest, what they're willing to spend. But ultimately, I think what Dak is going to prioritize here is guaranteed cash over probably the first 3 years of the extension. So 25, 26, 27, how much money am I guaranteed? That's going to determine if this gets done or not.
And then my follow-up question, besides what does necessarily mean, is does it matter? If he said, I'll take 52, would that matter to the Cowboys? Or is this all about how far you get? Like, this is make or break. We're not. Yes, we prefer to get lower money, but we're not trying to sign you back up for 53, 52 if you lose in the second round or sports, God forbid, the first round again. I wonder if how much that matters to them.
Oh, I think it matters. I think it matters. There's not a whole lot of difference. Like, who are you? What great player are you getting? Let's say if he wants 55 or 60, and they come out. No,
but 52. You always say that. But it's a. You keep adding up savings with a guy here and a guy there. It's not just like I only have $4 million that I've saved.
Because if you say $4 million, you're not getting anybody.
No, but
you'll get maybe like a couple of like.
Yeah, but every penny counts, according to Jerry, and he's right. Every penny and dollar does count. I'm just wondering whether it's more. No, this is like the make or break. It doesn't matter what type of discount you're willing to take. If you can't get past round 2, we're moving on doesn't matter if you're taking less. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I think that's kind of how they're thinking.
I don't know if they're thinking that way, because to me, I look at it as like, would they be? I could totally see them saying, "Look, you get us to here, we're more than willing to pay it." But the reality is, like, I don't think you are. Like, I think you've shown that you like to manage your books a certain way, and you like to commit a certain amount to, your players and to certain positions and everything else. And I think that I think they're willing, they want to keep him here. But yeah, they're going to try and scale how far he goes in the playoffs or how short he falls as a way to argue to like knock off some of the price. They are at the used car lot always trying to go like, well, like, I mean, when was the last time the timing belt was changed? Oh, it's still got the original. Oh, is this aftermarket stuff under the hood? Like, that's them.
Nickel and dime you.
They love doing it. And so I think that they want him here. They just think under what turn, like we can knock off some of this price if it goes a certain way. And Dak is thinking, no, like in a vacuum, I'm supposed to get this and you need to come to it regardless. And if you don't want to come to it, that's fine. I'll go get it somewhere else.
877-881-1053 is the Frank LaFranco injury attorney hotline. And then you had some Dak numbers from last week.
So I saw this from the 33rd team. This is the last 30-plus touchdown passer for each franchise. And like, it's a kind of like all right, be careful what you wish for. You want to get rid of them, fine. But it could be way worse. Just look around the league. There were 4 30 touchdown guys last year. Dak was one of them. Purdy, Love, Goff were the other 3. And I just found it funny that there are some guys on here. There are some teams that have just been waiting and waiting and waiting. And this is the flip side to the argument, and I'm okay with going down this road because it's about upside, but you could be, in a spot for a while. The Bears have never had one.
A 30 touchdown passer?
They've never had a 30. They've never had a 4,000-yard passer either.
Wow.
The last one for the Cleveland Browns is Brian Sipe. That was 1980. It wasn't even Bernie. Wasn't even Bernie. The Commanders, the photos in black and white. It was Sonny Jurgensen. That was the last one. Miami, they think they have a quarterback. It was Dan Marino was their last one. The Broncos' last one was Peyton Manning. The Falcons' last one was Matt Ryan in 2018. Fitzpatrick for the Jets. Derek Carr for the Raiders, 2015. Eli for the Giants, 2015. You go down the road, and I'm not saying I don't agree with going down that road. But you go down that road, you have to accept that is the possibility. That you become one of these franchises that is sitting here for 5, 8, 10, or in the case of Washington, 55 years, and you got nothing.
Yeah, in the last 3 seasons where Dak's been fully healthy, 30 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 37 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, 36 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
That's the standard. The standard's 30 touchdowns.
He just finished second in MVP. I can't say it. I cannot say it enough times, and nobody remembers. And a lot don't care. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney hotline. We have a Rangers 4-pack giveaway to hook you up with at 720. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. club for turning it on, leaving it on. Do the Rangers get props for maybe surviving the toughest part of the schedule? And is Max Scherzer right around the corner? That's next on the Home of the Champs with Sean and RJ. But did you check out the brisket Benedict over the weekend? How about
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The 1-1 is pulled high and deep into right field. Acuna going back, and he will watch it sail into the chop house. Evan Carter hits his third home run of the season, a blast to straightaway right. He gets Texas on the board here at 3-1.
Pixie with the call here on your home of the World Series champs. We're going to hook you up with a 4-ticket giveaway. It's a 4-pack today and all week long, starting at 7:20 here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. This looked like it was a sweep early on after Ozuna went yard. And then Evan Carter, who has been struggling mightily, goes yard. Adolis Garcia in part as well, and all behind Michael Lorenzen. They get one in the series to remain first place in the American League West. One game over 500.
Yeah, they really needed the start from Lorenzen. He settled down nicely after that one. And then look, in his entire year, it's been that one swing. That one swing is the only one that's really gotten him the entire season. He's been really, really solid through the 2 starts. It's just 2 starts, but 11 innings, 11 strikeouts. Strikeout per inning, just the 3 runs, pretty dang good.
Yeah, Lorenzen, I mean, these first couple starts, he's clearly somebody who it's like, all right, good. It makes you sit there and wonder again, like, why is he sitting out there? Like, why does he have to sit so long? Just like, we were all wondering about Jordan Montgomery, by the way, who had a scoreless appearance his first time out with the Diamondbacks.
Would they have 22 hits for him?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah. I mean, the Rangers, I think, have 22 hits over their last 12 games or something like that. So, but no, I mean, like, Lorenzen was really good and has been these 2 starts. He makes you feel like, okay, maybe you're going to be able to weather what you lost in Bradford, who looked like he was really coming along strong. And then, I mean, whatever is going on with Evaldi right now in his command, after, like, we're at basically a 1-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio over the last 12 innings. It's just he's not looked completely sharp. But you mentioned the Carter aspect of it. It's nice to at least see that Evan Carter's kind of hitting his stride a little bit, because since he started the first 5 games of the year where he didn't get any base hits, it wasn't until game 6 where he got his first hit of the year. You're starting to see a little bit, okay, bat's coming around. He's got 8 extra base hits over the last 15 games. His OPS is 841. Like, you're starting to see him fall into more of a rhythm. And now we just wait for Wyatt Langford to finally hit a home run.
And I was getting tweets about Wyatt over the weekend.
People are getting restless with Wyatt Langford.
It's like, okay, I mean, we're
These
talking
rookies
about
and hits.
Oh, baby.
I don't know how many of them are infield hits where he beats it out with his speed, but
it counts the same.
Yeah.
Counts the same. His OPS is low. His batting average isn't great. But I mean, again, we are talking about 24 games here.
But he is early on the season through 21 games. He is minus 0.4 WAR, wins above replacement, which is basically a 0 is a completely average replacement level player. So he's below that right now. His slugging is 289. That's
no. He's not performing well. But it's like, guys, we're talking about for this time last year he was in college.
Yeah,
like give it a minute.
And we're probably spoiled to we watch Evan Carter come up and do what he did, and as soon as Josh Young was healthy enough to come up and get consistent at bats, we saw how quickly Josh Young was contributing, and so there's a little bit of a factor of being spoiled here, probably, but still it is frustrating. It's like, well, how long can you can have that leniency with him, have that grace period, but how long can you have that in the lineup consistently with a 600 OPS?
Evaldi was 6 walks yesterday, 8 earned runs in his last 2 outings. The ERA is a 3.30, so that's still fine. But now, hopefully, he can get some help as the Max Scherzer reports come in, Bobby.
Yeah, which Bochy had told us last week before we sent them on a winning streak.
Yeah,
I think that was largely our doing. Bochy had told us last week that it should be within the next 2 weeks that he's pitching in games, and now we know that it'll be Wednesday he begins his rehab assignment. So this is looking more and more like you should have Max Scherzer back well ahead of, because I mean we were all talking mid-June as it was the thought process here. So I mean if you're able to get him back essentially 6 weeks early, and the way he's really tackled his rehab and committed to it, they desperately need, I think, that consistency. But the problem is that I think we've all felt like, oh, he's going to come back and he's going to be Max Scherzer. And we haven't considered this angle of how much time is he going to need and how much is he still the real Max Scherzer? Like, people were asking that when the trade was made last year. How much is he still the real Max Scherzer? And we felt good along the way, but then obviously the injuries caught up and everything else. And so that's just something you're going to have to bank on.
You hope that you could bank on it. You don't know. You don't know what you're going to be able to get from him. The Franklin injury attorney's fan text. Wyatt's played 17 games. Talk about Wyatt Langford played 17 games in a row, but he'll adjust. Before, last night Carter was 0 for 18. And then WAR is down a statistic. Yes, it is. Absolutely is.
Jordan Montgomery, 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned, 3 strikeouts in the 17-1 win in San Francisco over the Giants.
17-1, a blowout. Do we call that a blowout today?
Yep. We would call that a blowout. Didn't they open the year with like 30 hits too? The Diamondbacks, they had that game against the Rockies or something where they put up 16 and had 25 hits. And so, I mean, they're mashing the ball. But this is this is what people looked at and went like, this is what Jordan Montgomery does. The peripherals may not be great or whatever else, but he gets the job done just consistently. It's what he does.
So finally a day off. Many would say this was the toughest stretch of the season that they're going to have with 17 days. All the ones on the road, quality of opponents that you face. So now they get 1 day break before the Seattle Mariners.
They'll get a break. Now, it's a 9-game homestand followed by a 10-game road trip again. Like, that's 2 10-game road trips in a 3-week stretch. It's a lot. That is a lot. It's a lot of travel, but you get it out of the way. I don't think they have another one the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is get the breather. I don't know. Have you guys felt like, I know 17's a long stretch and everything else, but like, did you get the sense watching them over the course of the 17-game stretch? Were you sitting there going like, they look exhausted? Because I don't know if I felt like they looked exhausted. I just think they've been playing below what their standard has become.
They're thin. They got a lot of injuries. I think that's part of it. Yeah, I don't think they looked exhausted, no.
I can never look at a baseball player except for a pitcher and say you look exhausted. I see you with 4 at-bats. I don't think you're going to be gassed up there unless you're making a play in the outfield, which Evan Carter made a couple plays, by the way, in the outfield last night. So I don't know if I can look. I think you got to be with the team and be in the clubhouse to see them the wear and tear.
Yeah, and like, look, I mean, it may be something where
you can see it in football, you can see it in basketball when they're running nonstop.
It's your first jump, your first step when you're playing the field, which you can't see on TV. Can't see their first step. You don't get there in time. That might be where it comes into play. But this time of year, I mean, they're so fresh right now.
Marty Fish taking home the Invited Celebrity Championship as we went out to the country club in Las Colinas to do the show late last Thursday. I was looking for our guy Smoltz up there. I was looking for Romo, but nope, it was Marty Fish who has won it 2 out of the last 3 years.
So if he was going to give us credit for winning, does that mean that Smoltz is now going to blame us for losing?
He was going to give us credit?
That's what he told us. He said, if I win this day, right before he got up and shook our hands, he's like, if I win this day, it's going to be because of this interview. It's because of you guys.
It was probably all the heckling, I'm sure, from the Tolos that went out there and heckled him.
Yeah, because I forgot you're not allowed to make any noise on the golf course. Like, that just ruins any ability to perform. like it's the only sport where like you can't
Tennis.
make any noise at all. But like, I mean, these fake sports, the fake sports, you can't make any noise. Every other one, it's part of the process.
Yeah, they're fine. Here's the weird thing. They're fine with noise. It's the jolting noise. If you just make it loud, they'll be okay. They got to change that up. They got to just have loud. They need to have loud all over the place.
This thing, of course, got rained out on Saturday with the crazy weather, and I was very interested to see if RJ Choppy was going to stick with his wardrobe decision, as you guys clearly misread the weather radar. As you said, you put away all of the winter clothing.
Put it all away.
So Saturday, throughout the day,
we were inside. We didn't leave the house until dinner.
Yeah.
And, you have to keep jeans out just for going out.
Yeah.
Right? So I had to keep that out. Dress
short
shorts.
sleeves. Because we're back to cold temps.
Back to cold temps, but it'll be 70-something today. 72 degrees today, and then it'll be in the 80s. I fully expect to use the pool this weekend, but we'll see.
I mean, it shows that you don't get to just declare when seasons begin.
Yeah, I do.
Chop.
Yeah, I do.
That Mother Nature reminded you, gave you a hefty bee slap.
I mean, I never listened to my mom. Why would I listen to Mother Nature? Somebody else's.
Peyton, were you familiar with Stump the Schwab? Did you know who Howie Schwab was?
I knew the game show, early on at ESPN Sports Center, but I had never really watched it. I just seen some highlights.
Howie Schwab passing away, very, very close with Dick Vitale and like the master statistician behind the scenes and in front of the camera as well for ESPN.
I feel like this show was in the wrong era, man. They were still trying to shoehorn us in Sports Center 18 times a day. Now they're desperate for live content.
Yeah.
If this thing came out now, maybe it has a longer lifespan. It had a long enough one as it is. I thought it was a pretty entertaining show. I don't know how he knew all those stats. Like, that was That was more impressive than a lot of things. Like, you get Ken Jennings out there, does a little bit about everything, or Big Brain James, or whatever the hell it was on Jeopardy. This was different. This was like random, crazy sports stats that this guy had.
Doug Gottlieb tweeted, he said, my second day at ESPN, the fall of 2003, I met Howie Schwab. I was walking into building 4, and a fairly frumpy man stopped me. He doesn't need to say fairly frumpy man. The guy just died. But he says, stopped me and said, Doug Gottlieb, 943 assists, 7th all time, played at Notre Dame and Oklahoma State, lost to Duke in 98, Auburn in 99, and Florida in 2000. Great passer who couldn't shoot. Howie Schwab, nice to meet you. And he said, such a brilliant memory and a kind man. R.I.P. Howie. But yeah, he doesn't need to throw in the frumpy thing.
He told Gottlieb he couldn't shoot.
Yeah. He's a great passer who couldn't shoot.
I guess Howie didn't need to say that, so I guess there's your payback. Jeez.
Yeah, so all the sports personalities paying tribute and mourning his passing. I didn't even realize this was him in the picture that Vital sent out because he doesn't have any of the facial hair.
Oh.
And that's who I always texted to go through to get Vital on. I was like,
really?
Howie Schwab is like your handler? Like, you're booking the interviews for you? I thought like he was doing like the stats and more stuff behind the scenes, but he was Vital's like handler for the couple times we've had Dickie V on.
I had no idea that was the case. That's who you went through. That's pretty cool. It's very strange. He doesn't seem like he's a handler or whatever, but it was everybody said something nice about him. Like they all said that he was just about one of the most genuine people out there.
877-881-1053 is the number to call during the Expressway to win the 4-pack of Rangers tickets on the home of the World Series champs. Do we have a QB controversy developing in Austin after what Arch Manning did over the weekend? Who watched the boxing? Did we get this guy wrong? And Dallas Stars game 1 tonight. All of that with a Rangers ticket giveaway next on 105.3 The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Dallas Mavericks embarrassed themselves in Game 1. More on that at 7:20 as Tolos are calling for Jason Kidd. They were just waiting. People always just wait to be right. We were wrong midway through the season. Then the Mavs get on a roll. They go 20-2, become the best defensive team in basketball, and people were just waiting to say, I told you so. Is it legit? We'll get to it at 7:20. The Rangers lose the Braves series, so hopefully the Dallas Stars can change that energy with Game 1 tonight at the AAC. Gavin Spittle of the Hockey Hawk will preview it at 9:20 this morning, and Peyton Russell will be there. Stars versus Vegas, who took us out last year in 6 games.
Yeah, time for a little bit of revenge. It'll be a tough one. It'll be a tough series for a 1 versus, technically an 8. Although it's not technically an 8, it's more like the 4, the wild card. But for a 1-8 series, this is as close as the series prices I've seen that you're going to find in Vegas. Edmonton's got a bigger gap in their price, and they're not the one. They're a good team, not the one. This is Vegas gets a little bit of respect as the defending champs, as a team that's pretty top heavy in terms of talent. When they're healthy, they're very, very good, and when they also have an inconsistency about them, but they've got guys that know how to win.
Pepe, are you borrowing another Tolos jersey? What did you decide to wear for this evening?
No, I have my Jason Robertson jersey that I got last year. I couldn't go with Tolo Jason's jersey. Again, it was good luck last year in the playoff run for the Stars, but I had to get my own, so I'll be repping that tonight.
And the girlfriend?
She has a Stars t-shirt that she'll be wearing, so might have to stop by at the pro shop beforehand.
It's called the Hanger, sir.
Oh, the Hanger one?
Yeah, get that right. I'm ready. Look, when I saw the Vegas Golden Knights back in February, not impressed. Was not impressed with anything that they did on the ice. Nothing that I saw was like
in all 3 minutes. In all 3 minutes you watched.
You saw more of the pre-game fencing competition.
Yeah, and I was like, how did the Stars drop a series to these losers? Like these Game of Thrones hacks. What the hell is this even?
Yeah.
Now that I've seen that, I now know there's zero chance the Stars lose this game. Or lose the series.
Pre-game fencing.
Yeah, so it's like the Golden Knights, medieval stuff. So it's like Vegas. It's like a Vegas show. But yeah, they get these 2 fighters on skates with their swords. They're doing
They put like 2 dudes in on skates and in one horse uniform and put another knight on top of them skating around and jousting. It's incredibly lame.
It's campy. We told you everything else that happened yesterday in the NHL. On Saturday, though, the Hurricanes beat the Islanders 3-1, and the Bruins smoked the Maple Leafs 5-1. So,
Hurricanes are a massive, massive threat to anybody to win. They're a good team. They're a very, very good team. I've seen a lot of places where they are, among the favorites to win the whole thing. They're good.
NBA playoff action. We're going to get right back to the Mavs and Jason Kidd at 7:20. We have a Rangers ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway as well. But Dame told the Milwaukee crowd, this is why you brought me here.
It's going to be the final shot here, and the Bucks will take Game 1 of Round 1 against the Pacers without the support of Giannis Antetokounmpo.
No Giannis. Bucks radio. They handle Rick Carlisle. You think the Mavs are cold? Look at Indiana to start off this game shooting. 109-94 Bucks as Dame ends up with 35.
Yeah, and Dame leading into this series was calling people out and saying I'm done hearing from everybody talking about Dame's unhappy in Milwaukee. He's like, you guys don't know what I got going on. I love it here. This is the fit. This is what I wanted. But I'm watching this and I'm thinking after this game,
you realize, by the way, he didn't score in the second.
Yeah, he was 0 for 5 in the second half.
He did not score in the second half because people were texting me oh my gosh, Dame alert, 70. And then I go and look at the final box score. I'm like, he ended up with 35.
35. He had all 35 in the first half. And it's not like he didn't play in the second half. He played almost the entire second half, played 18 minutes. And he was 0 for 5.
Sorry, Bob. What were you saying?
Dame in the second half and the Mavericks in the second quarter. Same thing. But no, I was watching it when I came away from this. I was thinking, who should feel worse right now? The Pacers, unable to take advantage of this opportunity without Giannis, or the Mavs unable to take advantage of it with Kawhi? And to me, it's if you're the Pacers, you got to feel worse because I feel like you probably think like, look, even with Giannis and everything else, like that team's been below 500 since Doc Rivers got there. They've struggled a ton. You feel like you're already kind of a close matchup. What are they? They're 2 games ahead of them.
It's the Mavericks.
You think?
Me, because you have Luka and Kyrie. Like the Pacers are still like a nice little cute story.
They are.
Like we're supposed to be taking a legit step. Like the Mavs have more expectations than the Indiana Pacers. So therefore for me, the disappointment answer is the Mavericks.
It is the Mavs. Like Indiana, they're
a nice, fun offense.
They are. They're all, but for that offense, which is putting up 120 plus a night to get to held under 100. That's a big drop. That's a big drop off.
Boston just pummeling the Miami Heat. Just freaking end that series, please. The only close game really was OKC over New Orleans, but my favorite moment, not game, but my favorite moment of the weekend, I hate that I love watching this guy on the court so much.
Anthony Edwards, 33 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and was sensational. 120-95, the win over the Suns here tonight.
What is up with the Dream Team Phoenix Suns? Minnesota beats them by 25, and Anthony Edwards giving it to everybody. Giving it to Kevin Durant, staring him down, talking trash, staring down Bradley Beal and mocking him. I'm in love with this guy's dog mentality. He's not doing this patty cake sleepover stuff that you have in sports anymore. I hate what he does off the floor, which nobody talks about, but this guy is a killer, and he's like, y'all are old and y'all are has-beens. And I'm the current news. I love it. I love it.
I'm him. That's what he's doing. And, Devin Booker, you never know what you're getting out of Devin Booker. He could put up a 35-point night in a postseason game, or he could be 2 of 10 from beyond the arc. You just don't know what you're getting. That's kind of the NBA now.
Really? You put him in like a Donovan Mitchell category?
Yeah, I put him in the Luka smile, I can't get it out of my head. Like that's it. I can't get it out of my head. I absolutely put him in that category.
Wow.
I think
you don't think he's a little soft?
I don't put him in a Donovan Mitchell. Like I feel like in a big game, Booker's going to show up. I'll have to go and look at some of the numbers.
Because his averages, he does average 28 a game in the playoffs. But it's like one of those could be 40, and the next night's 18, kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I always, without looking at it, I think I've thought of him as fairly inconsistent in big games. Not like overly so, but I mean, it does feel like, just thinking back on it without looking at the numbers, that I feel like he's disappeared at certain times, but other times he's shown up in a really big way. We had that point where we were talking about like, oh, the Mavericks, like they've got that, just they stick in the craw of the Phoenix Suns and everything else. And then we look back at it during the series, we're like, it's actually been closer than we like felt like it had been. And so it's probably something similar to that. But I do love the Anthony Edwards energy is such a classic throwback in an era that really feels like it demonizes the Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant mentality of like, I don't have any friends, not even my teammates are friends. Like, I do like that he's the one guy who still seems to lean into that character, and it feels like in moments like these, it's advantageous to him, and that he has the ability to, really. There was that viral photo over the weekend of him just standing there like taunting Kevin Durant as Kevin Durant's walking to the bench, and it's such a, oddly enough, breath of fresh air, seeing how toxic he is at times.
Cleveland beats Orlando 97-83. Again, Denver pulls away. It's the separation. There's always a moment in their games of separation. They have now won 9 straight over the Lakers. After LeBron had a 12-5-3 first quarter, Denver wins 114-103, and then it looked like Joel Embiid and the Philadelphia 76ers season was over after the alley-oop dunk to himself. I was shocked that he came back. I was stunned he came back against the Knicks. He was 2 for 11 in the second half, 0 for 5 in the fourth quarter after that injury.
Did you see the Knicks fans after the game outside the arena?
No.
Just electric. Unbelievable.
I love watching playoff games in the Garden.
It's great.
You have to.
It's great. Like, the crowds are so into it. It doesn't matter if it's a 2 o'clock game, if it's a night game, they are so into it. And then after the game, again, just the absolute party that it was on the way out. Holy cow.
It's not anything like we can play because it's just music over and over, but how effing cool was the throwback, like old school, new school commercial that ESPN did where they have like LeBron and Kobe high-fived in Lakers jerseys and Kevin Garnett walking with Anthony Edwards around his arm. That was the cool, and the funniest part of it that went viral was people in Mavs Twitter was people talking about like, well, the funny thing here is they didn't have to AI the Dirk Luke one. It's just they legitimately played together.
And Dirk ended up picking the Mavs in 6. We'll see how you feel about that coming up in 10 minutes. Absolute dominance from Ryan Garcia, who was the definite underdog against Devin Haney. He knocked Haney down 3 different times. Ryan Garcia, we all thought that he was about to be put in a white jacket before this leading up.
He was plus 550 as a dog, and he's sitting there just taunting.
I think he bet $1 million on himself or something like that. I don't know how you can do it in boxing, but I guess that's fine.
Yeah, it is. You could do that. They don't care.
And then afterwards, go watch, if you can, Oscar De La Hoya hanging on for dear life. You're scaring Oscar De La Hoya with stuff that you do. This is Ryan Garcia at the post-fight presser after he dominated.
Back in the day, who's the crazy one now? I didn't even really want to say this, but it's the truth. Everybody needs to acknowledge, like, yo, I'm tripping. Y'all was tripping, not me. You guys were tripping. I was the one that was actually with sanity, because I'm like, yo, they're hurting little kids. Let's help them. That's called being a real man, because I don't give a what people say about me.
That's right.
I walked through the fire and still held it down and still beat Devin Haney and still drank every day and still beat him. And I did everything. Not what the. Hey, what happened? False reality, right? Drank every single night, went out on the first Monday and a Tuesday and drank. What happened? I won.
Well, but you didn't win the belt because you were 3 pounds overweight. So that made him ineligible to win Haney's super lightweight championship. And he told him, yo, for every pound I'm over, I'll pay you $500K. And Devin Haney said he followed through with it. So Haney gets an additional 1.5 mil because Garcia was overweight and didn't win the actual title.
Yeah, I don't know how. You got one job. You got one job to do as a fighter. You got to make weight. You got one job.
How much of, because throughout this process, he seemed to, talk about like, oh, so y'all thought I was crazy. But after the fight, how much of it did you feel like, okay, this has been character the whole time versus like, no, he's still weird.
I think he's weird.
I think that's what it I mean, I think he was trying to say, because when you read it or read of it, of the comments reads like, oh, he was playing everybody the whole time. And then when you actually hear him talk about it, it's like, no, that's somebody who's like, see, I'm not that crazy. Everything I think is true and I still win.
No, I still believe everything that we were saying previously. And watch De La Hoya next to him. He's so uncomfortable. He is so uncomfortable. All right, we'll save Arch. Maybe creating quarterback controversy in Austin. That's coming up, and so is the Expressway on your home of the World Series champs. In case you did not know, I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We're going to hook you up with the 4-pack. We're going to go commercial-free, and we're going to ask if Jason Kidd deserves that criticism and heat all over again for the way the Mavs started off in L.A. The Expressway with a Rangers ticket giveaway is next. But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
A 19-point lead. Here's Harden looking to shake Hardaway. Harden, step back, is good. Plus the foul.
It's one of our favorite things to say in sports. The coach did not have them ready to go. Game one, Dallas Mavericks get worked. We all pretty stunned by this. What's your Cowboy Packer shock level compared to this? Kawhi Leonard gone for game one, maybe longer, as Ty Lue was quoted before the game saying we haven't come up with a schedule for him to have contact yet in our practices, and then they go out and they get crushed by the Clippers. Smoked.
I would say this is...
Cowboys was what, 9 or a 10?
In terms of the surprise?
Yep.
Cowboys that's a 10.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're one of those who says like 10 has to be like Chaminade winning or whatever, then it's a 9.5. But
yeah,
man, this was bad. But I think the the Cowboys won. Like you were at home. There was no excuse. And you got down 48-16 or whatever.
Yeah.
There was no excuse. This was bad though. This is a
7.5.
It's high.
7. I was gonna say 7.
It's also different because it's in a series.
It's in a series, so like one game.
This was game 7.
Oh, it's it's a very Phoenix Mavericks kind of way, right?
Yep.
That was actually the last time somebody had scored as few points in a first half as the Mavericks had was Phoenix in Game 7 against Dallas.
Yeah, like the Cowboys was surprising from the score. I wasn't stunned. I mean, I was surprised at the loss, but was stunning because it's the NFL. Like, you know, it's a one-off. You have a bad game. All of a sudden, the other team comes up and bites you. We see upsets. The way they got down, the way they were just destroyed in that game was the surprising thing to me. And I think the same thing here. Like, this was the surprising aspect is they did this to you without their best player. And they did this to you. They really made you look soft. They made the guys underneath look soft. The fact that the Mavs couldn't shoot. You know, you have 30 points at halftime. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing when you have 30 points at halftime. So, yeah, there was a surprise element to this. The Cowboys is worse because your season's over.
Yeah.
Which is funny because, I mean, we had talked about it on Friday. Ty Lue had said in recent weeks, like, how would you describe your team? And he said soft. And it's like, we're not tough enough. And then it's like, well, they didn't look like the soft basketball team the other day. And I mean, Jason Kidd comes out of the first thing he starts talking about is like, well, they like beat us over the head with physicality. We weren't ready for it.
The only guy there was 2 guys who I could give credit to energy-wise. Derek Lively throughout, and then Kyrie when he started going off in the third quarter, going 8 for 8. Otherwise, it was, I don't know whether it was the rust. I don't know whether it was the rest. They just didn't have life.
They didn't.
They weren't Derek Lively at all. I guess I could have just said Lively. I could have kept it with that. Here's Jason Kidd on the awful first half.
Yeah, I thought we did dig ourselves a hole. Positives that we kept fighting there in the second half. We expected the Clippers to come out and be physical. We just didn't respond in that first to their physicality. And I thought, again, in the second half, we were a little bit, the team that we ended the season with the physicality. And then, again, if we're not making shots, I thought we did a great job of keeping them in that second quarter to 22 points. But we couldn't throw it in the ocean. We missed layups, free throws. We missed wide open shots. But to hold a team that's talented like that to 22 points was a positive, and that's what we talked about at halftime.
Boy, I'm sorry. After a game like that, half of your comments cannot be how great you did in certain areas. It just needs to be like, no, this was terrible. Like, sure, we'll point to positive, we'll look at it, but right now we need to just say this was an awful performance on our end, and we got to be better.
First half, fewest in playoff history with 30 points. 22% from the field. Worst in a half in the last 25 playoffs. 8 points in the paint. Ties for the fewest in a half this season. Luka first quarter, 11 points. Second quarter, 0.
We couldn't throw it in the ocean.
Now,
was it 0 assists in the first quarter too?
People are coming for Jason Kidd's head, saying, here you go. This is why we want him gone during the regular season. Here's Jason not having them prepared. People were furious that he didn't challenge the James Harden 3. I think it was Maxey who went by, and they were like, why don't you sit there and challenge that? That should not have been this. It should not have been that. So how much blame for Jason Kidd, and then compare that to Mike McCarthy and all the blame he took from Bobby. And
rightfully so.
And a lot of others for not being prepared to come out and play and fight.
I think if you put yesterday on Jason Kidd, you're just missing the point. There are plenty of things to blame Jason Kidd for, like if they lose the series in general. But when you score 8 points in the second quarter and you can't shoot from beyond the arc, that ain't on the coach. That isn't a preparation thing. That's a you suck thing. That's all that is. It's a you stink. Sometimes sports fans just got to blame the players. And I know they don't want to blame the players because players are the ones that you're fans of.
Yeah.
And they're the ones that you want to root for. But sometimes it's on the players. If you don't blame McCarthy I think McCarthy deserves much more blame for the Cowboys' loss than Kidd did yesterday. And they lose the series, Kidd's gone.
I agree.
And he should be. You can't underachieve expectations when you're going to the playoffs. So if they lose a series and they fire him, I ain't going to fight with you at all. But yesterday, nah, man, when you score 30 points in the first half, that is not on the coach. That's not on any. There's no preparation that goes into scoring 30 points in the first half.
And
you should be able to fall into 30 points in a half without being prepared.
And I was supposed to be mad at Jason because they were a half step slow and didn't look like they were hustling as much as the Clippers. Like you're the professional athlete getting paid. No, it's hard for me to get mad at Jason Kidd over that. And Jason Kidd down the stretch pushed all the right buttons, and then he decided in the last week, you know what? Nah, they're good. I'm not going to really coach them up whatsoever. I'm going to back off here. I'm going to hit some different buttons. And that resulted in yesterday.
I will say, and I agree with everything that's been said here. I don't think Jason Kidd's responsible for what happened yesterday. But I will, just from devil's advocate perspective, I will say we've felt like that at times can be a problem for certain coaches, though, right? Is that like you get to the playoffs and you start overthinking things and you start changing things and you do things a little differently. So it's not necessarily outside the realm of possibility that maybe Jason Kidd changed some things in preparation and maybe they overthought it and they changed it. What I will say is I think back to you guys were here for the 2011 playoff run. Do you guys remember the intense heat that was on this entire organization, Rick Carlisle included, after Brandon Roy with no knees came back and they outscored him by 20 in that fourth quarter, came back, win game 4, 84-82, and it's like series tied 2-2. People are like, boy, if you choke this one away now, then everybody needs to be gone. And what they do, they rally, they win those next 2 games, they go sweep the Lakers, they win in 5 against Oklahoma City. So we've seen aggressive turnarounds from the Mavericks before, obviously different collection, but we've seen them turn around and look like a completely different team over the stretch of the next 3 weeks after having awful, everybody should be fired type of performances in the playoffs.
Yeah, I just don't agree that they were ill-prepared. Like, that is not, missing shots is not a preparation thing. It's not that's not a preparation thing.
Yeah, I don't think Gafford was, like, when Gafford's getting bullied down low to me, it's not like, well, weren't you prepared? Like, that was just like, what's... That just looks like...
Now you want to get on him for saying, yo, stop playing ISO ball. That's what it was. It was Luka, you go one-on-one, Kyrie, you go one-on-one. That's what you want to get on Jason Kidd for a lack of offensive movement and passing? Okay, fine.
And you can't win that way in the playoffs. You can't just have ISO ball the entire time and expect to win in the postseason. Especially with just 2 guys. And you're getting no contributions from anybody else.
Because the offense was stagnant. It wasn't fun. It was selfish. And I blame Luka for a lot of that, man. It's on you. Like, it just felt like he came out and he was like, no, today I decided when I woke up, I was going to score from 3. And nothing that happens in this game is going to change or deter me from what I woke up feeling. I'm saying that's how it felt. That's how it looked.
Yeah.
Versus saying, okay, this isn't going. Let's get some guys in foul trouble. Let's go inside. Let's dominate. Let's get physical. Let's change things up. It just felt like he was set in his way, and I'm not going to get other people involved either. I'll throw an alley-oop pass here and there for a dunk. That's what I'm going to do. It kind of felt like it wasn't smart. It kind of felt like a little bit selfish. That's just what I thought. Again, it's only one game. He'll make the adjustments. I still believe they're going to win the series. They're going to win the series in 6 games, but man, I wanted an opening statement of, yo, man, we have to get, and we are going to get to the conference championship because we're going to go through OKC in round 2. And that's just a moment of weakness for the Clippers that you did not step on. Kawhi's out? Like, everyone in DFW is thinking, okay, here we go.
Here we go.
This might be a sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you may have given the Clippers 1 game previously before the Kawhi news.
Yeah.
And by the way, props to Chris Broussard, who I kill on the show nonstop. I got to give Chris Broussard props for being ahead of this last week with the Kawhi injury.
Could have been lucky. Never know. You could. He's saying it.
I'm going to give him credit.
I'm going to give him credit. We'll give him credit. I hear exactly what you're saying. This was a frustrating, very, very frustrating afternoon. And I don't know. I still have them to win the series. I'm glad they lost because I have them in 5. That's my betting ticket. So now they got to sweep it out.
Okay.
All right. So I get my 6-1 odds. The sweep. It probably wasn't going to happen anyway. But I needed them to lose a game. So I'm glad they got this one out of the way. And now they can win in 5 games, and I'd get 6-1.
Take your odds. I'm going to be thrilled if they're able to bounce back and look, win 4 out of the next 5. That'd be great. This is, I can tell, like, it doesn't feel like, if anything, when we talk about preparation or whatever else, if anything else, I look at it and wonder, are the Clippers totally, like, is this totally even in terms of from the perspective of somebody like Luka? Like, is Luka still in his head about the Clippers? Like, because to me, when he went out there yesterday, it's like, I got to do it all on my own. I got to come out here. I got to, like, start right off. Let me find that matchup against Zubats. Let me set up for 3. Let me attack this. Let me do this and that. Like, that is the one area where, and that's not on Kid, but that is the one area where it's like, how prepared were you going into the game yesterday? Was it just, it felt like it was almost a vendetta for Luka. Like he was, I've got to do this. This has got to be me because I got to take down the Clippers.
I don't know. I don't know. I know they got their ass whipped, and I love Richard Jefferson afterwards. I'm being sarcastic. He's like, Mavs are in the better position here because the team that loses, they make the adjustments.
No, yeah.
The team that wins, they're going to kind of keep it the same.
Yeah, everybody loves being down 1-0 in a series.
Very John Smoltz take if you're a Clippers fan. You're going, why are you Smoltzing us here, Richard Jefferson?
Very Reggie Miller, who, like, I can't remember what game it was. I don't know whether it was the Mavs, but it was at the end of the regular season, and he was like talking about someone missing a free throw to make it a 4-point game. He's like, this is what players talk about on the bus. They talk about missing this free throw here. I'm like, Reggie, you make it from 3 to 4, game's over. And he's like, no, this is what people talk about. And then Richard Jefferson, who I didn't have a problem with throughout the entire game, he goes, yeah, Mavs, they got the advantage because they're going to make the adjustments. Clippers are going to keep it the same. I'm like, what? Yeah. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your World Series champion Texas Rangers take on the Washington Nationals on May 1st. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Nathan Eovaldi replica postseason jersey presented by Nolan Ryan Beef. And it's also $1 hot dog night at the ballpark. Get tickets and information now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
That's happening today and every single day throughout the rest of the week during the commercial-free Expressway. RJ has some Rangers Diamond Cavs coming up at 8 o'clock. Below the belt at 8:40. Gavin Spittle will preview Stars Knights in the final hour of the show. Thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on, watching on YouTube and Twitch. Let's recap the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Let us know what you did and what type of drama you got into. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. And I guess, Choppy, we have to start it off with our dinner on Saturday night.
Well, very nice dinner. Shout out to the great Bennett Glazer for setting this up at Bob's Steak and Chop House, the original. Now, I haven't been to the original location in quite some time. I frequent the Grapevine location if I'm going to go there, and it's that's a much newer spot. This is very classic.
It's
very
like your classic steakhouse,
older steakhouse, and you walk in there, you just feel.
You still get a side. You still get a side with your steak.
You still get a side,
which is a foreign concept when you have to play a la carte for everything. I'm like, the server's like, okay, and your potato, and I was like, huh? What'd you say?
Yeah.
And they're
potato.
like, yeah, what? It comes with it. And I was like, what?
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
It comes with it.
Side dishes.
Then when you got 2 sides with an entree?
You get a giant carrot, a huge carrot.
That's what they're known for.
They're known for this massive carrot right in the middle there. And I asked Bob where he gets the carrot from. He probably grows them in the backyard, apparently. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's I like it there. I enjoy it.
So Mr. Glazer had been putting this together and had Jason Newman from his company and his lovely wife showed up as well. And she was the star of the show for me.
Really?
She was a treat, an absolute treat to speak with her. And I was trying to ask her, I was like, all right, I got some billionaire questions. All right, I got some questions for you. We showed up 5 minutes early and y'all were already sitting there. Cowboy hat and everything.
Yeah, we Sarah and I got there at the same time as Jason and his girl got there. They were there first. And because with the rain, it was pouring all day. We're like, all right, we're going to leave a little early. Make sure we get there on time.
I was thinking I was going to have to cancel. I didn't want to make the in-laws drive over in that mess to babysit little man.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday, at least in my house, it was downpour. It let up for 5 minutes. Downpour. Up, down. Downpour, light, heavy, nonstop. It was crazy rain on Saturday.
Terrible. Floods everywhere.
Yeah.
So there's flooding on the roads. We get there a little early, then Bennett's there, and they give us the table right away. And it was, that's front and center right there, right by the bar.
Yeah. And I order my drink. And I like this. I like this level of competition from Bennett Glazer.
Did you do the old fashioned again?
No, I got a dirty martini. I was like, you know what? It had it right on the menu the way I like it, like extra dirty with the blue cheese olives.
Yeah.
I didn't have to specify extra dirty. I didn't have to ask for the blue cheese olives. And after I order the drink, Bennett Glazer, who has his own, labels and brands he does business with, he goes, what type of vodka did you get? And I was like, I don't know, whatever it comes with. But I did think it was weird the waiter didn't ask me what type of vodka I wanted.
Right.
And then the waiter's walking away, and Bennett goes, "Hey, what vodka is he getting?" And I was like, "Damn, this guy's serious.
He doesn't mess around.
He don't mess around." And they're like, "Tito's." He's like, "Okay, that's fine.
That's fine.
That's good." Because there was someone else we used to work with who ordered the wrong type of liquor, and I heard Mr. G. He dropped the hammer down, literally.
Slammed his fist on the table.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Slammed the fist on the table. And I was like, all right, that's
family. That's family.
Never go against
the family.
Isn't that so have you ever watched The Bear?
I've it was a little too intense for me early on where I'm like,
really?
Yeah, I'm like,
it gets more intense.
I was like, this is too loud for me. I didn't keep it on, but everyone loves that show.
End of the second season, well, it really picks up its stride like the back half of season 2. But in season 2, they talk about like, hey, we're gonna know everything about like our high roller customers when they come in here, and we're gonna have this, and they're not even gonna have to ask. We're gonna know that this is their dream, and we're gonna surprise them with this because we looked at their social media accounts. So I bet you they just knew you were sitting down there with Bennett Glazer, and they're like, we're not even gonna give him the option. We're gonna give him a Bennett Glazer vodka. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, they came over to me, and
they were protecting you.
Yeah,
they're like, don't let him mess up and call out a vodka that's not his. We're just gonna look out for him. We'll make sure it's a Glazer vodka.
Yes, management came over, and I was like, hey, this is good and that's good, and they're like, yeah, that's fine, but how's the big dog? And I was like, oh, you don't care.
You don't care.
You don't care how I'm doing here. But the thing that I appreciate the most about Bennett, remember we were doing Ask Reddit last week, or it was some Bobby topic, and it's like, what skill do you have over 100 people? And I was like, probably like, maintaining the conversation. I always feel like a little pressure and a little weight at dinners to come up with a topic and ask you about yourself. I don't have to worry about that with him.
No, you don't.
Because he is an all-time storyteller. I think we talked about drafting storytellers, and you said if you had him, Michael Irvin, and Dale Hansen at a table, you could just sit back, eat and drink, and not have to say a word. And I love the storytelling.
You don't talk at all. You don't have to.
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
And I appreciate that. I can sit back and drink.
Yeah, I know. It's like because the rest of us are eating. I don't know when he found time to eat.
I know.
Because he does tell a lot of stories. He's got a ton of stories. They're all interesting. They're not boring stories. Like they're about the Jerry Jones stories and just anybody that's Mark Cuban. Anybody that's kind of big in DFW, he's got a story about.
It's funny that I remember I was talking to somebody about
the storytelling is an art.
That's what I mean. Like the dynamic of like somebody at a table with a bunch of people, and they're just clearly like the default, like everybody just defaults and they're the commanding presence of the table. I remember I was talking to somebody about this one time. They were like, that's the closest thing in our like social circles to the idea of like the natural alpha in the animal kingdom. That's like, oh yeah, we're all going to default to this guy right here, where you're sitting at that table and it's like, everybody else just sits back and goes like, okay, look to you. What are you going to talk to us about? How are you going to command the room? Whatever else. That is an incredible trait that like is one of the ones that I wish I had, where it's like you can just command conversation and be able to flip and tell stories.
All you got to do is pay.
Yeah.
Whoever's paying, you're going to be the natural alpha. He goes, yeah, you can get another vodka, but you pay for it.
Yeah, you pay for it.
Tito's then. Make it Tito's.
They do not skimp either on the drinks. I ordered a Maker's with a single cube, and the entire glass was filled to the brim. This was not a 1 ounce pour. This was a 4-finger pour.
I just had PJ questions. I said, okay, if we right now wanted to, I was like, I got to ask you and your wife some billionaire questions. If we wanted to go to Vegas right now, like 2 hours, could we do it? Like, are they on standby for your call, like the bat phone 24/7? Like, what's the last second decision you've made? Like, let's all just go. Because that's what I would be doing. If I had that type of money, I'd be like, yo, man, let's go to New York. Let's go to Vegas. Let's go here. Let's go there. But I had my billionaire questions lined up.
And yet you still have one on standby because that's what you've told us. You're Mr. JSX now. And so you're just like, you're bouncing around. You got it on command for you.
I don't have it on command. I thought that I was going to maybe get a sales deal out of it, but you have bogarted Cody. I got some boxers, and you got all the other advertising from your own personal.
I can't wait for those boxers to come in, though.
Your own personal salesperson.
Boy, the like, it's funny because the private jet, though, is one of those things that I would never want to do. Like, I don't like flying on Embraers. I would never get in a helicopter and all that stuff.
You're the only person.
I might be.
You and Michael Irvin.
I might feel safer on the PJ right now than a commercial plane with everything that's been going on. with every day, there's a new story
every day
about how Boeing's broken. And I don't know. I'm genuinely getting a little uneasy about July or whenever it is we go to training camp. I assume it'll be July again.
I don't think you have to worry about that. We'll be on an Airbus.
I hope so.
Bobby Belt was crapping all over Taylor Swift late last week when the album dropped at 2 a.m. And then his daughter got a hold of the music.
She did. So we have been without internet in our home for a solid week and a half now. And because of that, when Tortured Poets Department or Dead Poets Society or whatever the hell the album's called, when that came out, she is not yet, like, as of Saturday, it had been a full day. She hadn't been able to listen to it on Amazon or anything else because she didn't have internet capability. So we were in the car and driving back from lunch with a couple of people from Kristen's family. And as we were driving back, I was just like, oh, I'll turn this on in the car so she can hear it. And I turned it on, and the first song comes on. She literally starts tearing up at oh my gosh, it's the new Taylor Swift stuff. She gets so emotional about it. And then I downloaded a couple onto my phone that I don't use anymore, but we didn't have internet at the house.
What do you mean you don't use it?
Because it's just that I use it for photos and Wi-Fi and to do stuff whenever we're at the stadium. If I'm working with Jane, if I'm doing things where I need photos and videos and stuff for social, I'll use this one and then connect to the Wi-Fi with it. But downloaded some songs, played for. She just had it on repeat yesterday, nonstop. The songs that I downloaded on there, and after a weekend of her blaring the Taylor Swift, I will say every single song on that album sounds the same, pretty much. It's hard to tell where one song ends and the next starts. I do like the song with Post Malone.
Okay,
I have come around to. I like the song with Post Malone. I also think that one just. Not looked up. I've not Googled to see what everybody's take on it is, but I think that's the one that's about the lead singer of the 1975 too, because she dated him.
That's why you like it.
No.
That's why he likes it. Yeah.
No.
Cody have nothing to talk about.
No. Fortnite. It's called Fortnite. So I mean, obviously they're okay, that's a reference that they use in the UK.
Video game.
A fortnight. No, a fortnight, 2 weeks. We were together for a fortnight.
Yeah, we know what it is. I was making a joke.
I know.
Wimbledon's been around for a little bit.
I'm saying that's what the that's
50 years.
That's what that's what the crux of the song is. Oh, we were together for a fortnight or whatever else, and it sounds very 1975-ish type of production. So I think that's intentional, but it is good. It's catchy, whatever else. But I mean, look, when you just mass produce, when you mass vomit out 300 songs every 6 months. Yeah, one of them will be decent. And so that's what I came down.
You know
it was
what?
decent.
I forgot one other thing from our dinner. You dominated the dessert section, Bobby.
What do you mean?
Mr. Glazer's wife was asking us about the show and how it is and how it is.
Oh,
and
boy.
I started bringing you up and how Bennett hates your guts.
Yes.
And how, you try to challenge Jerry Jones too much and everything. And her and RJ's fiance just basically go on a 10-minute discussion about who you are, what you bring, and the whole dynamic. And she was fascinated. His wife was fascinated by the Bobby Belt, and you dominated the dessert section of our meal. It was good.
But it doesn't sound like it was
fantastic.
positive. That doesn't sound like it was positive discussion.
It was
very positive.
We were trying to explain you.
Yeah.
I think that's a very
Good luck.
complex discussion. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a very, very complex discussion. So I forgot about that. You were brought up. Hey, not so much.
Oh, man, not much at all. Yeah, Sean's
Sorry,
right.
I was recognized this weekend. It's okay.
Oh, where?
I was at the Wingstop in Rockwall Saturday night. Went there. I don't know if it was my looks that he recognized me or because I said my first and last name to the cashier, but yeah, Tolo Abraham said, "Pepe, what's up? It's me, Abraham." I said, "Hey, what's up?" And I never know if I had met this person before in person. So I just played it cool, and then he was like, "I'm a Tolo. I listen to you every morning." I was like, "Oh, thanks, man." So I talked to him for a little bit, but a shout out Tolo Abraham.
Yeah, that's the second time I think Peyton's actually been recognized at Wingstop because somebody had texted in once months ago and was like, I saw Peyton at the Wingstop in Rockwall. So, I mean, I guess those are his people.
Well, there's a Dunkin' too, I think.
Yeah, you got recognized at Dunkin' as well.
Why did you go
fast
in?
food places.
Why did you go in and give your whole name?
They asked for the last name, and I guess someone had, or maybe the first name, and someone had the same first name or last name as me. So they're like, "What's your full name?" So I had to do that. But.
Well, you will not be recognized at Pluckers like all of us this week when we're out there responsible for our Path to the Draft coverage along with Zero Res because you're going to be working the draft on Thursday. Yep. I will be out at the Dallas location as Mike Bassey has already called me in the commercial break.
And assured you'll be there?
No, he did not. He did not. We didn't discuss it, but I'm relying on Mike to show up on Thursday.
Okay.
As I'm trying to plan my attack in terms of Ubering, driving, and sleeping on what to do.
I'm telling you, just crash up here. That's the play because then you get to enjoy as much of the evening as you can. You get to maximize your sleep. I know it seems. I know you would generally be out on I'm 40 years old. I'm not sleeping at a radio station anymore. But
I won't even sleep at someone else's house. I stopped that in my 30s.
Which is funny because you welcome it yourself. Where you're like, hey, if you need to crash here, whatever.
Because it's my home base.
Yeah,
it's my setting.
It's totally different.
Anyone can come over and crash. I don't want to sleep in foreign territory.
Yeah, I don't like to sleep.
Gather the pillows.
I'd much rather go to the bathroom in foreign territory than sleep in foreign territory if I don't have to.
And then getting up. Do I have to go out? Do I have to go out there and conversate with you for how long? I'd rather just sleep and escape in the middle of the night. Getting back. No, I want to be in my own place.
Yep, totally awkward. I'll be at the Alliance location on Thursday out in 35 at Heritage Trace. So we'll have somebody out at all the Pluckers locations around DFW.
Which, by the way, hopefully by the draft, the best and the worst of the weekend for me was I have internet. In terms of it's at least been sold to me. And I will have somebody.
So you made a switch then?
Yes, I did. I will have somebody there to install it for me on Wednesday. So I will have gone 2 full weeks without internet in my house. And my children feel like Laura Ingalls and Little House on the Prairie with just the ancient times that we're living in right now.
Why don't you guys just get on the hotspots?
Yeah.
I did, and I'm so you know how you get up to a certain point and they're like, oh, even though unlimited data actually means you get to a certain amount of data where you're abusing it, we're going to throttle your speeds.
Yeah.
I get the notification. If we're at training camp, there are a lot of times, last couple days of the billing cycle, I'll get the notification hey, you've used up too much data. It's not a big deal. I got the notification this month on the 17th. So for the half the month, I'm going to be on throttled speeds on my phone now. I've already looked it up.
What's the charge after that?
It's no charge. They throttle your speeds. And so during peak hours, it slows down. You're watching a TikTok and that thing starts buffering. And I mean, 50 gigabytes is the cap on the data. I think this month I'm already up to, because I've had to use it for internet on the computer to do work, I'm already up to 86 gig or something like that. It's been ridiculous. But finally going to have internet, but only after, now that I've signed up for it, it's going to take 4 days for them to actually show up and put it in.
Got to do it. I finished my taxes, Sean.
Oh, which year?
Congratulations.
This year.
No, this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a return. I am going to get my 2023 tax return before I get my 2022 tax return.
Wow.
So you're still paying,
but you're being for real on that.
In terms of what?
You're going to get this one before last year's.
Oh, yeah, because this year's it's already been accepted. The 2022's hasn't been accepted yet.
You're still paying for years ago, right? So does it not operate like the way a balance does at a doctor's office or something? they're not gonna say, well, you owe us, so you don't get this money back. We're just gonna credit it to what you owe.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't.
Okay.
I don't care.
Okay.
Either
So you
way,
may not be getting physical like a check.
It may just
back.
go to my balance. That's
Yeah.
fine. If it does, that's fine. Because I mean, I've got a balance anyway, so it's got to get paid down. I'm going to pay it anyway, and it'll reduce that by a chunk. But that'd be 2 years in a row that I get a refund. 2 years in a row. Hadn't had one in like 8 years. But I'm still waiting on 2022s.
What shifted?
Yeah.
I was an idiot, and I changed what I put on my deductions on my W-2 or W-4 or 9, whatever the hell it is, right?
Yeah.
So I had put some number. I had filed a different way, and then plus I have I do a podcast now, so I am able to get a little bit more write-offs on that. But that's
So when's a burn party? You got to go back to your receipts of 7 years ago and light them up.
I already took
You're in
care
the
of a lot
clear.
of them. I still got a couple of boxes left that I got to go through. I have my solo stove. Have you seen those solo stove things?
Is that the Snoop thing?
Yes, it's the Snoop thing.
You have one?
Yeah, I got one. I played in a golf tournament out at Cowboys. It's got the Cowboys logo on it. It's pretty cool.
Snoop released shoes on 420. Yeah, we didn't even talk about 420. You
What
partake?
about it?
Did you do anything?
I mean,
Know anyone?
April 20th rolls around every year.
Yeah,
we hang out and
Bobby smoking or eating edibles would be a nightmare for everybody. Would be a
that should be
nightmare
the
for-
bet payoff.
We offered.
Yeah.
Am I smelling a little of the ganja?
We offered, but
You don't
Spittle,
want that, yeah.
he's not a fan.
Nixed it.
Yeah. Only
all-
afternoon shows allowed to get
Kibosh.
inebriated on this station.
Yeah, it's all right for Broadus to get hammered and slammed, but God forbid we break the law. 877-881-1053 is the Frank LaFranco injury attorney hotline to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total that stands for turn it on, leave it on. RJ Choppy with some Rangers, Diamond Cavs, and another reason why people should not want to go and play in this city. That's all next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with the Low T Center. How are you feeling waking up this Monday? Are you tired? Are you dragging? You already know that you're canceling that gym appointment and you're just not feeling like yourself. You may be suffering from low testosterone. What is testosterone? What are normal levels of it? How does Low T Center determine if you have it? What do you do with the treatments? What are the risks? How much does it cost? How do I get started? All that is here to be answered at lowtcenter.com. It's just a few bucks to go ahead and get your numbers checked. They have treatments that are available, so you don't have to
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
right here on The Fan.
Here's Andrew Kisner, who swings and hits one high and deep out into left. Kelnick going back to the wall. It's gone. Andrew Kisner hits his first home run as a Texas Ranger. It comes with 2 men on, and it gives Texas a 4-3 lead.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is your home of Texas Rangers baseball. They get a win yesterday against the Atlanta Braves, a much deserved day off, and they've escaped all this, still at the top of the American League West. Don't apologize right now for the division that you play in. Just be happy and grateful. 1 game over 500, day off today, and they'll take on the Seattle Mariners starting tomorrow. RJ Choppy is here with some Diamond Cavs.
You know, you just mentioned it. What place are they in?
Numero uno.
Huh.
First. However you say first in Spanish.
I do believe that is numero uno.
Oh.
That's interesting. I did notice this over the weekend. This is the current World Series favorites from Fangraphs. Now, Fangraphs is a pretty good website.
Yeah.
I think it's really, really good. It's one of the better statistical websites out there in Major League Baseball. And
you guys agree on an analytical statistical website.
Yeah.
That's very rare.
Yeah, it's a good one.
We agree on what's good. We just don't usually agree on how to apply it.
You don't agree on PFF.
Oh, yeah, that's true. PFF is trash. You're wrong on that.
So they have like their percent chance of winning the World Series. And they're pretty good with their projections generally. Tell me what's missing here. The Braves are first, 22%. Dodgers at 16%. Yankees at 9%. Houston at 7%. Orioles at 7%. Rays at 5%. Mariners at 4%. Phillies at 4%. Jays at 3%. D-backs at 3%. It's a little insulting.
I mean, it makes sense. The Astros, they get the same number of percentage points that they have victories currently. 7.
The Astros are 7-16. Yet, according to Fangraphs, at the 4th best chance and odds of winning the World Series. Now, look, I mean, there's 150 games left, or 140. Like, there's a million games. There's picking up 5 games is nothing over the course of, 5.5 months. But I don't know. If you're a first place team, you're probably a little bit insulted by this.
I mean, what if this is obviously it's it's very early, like you just said, or whatever else. But I mean, you're talking about if the season ended today, the Astros, now they got the lottery system and everything, but the Astros being in line for the 4th pick in the draft, which isn't that just what we need, by the way?
I
just
know, right?
Take a year off,
reset.
stack up with some more talent, and then just make a run again.
This is the perfect type of win-win bet for me. Like, I'd be willing to bet anyone right now that they finish in the playoffs. And if I win the money. If I lose, I still win because they missed the playoffs. Yeah. So I would sit there and be like, they're going to finish first or second in the American League West. I would take the value right now. And that is a win-win for me.
Absolutely. I totally agree. It's a fantastic way to play that. So anyway, maybe the Rangers are a little bit insulted by that one. I don't know how the Astros are 4th. I just don't understand that one.
It's that whole toxic Alabama deference thinking. It's the same thing they're applying right now to Houston. They're just like, well, they'll figure it out.
Yeah. Now I do think, and this is a bigger point. I hate. We are in 2024. I don't know that we need divisions anymore. Like the fact that you could be 500 and make the playoffs. I don't like that. If you're going to have a 90-win team or an 88-win team miss because somebody geographically happens to be in a division that you won with 81 wins. I think we need to get rid of the divisions. If you're gonna be a balanced schedule anyway, and it is a balanced schedule now, or more balanced than it used to be, then just take your top 7 and go.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with divisions as long as they make geographical sense, and like as long as if they promote, rivalry due to geography and everything else. Like I'm all for that. And if you want to say 2 divisions instead of 3. You're less likely to spit out a 500 team being, in the playoffs.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree. All right. Why would anybody want to go play in this city?
Jacksonville.
No. Same coastline, but different. Aaron Judge is struggling this year, to say the least. Not playing good baseball at all. He is not even hitting his weight. Not even close. Batting, 183 on the year. He weighs a lot more than 183 pounds. His OPS is under 675.
And they're in first place. 15-7.
Juan Soto's kind of carrying the team. Been fantastic.
Then you say, Bobby, the Rangers would be in last in the AL East?
Yeah, and the last place team in the AL East, Toronto right now, I think, or Tampa or Toronto, one of them, they would be tied for the AL West lead.
Tampa's 12-11 in last.
And they're in last. But why would you ever want to play in this city?
Do you know who has the least amount of wins in Major League Baseball? Don't say it if you
I know
Chicago.
It, yeah.
You know how many wins?
3?
Yeah. They're 3-18.
As of Friday?
3-18. Their run differential is what?
Oh, gosh. Minus 67.
They actually have a... No, I'm kidding. Minus 71. Minus 71.
As of Friday, the Cincinnati Reds have scored the most runs at Comiskey Park, or whatever they call it now. They had scored more runs there than the White Sox had all year.
Yeah.
That was as of like Friday. Aaron Judge is an MVP. He has
faced the franchise.
The most home runs in American League history in a single season. And here he is getting booed at his own ballpark.
Swing and a miss. Judge has struck out 4 times today.
Oh, yeah.
Why would anyone play there? Why would anyone who doesn't have to sign up for that?
Got to meet the moment. We're going to elevate your game.
Yeah.
We're going to get you focused.
Yeah, all these meatheads on Twitter. Oh, you can't handle it here. You're just tougher here. You guys are losers. I'm sorry. You're just losers. All you are.
Can you imagine after Corey Seager struck out 4 times the other night, him getting booed at the Globe after winning World Series MVP?
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Like, this is one of the 25 best power hitters the game's ever seen.
Now, it's okay to boo Giancarlo, right? If he stinking it up, striking
That's
out.
been consistent, right?
Yeah.
And he never plays. Now, Judge has had injury issues, but I mean, Judge has been pretty damn good when he plays. Like, I don't know. That's low.
Yeah, but I mean, this is also
like Luka goes with a scoreless.
Ooh, I don't know that I could. That's a good analogy right there. I don't know that I could ever envision.
Here?
Yeah,
Definitely not here.
Essentially, a 3-week stretch leading to Luka being booed.
He'd kind of be like a crowd, like, come on, let's go, like let's get it going a little bit. Not booed.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's also the same Mavericks crowd though that stood up and applauded during warm-ups when Lamar Odom jogged back onto the court after being gone for a few days. So,
speaking of the Yankees, make fun of them a little bit more.
Nothing wrong with that.
They gave John Sterling a ceremony, Bobby. They gave Sterling a ceremony. His retirement gift.
Oh man, this is I don't
a rotary phone.
I don't believe it's not far off.
No. It was an 83-inch TV.
Come on, man.
They went to Best Buy.
Come on.
You can actually finally see the game.
They went to the Wiz. They went to the Wiz and said, nobody beats us.
No.
And we're going to give him an 83-inch TV.
No.
What a...
No way.
They're worth like $10 billion. They gave him an 80. They couldn't even spring for the 85-inch.
I didn't even know they made 83s.
I saw the story, 83-inch. I didn't even know they made 83 inches.
An 83-inch television?
They gave him a TV. I hope it wasn't like a Psycho,
and they gave
a Seiko. I hope it was like at least a Samsung or a LG or a Sony.
Hey, Hisense.
I have a Hisense.
Hey, I do
have
too.
a Hisense.
Hey, that lasted me outside.
A Hisense.
And it said
TV.
they also gave him a sweet personalized jersey with the number 5,631. There's no jersey that looks sweeter than 4 digits on it.
4 digits with a comma. Was
So
it a
they're
comma
on the
there
back.
at
So they
least?
gave him a personalized jersey
Yeah.
and an 83-inch television. I got Peyton, research please, like the worst retirement gifts handed out by sports teams. I'm serious.
What was the...
Look at this. They're carrying it out.
Yeah.
They're carrying out the LG box.
That's all. At least it's an LG.
Why are they look at this. They're carrying it out the LG box with the big brown cardboard like my TV guy Mike brings into my home. And then Mike leaves the box there. They leave the box on the field like, you're responsible for that.
That is weird.
You're
Like,
responsible for the pickup.
How is the crowd supposed to react to that? Like, and here is a new TV. Where's the showcase girls from Price is Right?
Bro,
walking
look
out
at
or
this.
whatever?
An LG obviously has to be a sponsor. They're bringing out the cardboard box. Ryan, you got to get this video.
What did
unbelievable video?
What was it the A's did last year that everybody was mocking for a retirement gift?
They gave a bottle of wine, but it was like a
it was like
cheap
a $12 bottle of wine.
Cowboys Josh wine.
Yeah, they found it was a $70 bottle of wine for Miguel Cabrera.
Which is
$70 bottle.
Which is the worst gift? Giving the TV's got to be worse actually, because like Miguel Cabrera is not even. That's a visiting player.
But the looking at this TV box, look at this LG OLED. Like you couldn't have gotten like the Samsung frame.
Yeah,
like some artwork. Like like a $3,000. How much is this? How much is this LG OLED 83-inch? We got some Tolos who work in this industry. Hit me up. Let me know how much this thing is. This is criminal. This is despicable.
It's okay. So there's it depends on what series it is, but you can get the high series is like $5,000. There's a $7,000 one. There's a $21,000 one.
Amazing.
Wow.
This is amazing. This is like when your boss gives you a pizza party at the end of the month instead of a bonus. This is awesome.
I mean, honestly, like I said, like I'm not even joking. Like the dude clearly had trouble seeing at the end.
He did.
So like maybe
they probably should have sprung for the 100.
Is that them like also like tongue in cheek being like, here you can finally be able to see the game.
See the game.
Like you couldn't give him anything like custom made, like.
Yeah, give him like a subway tile of like
microphone. Like Brad Sham has more than this, and he's not even retired.
Yeah, give him. There you go. Give him a microphone.
Yeah,
it's
nobody wants to hear him anymore. I can't blame them for not giving that idiot a microphone. He's the worst.
Awesome.
Yeah, very awesome.
Awesome.
Is Yamamoto already a bust?
Uh-oh.
Dodgers fans already tweeting Yamamoto stinks. He gets lit up again. He's, so he had like the 3 straight pitching triple crowns in Japan. He came into his 5th start against the Mets on Friday. He had a 4.5 ERA in 16 innings. Didn't get any better. He gave up 4 runs on 7 hits in 6 innings. Again, it's very early on, but they are already with he can't pitch well. He stinks. The Dodgers stink. What a bust. 11.5 more years of this.
And what's the ERA?
Well, it was 4.5, and it didn't get any better. So we're talking now. Get his ERA right now up for you.
They should have got Jordan Montgomery.
4.50.
4.50.
Yeah, he had 6 innings, 3 runs, which is 4.50 anyway.
All downhill after what he did to the Rangers in Arizona. All downhill from there.
All downhill.
Ever since then,
Ohtani's betting against them.
That's what's happening.
You think they're in on it together? They're just working bets together, something like that. He is not. I think we've become so accustomed to guys coming over too from like whenever they get posted and they end up signing over here that just naturally because they're really good and then there's an adjustment period. We're not used to seeing them get rocked at all early on. Like you had a lot of success early on, Ohtani, guys like that. But man, this is if even during the adjustment period, guys are getting a beat on you. That seems like a bad omen.
We'll go below the belt coming up at 8:40. Dak Prescott says, I'm not trying to reset the market. What was the drop? Not necessarily. Not necessarily trying to reset the quarterback market. But speaking of QBs in the great state of Texas, do we have a little controversy after what the Phenom did in Austin? Let's talk about it next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Q.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To be the fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
One-on-one on Dub, 10 seconds. Murphy screens. McCollum jumps at by Wallace, 7 seconds. 40 feet away, crossing over. Ball knocked away. McCollum goes back to get it. 3 seconds. Wide left, pump fakes, leans in for 3, angle left. No good! It's over. The Thunder win game 1, 94-92. Celebrate, Oklahoma City. Celebrate!
Celebrate!
Cha-ching, another Maverick money ball! Oh, Matt Pinto.
Speaks so fast.
You have any background with him?
I mean, like, obviously I don't know him. I grew up with him as an announcer. The only thing I know is I've heard from people that he's very bitter about not being with the Mavericks anymore.
Yeah, he did not like not returning.
I just hit that call he used to always have with the three-pointer. Cha-ching, another Maverick money ball! It was always, oh gosh, okay.
How young is he?
He's probably around Followell's age, maybe a little older.
Okay. Can you imagine? Now, this is just Overreaction Monday. None of us are panicking or freaking out. We all think the Mavericks are still winning the series. You picked them in 5. I picked them in 6. Bobby, you went 6.
Yep.
Dirk went 6. And Pepe?
I went 7.
You went 7. All right. So Peyton right now is looking pretty solid. Can you just imagine, though, if they somehow lost this series with Kawhi out and Oklahoma City gets like taken out in the second round?
Yeah.
Your path that it was there for you to the Western Conference Finals as OKC struggled. They were losing late to the Pelicans yesterday without Zion, even though the Thunder ended up with the win.
Celebrate Oklahoma City. They had a chance to celebrate. Yeah, that would have been because they're gettable. I think this is the year to get OKC. This is the year to get them. After this year, I think that obviously this is the general progression of an NBA team. You lose early on in the playoffs when you've never been there before, historically. And I think yesterday showed a lot of it over the weekend with OKC that this is not a good Pelicans team. Zion ain't there. This is a hobbled team, and they gave them every possible thing they could throw at him. And I do think if you're New Orleans, you're like, all right, man, we kind of blew that. That was it. That was our chance to get that game.
Yep.
And who knows what's going to happen in the subsequent games. You've got to get this Thunder team early.
Yeah, I mean, what was the like? I mean, we saw Oklahoma City struggling while the Pelicans didn't have Zion, and the Mavericks have their issues. You then have the Pacers who aren't able to take advantage of no Giannis. I mean, the only team that like really just dominated and took advantage of somebody being missing was Boston. Like Boston just absolutely throttled the Heat without Jimmy Butler. But everybody else, all these teams that were missing their stars, it's like all the other teams just sort of played it a little light. They weren't able to take advantage of that big player missing.
Do we have a little quarterback battle developing in Austin after what Arch Manning did in the Texas orange and white spring game? 3 touchdowns, 355 yards passing, went 19-25 with 2 separate 75-yard touchdown throws. Lit it up for the Longhorns, did Arch.
Lit it up. Started 10 of 10, a 75-yard TD on his first pass attempt. First half, 11 of 13 for 189 with 2 TDs. His first incompletion didn't come to within 12 seconds left in the second quarter. Like just an amazing day in the spring game, and I mean he was slanging it. Now it's a major step There's no doubt he's capable. We know there's not a controversy here. Quinn's going to be...
Yeah, Quinn's got the job.
Quinn's the favorite for the Heisman Trophy. The favorite for the Heisman Trophy is not going to be sitting here losing his job to somebody else.
Is he the favorite?
Yes. For the Heisman, yeah, he's the favorite. Him and Beck are the two guys at the top.
Me and Bobby want to see Arch, Pepe, I think, and Choppy, full support of Quinn. But I'm like, bring me the excitement. Bring me something new.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's see the phenom. Let's see the family roll on out there in Austin.
Boy, I mean, Arch looked like a regular Michael Penix out there, the way he was torching the Longhorn secondary in this spring game.
Let me give you my observation from this. I haven't seen anyone else say this, but I went and watched all the throws. The big takeaway from this is the Texas secondary on these plays.
Oh, yeah.
These guys were running free.
They were wide open.
By like 10 yards, they were running free. I was waiting to see. The only thing I could pick apart, all right, did Arch make them wait? Was he not on time or really accurate? But these defenders got left.
It was like Kyle Shanahan was drawing up plays out there. Just wide open.
Yes.
Wide, the blank
Matt
open.
LaFleur against us.
Yeah. I mean, look, it was a great statistical day. I was about to, I was going to come in and say sort of the same thing.
You were?
Like, I mean, I was going to lean into, I'll lean into the character of like, hey, he's about to, he's about to be Caleb Williams or whatever else. But I'll be honest, like, not only was it all generally open, like, here's the only thing I'll say about Arch from what I've seen so far. And I don't want to be considered a negative Nancy to the Longhorns fans.
You're a Longhorn fan.
I know, but I don't.
Despite Brian Broaddus' role.
But people have said I'm too negative on them before, right? Or I don't act pro Texas enough. When I've watched him throw, the little sample size, like, it doesn't look.
He's got an interesting release.
It doesn't look like super impressive coming out of his hand. Like, it doesn't look like the same way it does with other big, like the ball coming out of Malik Murphy's hand and coming out of Malik Murphy, who transferred to Duke, coming out of Quinn Ewers' hand. When I watch it, it looks more impressive. Like the velocity and the way that they throw the ball, it looks more impressive. But again, Arch is still developing, still coming along. I mean, he was playing against basically charter schools when he was in high school. So
yeah, but that didn't hurt his uncles. I mean, they kind of
it didn't. No, it didn't. But I'm saying just a little bit of a curve where you're hoping to come along, and he's more athletic than his uncles.
Hey, you are a Longhorn fan when you're allowed to be. What do you make of all this? Are you getting hype off this?
Yeah, it does improve my confidence a little bit. But I mean, with Arch Manning, but I'm still Quinn Ewers. I mean, and starting for the team. I mean, he knows the offense better. But yeah, no, it does change my confidence a little bit because I mean, last year it was awful for Arch, and even during the season, a couple throws he had were kind of off. But yeah, Bobby's right; it doesn't look impressive, but I mean, I still have confidence that he will be a starter at UT eventually.
I want Arch for the storyline, and I want to be like, it's the same reason that
Quinn's got a lot of disrespect.
No, I know. Look, Quinn's biggest problem, and it always has been, his consistency. Is just being consistent.
Yeah.
Like when he's on, it's really, really good. But
it's like having That's fine, but you're supposed to have LeBron James. All right? So LeBron James is not supposed to come off the bench.
Well, Quinn was initially supposed to be LeBron James, and he just is not. Quinn
and we've
Arch
seen
both.
it. That's the society that we're in. I'm guilty and part of it.
Yeah, he's just
Evan Carter. Evan Carter's Quinn Ewers. Enough. Off to the side. I'm 90% joking. But Wyatt Langford is Arch. That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
Bring in the new hype.
Yeah,
if Tennessee got a prospect, if you all had Arch Manning, you'd be dying to see it play on the field too.
We did last year, and he sat Nico, and now he's like, let's see, he's fifth in the Heisman right now, sixth, something like that.
Yeah.
He sat
6 year.
He sat
Fifth year, sixth.
He sat last year for Joe Milton. Because they just didn't play the freshman. They're like, all right, we're going to redshirt you or whatever. But he played the bowl game. That's it.
Meanwhile, Choppy, you are not happy. This is one of your more interesting takes.
Right.
Not happy with the University of Michigan.
I'm not happy with Michigan at all.
Yeah.
They don't care about sports.
Wait till you hear this,
They
Bobby.
care enough to cheat.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But
shout out to Mooney Demir.
This is the third straight year that they have denied entry to a transfer student, the top transfer in basketball. Last year was Caleb Love. He went from Carolina to Arizona. He had initially committed to Michigan, but they said, nah, you don't qualify to get in. Michigan basically only takes, if you're not a grad transfer, unless you're coming from an Ivy League school, they say no. North Carolina is not some crap school. It's one of the best state schools in the country. It's just as good of a school as Michigan, no matter what Michigan wants to think. But they said, nah, we're not taking you. You don't meet our qualifications. Like screw you. You just hired Dusty May. You spent all this money to buy him out at FAU. You spent all this money to sign him. You're paying out Juwan Howard's contract, and now you're not going to let him bring the top transfer in the country to your school? Because he may not fit your grades. They ain't there to play school, you morons. They're there to play basketball. The moment the NIL came into play, it stopped being about athletes and students. It started being just about athletes. They'll go to school when they want to, just as Shedeur Sanders. Okay? It's not about that. Y'all are not interested in sports, and I don't care. I hate Michigan anyway.
So you're killing them for being too interested in academics.
Yeah, because we shouldn't be interested in academics. They're not there to play school. Academics don't matter, okay? Nobody goes to watch a chemistry teacher. They go to watch the basketball team. They go to watch the football team. So don't ever let you tell me, that's not English, don't ever tell me that school matters. School doesn't matter. Athletics matter.
Fair.
And you wonder why Luca doesn't, Julia, which one is like, I'm not going to college. And Chubby's like, all right, cool.
Oh, no, Julian's smart. Luca's got, he's ABC, you're in the top 3, whatever.
Here's my only question.
Is Luca the one that doesn't want to go right now?
No, he wants to go.
You said you were fine with one not going.
I'm fine if they don't want to go. They want to go, but they want to go to play baseball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not to win anything important.
So they go, Dad, like, should I go to class? Like, I've been blowing it off for 3 weeks. You think I should go? You're going to say no.
No, I would say you absolutely should go to class.
Okay.
If I'm paying for it, if you're there, you better go to class.
Okay.
Here's the only question I have. Is there still a high level, 30 years later, is there still a high level of scrutiny for the Michigan basketball program? Like internally, are they like, we had so much issue with the Fab Five and the Robert Traylor and everybody else. Like, is that just one of those ones where it's like, we can never...
And now the Harbaugh heat. Like you...
Yeah. Like, is the basketball program...
They got punished, didn't they? Like last week, something came out.
A slap on the wrist.
It was nothing. But it's specifically for the basketball program, I wonder, with everything that went on with the 90s, like when Steve Fisher was there and everything else, like I wonder if Michigan's basketball program is just one of those ones where it's like, you can't take your foot off the brake, like you take your foot off the gas at all. Like, you have to have these standards with this program because we're going to be under extra scrutiny for how things have been here.
Good question. Fair question.
I mean, at some point you get past that, right? Like, SMU's not paying for, like, they got the death penalty in the 80s for the SMU football program. People aren't, like, scrutinizing that the same anymore, I wouldn't think. But I just wonder if because of their history, and now specifically, like you mentioned, the recruiting violations and everything else that they've been punished for in football, if there's just a like super high standard right now for like, nope, we got to be above board. We can't cause any issues for ourselves right now.
He's like, so Davis had been at FAU for 4 years, hadn't graduated. They want you to have a certain amount of credit hours to transfer in. And according to the reports on, they basically, if you're not coming from an Ivy League school or you're not a graduate transfer, you ain't getting in. Well, whoop-dee-doo. Congratulations on your accredited AAU credited thingy. Nobody cares. Have fun being Vanderbilt.
Hey, my godson's going there.
Yeah, it's a great school.
Yeah,
he's about to turn that. He's about to turn that program around.
It's a great school. Yeah. How about athletics?
It really matters. All right, back to the Mavs at 9. The Hockey Hawk Gavin Spittle preview stars Game 1 tonight at 9:20. Pepe will be there, but did Dak Prescott just give the Cowboys the green light to pay up? That's next in Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys. But how is your social battery right now? I'm not talking about your phone battery, your battery. Drained? Are you bursting with energy? It can be easy to ignore it. Spread yourself too thin, especially with social gatherings picking up with the weather. What's the right amount of socializing for you, and how do you recharge? Maybe you thrive around people. Maybe you need some more alone time. Therapy can give you the self-awareness to build a social life that does not drain your battery. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. That's BetterHelp, H-E-L-P. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist, and you can switch at any time for no additional charge if you feel like you need a different fit. So find your
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And just a reminder, Tolo's League Path to the Draft is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at one of the 8 DFW Pluckers locations this Thursday, April 25th.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Are the Cowboys about to test the timeless adage? The more you F around, the more you're going to find out. Seems like they've put Dak Prescott in. And look, I know that there's a large portion of the audience. What would you say it is right now, guys, that are would rather reset than extend Dak? Half? Is it half the fan base? Less, maybe?
It's pretty split. It's pretty split.
Yeah, I think it's roughly 50. If it trends more one way than the other, I'd say probably a little more want him extended, but it's close. It's definitely close.
No fan that I've spoken with has the fear of having the Quincy Carter run. You know what I mean? It's just like he doesn't have it. And I'm like, yeah, but like, what is your existence going to be for 7 or 8 years if you don't find the replacement, if you don't get something as good? But no one that I've spoken with in conversation is he's either good enough, team around him, or he's not the guy. It's never like the fear of, which I think we think about that more in our job.
Yeah.
I do, than you would as a fan. As a fan, you've made up your mind whether he's good enough or not. And you don't think about like the quarterback purgatory. You're just like 60 mil. Like, and you also don't think of like the leapfrog game that has to happen in the NFL. More often than not, as a fan, you're just saying Dak Prescott is going to be the highest paid player in the National Football League. That is effing stupid. And I get it. It's, from our view on things, it's the way it has to happen in the NFL.
Well, it does.
I've hated that. I hate the leapfrog aspect in football. Yeah. And as a fan, you're just like, what? They paid him that much money. They're stupid. Well, like, they kind of have to.
It's just, that's how they get salaries to continuously go up. They've got and that's part of the problem. The salary cap goes up X amount a year. Generally, positions get percentage of the salary cap. That's just how it works. Which I agree, though.
If you take, when he signed $40 million for $40 million annually in 2021, the spring of 2021, that was with a $182.5 million salary cap. So the salary cap today is $265. So if he were to sign today, the equivalent to that now would be that he gets $58 million a year. Like, if you're just going to say, if he's committed to the idea of like, when I sign, I need to be, as a lot of agents are, you need to be this percentage of the cap. Like, that's where the annual value needs to be when the contract is signed. Because of course, $40 million now, like I said, that's...
Yeah, we tried that in our negotiations with cost of living.
Yeah.
That was rebuffed with great prejudice.
I think the Cowboys should get the Odyssey people to do their negotiating. They'd be better off. Like, Jerry would have all the pie left.
I mean, they'd still sign just as many players.
Well, that's the thing, is that they're still going to have their same approach. They'll break up the pie. They'll do things different. And you asked earlier today, Sean, and we'll get to the Dak quotes here in just a sec. But you asked earlier today.
Actually, we are basically the Cowboys. It's identical.
I know, right?
Forget about doing a different job where it's the same thing.
You asked earlier today, Sean, the idea of
Gavin Spittle in studio 920.
Like, if they are, I'm losing my thoughts now.
I know, sorry.
If you rattling me. If you asked earlier today the idea of like, well, if Dak gets something done, like, would they be more willing, or like, do you think they'd say like, hey, get this done, and like, we'll gladly pay that out? Obviously, quarterback is the only one we feel like team success, team advancement is applied to them, right? Like, it doesn't apply to the left tackle. Well, we only made it to the wild card round, so we're not going to give it to you. So, keeping that in mind, I don't know that there's any argument, or the Cowboys have displayed that they are willing to go based off of your results, because CeeDee Lamb has done everything you would want to be able to say, fine, here it is, blank check, whatever you ask for, because you've shown us at every turn you're going to up your play, and he hasn't done it.
Yeah.
And
I think you can argue CD should be more pissed off right now than Dak.
Sure.
You could argue that.
Dak has been paid. Nothing. Look, I'll be honest. In fact, let's just play the Dak audio. We're going to come back to the point because what he says here, I think, is important. This is Cut 15. Dak was at a charity event over the weekend with Troy Aikman and Tony Romo.
Ben Affleck.
And he was asked while he was out there at the event about his thoughts on his future in Dallas and if he has any concern about, things coming to an end here and having to go on somewhere else.
I'm not going to say I fear being here or not. I don't fear either situation, to be candid with you. I love this game and love to play and love to better myself as a player and my teammates around me. Right now it's with the Dallas Cowboys. It's where I want to be and that's where I am and that's the focus. And after the season, we'll see where we're at. And if the future holds that, then if not, we'll go from there.
Have we ever, in any context, as bad as negotiations got or anything else, I can't remember, have we ever had a moment where Dak talked about a potential future where he's not here?
Can't recall.
I don't think he's ever said anything like that. And I think that speaks to where things are. We've talked about this on the air, behind the scenes, everything else, that for the last year, this is the most tired I think Dak has been. Not in the DeMarcus Lawrence sense, but in the idea of this is a beating to be the quarterback of this reality show, as Trayvon Diggs would not call it, of just being in charge of this and having to keep a steady hand over everything.
Yes,
it becomes exhausting.
All right, let me ask you this: is it possible to avoid all that if you're just not on social media?
No, not at the quarterback.
Every TV, go to an airport. Just go to the facility. Right? Walking through, it's like when you go to a Major League Baseball clubhouse, they have on MLB Network. Everywhere you go, it's like by default, the first fake shows are on. You cannot sit at an airport bar. And they're just being talked about nonstop. They're the 24th pick. And we're sitting there talking about what they're going to do.
I would have if I was I get, I understand what you're saying. If you're a team like the Cowboys, why even have TVs on? If you're trying to block out the noise, you can't block out the noise and have.
Which is why that's always been.
They don't want to block out the noise.
Block out the noise, even if they wanted to, though. Even if McCarthy wanted to do that, anything else.
Yeah, Mike would.
That is the worst phrase that gets thrown around about the Cowboys. Block out the noise. Block out the noise. That is not realistic here.
No,
it's
that's why
not.
I try to tell Trayvon Diggs, and Diggs is up in my DMs please don't make us a reality show. Hello,
McFly.
Hello.
You can block out best you can. That's about it.
Go to the office upstairs to the big man.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason, to his credit, that's his greatest achievement. Bassick is right. Maybe after Jimmy. To have them talked about like this despite doing nothing.
I don't have I'll be honest, I don't have a problem with the way the Cowboys do their branding. I don't have a problem with the way the Cowboys operate and the entity that they want to be and how they want to operate. That's completely fine. And I think you can win doing that way. You just have to make sure that you have the right people in place who can thrive in this area. I remember Kayvon Chason, when he was coming out of LSU, I had asked him, I got to interview him leading up to the draft, and I knew that Dallas had been considering him and had him in mind as somebody that they were interested in. And I always ask people like that well, what would it be like to play for the Cowboys if the Cowboys have interest? Just to get a quote from the Cowboys. And he gave me, I remember he paused and paraphrasing said something to the effect of it's a great challenge. He's because if you go to Dallas, he's that is either going to make you and you are going to thrive because that's the environment you thrive in, or it will break you. But that's something that some people just, they cannot handle that spotlight. They can't handle the heat of the attention and the pressure and everything else. And that, for all their, people have asked before, why don't the Cowboys draft more guys from smaller schools? Why don't they get guys from here? That part of the pedigree thing that they're evaluating is I need to know you can handle this. I can't guess that, when you were playing at Northwestern Oklahoma Baptist, that you have any clue, or and even smaller than that. Yeah. Talk about just something like UAB. I need to know you can handle Georgia. I need to know you can handle Ohio State. I need to know you can handle these big programs. Dak Prescott was also asked about the idea of just trying to squeeze the Cowboys for every dollar and being the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to be the highest paid necessarily. So we'll wait until negotiations begin, and obviously want to put this team in the best situation.
Like you said, Chop, there's a difference between a comma and an ellipses.
Yep, that was
necessarily.
that was a semicolon, ellipses. That was a period.
I thought
a pause.
I thought I was hearing team friendly deal at first.
No.
I thought that's what we were getting.
You were hearing a misspeak and then a correction.
Yeah. It'd be nice if it's good to have that awareness to know you just misspoke and then correct it immediately.
So what does that mean necessarily?
I think that he's talking semantics. I don't need to be the highest raw contract value. I don't need the highest signing bonus. I don't need the highest guaranteed money. I don't need the highest annual value. I think, you know what it means is when he says, I don't need to be the highest paid, we talk in terms in the analyst community and among the fans and everything else. Highest paid generally means highest average. So people think, how much are you making per year? I think what Dak's saying is, I don't have to be the highest paid per year because that is not what I consider the highest value. So it's a semantics thing where I think for Dak, he views it as guaranteed money or new money as a percentage of the salary cap, or they have other different definitions for it that he would like to definitely be in the conversation for highest paid in certain areas. But from the average annual value, you could tell me he's making $60 million a year. If, you know, it's an Amari Cooper deal where Amari Cooper, the first 2 years of his contract were guaranteed and nothing in the back half, he probably doesn't have interest in that, even though that would make him the highest paid in terms of the way that things are reported. But I don't think that, I think what he's talking about is a semantics thing. I don't have to make $60 million a year, quote unquote,
necessarily,
but you need to hit certain markers here for sure. And I think that that's the way that he's approaching it.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up. We're not just your home of the World Series champs. We're your home of the Cowboys as well. We'll preview Game 1 Stars Vegas at 9:20 with the Hockey Hawk Gavin Spittle live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. But how bad was yesterday? Did the Mavericks absolutely blow it with the Kawhi news? We'll recap Game 1 and get you ready for Game 1 on the ice. Final hour, Monday edition, right after this.
But let's see.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leave It On with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
George, he got it. Paul George starting to feel it in this fourth.
And that's all he did. And the Dallas Mavericks still got hammered. Final hour, fist pump time. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt getting it. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We'll preview Game 1 Stars and the Knights. 8:30 puck drop at the AAC. Yeah. I know Gavin Spittle is not happy about that. He went off with a rant on the podcast over the puck drop late start. So we'll talk about it with Gavin at 9:20.
Well, listen, I totally get it. I mean, the powers that be in the NHL, they think everything that is like west of Philadelphia is the Pacific time zone. They nobody knows. There's a wild assumption and theory that we are somehow a West Coast city. I don't get it. We couldn't be further from that. We're 2 time zones away.
Yeah, I definitely prefer. It's funny because the Cowboys obviously be like the one area where like they're considered East Coast by somebody, the NFL, like you don't get a benefit because it's all fixed times. Mm-hmm. So you don't even get the benefit of that. It'd be nice that if we're just considered like, you kidding me? You know how much better our lives would be if the Rangers were in the AL East and we're getting all these like road games that were 6 o'clock start times and we'd be done by like 8:30.
And it doesn't matter as much to start these games late when you think everyone's going to be home, when you have more people now working from home and streaming devices. So you think the importance wouldn't be as much to make sure everyone is home for the later start time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because there's not as much commute. But I don't know, man. I have no idea what these TV executives are thinking.
This is going to be a brutal week in DFW.
Yeah, it is.
Brutal for your sleep cycle.
There's no doubt. Now, I get it. We're playing an LA team. And we're playing a Pacific Coast team either way. Vegas is in the Pacific time zone either way. So, you got to make up for those fan bases. I understand that. But, I mean, we've always been screwed. Like, when they realign baseball, when they finally do, I suspect we'll be in the AL Central. Right? That's where we belong. Belong in the Central.
Be great.
We don't belong in the West.
Well, we wouldn't be in first place. So
we would not be in first place.
Take it while you can. Kawhi Leonard did not play. Paul George only scored 22. They have 5 guys in double figures as the Mavs scored 8 points in the second quarter. And they got run, they got out-hustled, and they got worked in every single facet.
Every single facet they got worked in. And, the Mavs only had 3 guys in double figures the entire night. And that's not a recipe for winning basketball in the postseason. Not when a majority of the teams that won had 5 and 6 different players in double figures over the weekend. And that's just the reality of it. I mean, and Luka had his issues.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of you have to watch the game and not fall for a stat line. Luka with 33, 13, and 6.
That was not a...
Nope. 11 for 26 from the field, 4-12 from 3. But I thought his worst category was his decision-making. Not getting anyone else involved, being stubborn from the 3 outside. I didn't see this alpha male leadership from him. It's like I'm relying on Kyrie to be the Dallas Mavericks leader. Kyrie was the one on the bench getting hype in the huddles. Kyrie was the one who really stepped up and gave them any type of, it wasn't even a chance, but get them from out of laughability. Yeah, respectability by having that amazing third quarter. It feels like Kyrie Irving is the leader of the Dallas Mavericks, and I just don't. I hated Luka's approach. I hated the facial expressions, the approach, all of it. And the Mavericks, whether it was rest, whether it was rust, the Clippers worked them.
They did. They were more physical. They felt like they were just I don't want to say the aggressors. I mean, they were. But they kind of punked them, especially down low. I mean, Gafford looked like he had never played a playoff game before. And
that was the worst he's looked. Man.
Mm-hmm.
It was like he was playing Shaq in Zubox.
Yeah, and I don't believe that he is Shaq.
I don't believe.
I don't
Different
think
skin.
Zubats completely, just with footwork and with his strength and everything, Gafford just had nothing early. And then you see him get those 2 quick fouls. It's like then the injury to insult. I mean, catching the elbow. Yeah, and I mean, the thing that's interesting about this too is the idea of okay, one of the areas where we thought this time was going to be different was, hey, you've got Gafford, you've got Lively, you're going to be able to, present some size so that they can't just hide Zubats on the bench when Luka starts targeting him. And it's like, no, this worked the completely opposite way. Luka targeted him a lot early on. It led to some bad possessions. It led to some, just empty possessions. And guys like Gafford couldn't stay on the floor because the fouls, then he got hit, then it was just in general him getting worked. Zubats was able to stay on the floor for 33 minutes in this game. That's something that they haven't had the luxury of doing in recent matchups because Dallas generally takes such advantage of it. But this was bad all the way around. And what I want to know is the approach at the beginning of the game, like you mentioned with Luka putting up the shots was that the game plan was let's get Luka isolated on Zubats again. Let's work for those matchups and let Luka take over. Or is that Luka going, I need to do this?
Yeah.
This is me. These are my demons. I got to exercise them. I'm taking control and I'm setting a tone early, especially with Kawhi out.
Kyrie talking about the horrific first half performance.
In a playoff game, scoring 8 points feels like forever. That's what it felt like out there. And I think it started with just how we started off the second quarter and allowed them to feel very comfortable in that first quarter, and there was carryover. So I think we got to give them credit for hitting shots and doing the right things and capitalizing off our turnovers and also our lack of physicality. So it was a combination of a lot of those things where we allowed them to feel comfortable on the offensive end, and then defensively made it easier just in terms of our spacing.
Steve Ballmer was being a psycho. Westbrook was being annoying. Kawhi was dead, and Luka was in a daze. Those are all the characteristics that I wrote down
By
from
the way,
the game.
I can't wait to see what that new arena they got looks like when it's in action. They got that wall.
Yeah. The
Like
where they're
Trump's
trying to
wall?
create the yes, that's
Is
the
it
one.
very good wall?
Somebody else paid for it, okay?
They're trying to create the college atmosphere
Inglewood.
where it's like only Clippers fans are
Always up
allowed.
to no good.
Yeah. So the way this is so the baseline right behind one of the baskets. It's the seating. There's no upper deck. It's just one. It goes all the way to the ceiling. It's one level. It goes all the way up, and it's the way it's like pitched. It's like it looks like a wall of people. It's supposed to be super intimidating, and you have to be. It's general admission, so you first come first serve for the seats. You get down to the rabidest fans, rowdiest are down low, and you have to be a Clippers fan to sit there. So in order to get seats there, you have to like buy enough stuff in the Clippers Pro Shop. You've got to buy tickets. You've got to be there every game. It's crazy, right?
Yeah, and they've got like
They're going to check your spending to prove that you're a Clippers.
No.
owner?
They've got like these protections in place too. I can't remember though. We had talked about it when it first came out a couple months ago. They've got protections in place. Like the only place where you can buy those tickets is like resold. Like you can't put those tickets up on StubHub or I don't think anything. So like the resale you can only get through the Clippers. It's like you have to sell the tickets back to the Clippers. Like that's the agreement with those tickets or something like that. So they've got these little protections in place because Ballmer wants to create it like these rowdy like school sections of like college basketball fans. He wants to create that with the Clippers.
And they got a lot of toilets.
They do.
Remember that was what he was like. We got 600 toilets in the new building.
Twice as many toilets as anybody else in the old place. It's gonna be great. We don't want you peeing. We want you in your seats.
you got to grab that audio. All right, the playoff stars have been ranked.
They did. They ranked them. ESPN ranked the the top 25 players in the postseason. And you get like Karl Towns at 23 and Dame Lillard at 20, which that's
wow.
Paul George at 19. Kyrie,
Paul George over Dame?
It's because it's the playoffs. Playoff P, baby.
Playoff P, man.
Yeah.
Kyrie comes in at 17. Here's the write-up. With Luka's brilliance and newcomers Gafford and Washington taking the Mavs to new heights, it'd be easy to forget there's far more to their dominance of late. Irving averages almost 26 and 5 on nearly 50-40-90 efficiency. It's a massive part of this team's ascension. One of the biggest year-over-year improvements for Irving is accuracy from three, which went from 38 to 41%. Successfully tweaked his jumper, shortening the duration of his shot release on catch-and-shoot threes by more than any volume shooter in the league per second Spectrum data. So that's the write-up on Kyrie. Donovan Mitchell at 14.
Whoa. Donovan Mitchell.
Spider.
The Dak Prescott of the NBA playoffs, Mike Bassick would say.
Sir.
And many others. Okay, so Donovan is over who? Give the 3 or 4 behind him.
So Tyrese Maxey at 18, Kyrie at 17, Jaylen Brown at 16, Bam at 15, and Donovan at 14.
I think I'd rather have Jaylen Brown. I don't know. What do you think? Donovan Mitchell over Jaylen Brown and Kyrie?
No, I think Jaylen Brown I'd rather have. And Kyrie, give me Jaylen Brown over Donovan Mitchell. I'm not going to fight
Donovan's
somebody.
had to be his one.
Yeah.
He's had to be the one.
Yeah, but I mean, this has been...
And I love Donovan Mitchell's ability. He's a freak.
Oh, his game's fantastic. Does he come to play ever?
Kyrie really stepped up this year and played his best. It's not just the availability. He played his best basketball that he's played since probably around Boston, Cleveland. That's the last time he played this well. So, I do think that we have a tendency to underrate Donovan Mitchell still.
Halliburton coming in next at 13. Booker at 12. KD at 11. Top 10. Anthony Edwards way down at 10. I was a little surprised at that.
But they have him over KD?
They do. They have him over KD, one spot ahead.
That looked good in game one. Okay, so who's above Edwards? And Edwards is a freaking stud. I love his game. Love him. All right, so he's 10.
He's 10. Number 9. I'm wrong.
Okay.
That was the question because the headline was LeBron at number 9?
Right.
Question mark. Now he's 39. 8 is Anthony Davis.
No. No.
I knew you were going to be out right here.
In no world can Anthony Davis be above Anthony Edwards. And they don't trust Anthony Davis more than LeBron. He cannot be in front of LeBron or Edwards. Period. I'll fight over that, especially over Anthony Davis. No. He could. I mean, he'll put up a 30-20 maybe before they get taken out.
Yeah.
Maybe even swept by Denver. Nope, cannot happen.
You know, this was, they say, one of the healthiest years of his career, 63 double-doubles in 76 games. He finished the year one of 2 players in the league to average 20 points and 2 blocks over the season. Only Wemby is the other one.
Has Anthony Davis, though, reached a Dak level of, like, we don't care about your numbers, like 24 and 12? That's fantastic.
Good numbers. Very good numbers.
Like 3 blocks and 2 steals or whatever he's put up.
Yeah, 2 blocks and a steal on 52%. No, this year he was 56% shooting. But we don't care. Like, it doesn't matter unless it's the big moments in the playoffs.
Yeah,
like when you leave, you wipe all that out when you leave by getting tapped in the head. Someone gave you a massage. Someone put in some shampoo.
He's been more available this year. He played like all but 6 games.
That's what RJ said.
Tatum at 7. Kawhi at 6.
Ooh. I'm taking Tatum over Kawhi right now.
You can't count on Kawhi. This is the third time, though, he's been a 50-40-85 from the line. That's, I mean, the 50-40-90 is at the gold standard. 50-40-85 is pretty good. Brunson at 5.
Wow. Oh, that hurts.
Your greatest all-time call, Sean.
Oh, that stinks. Oh, gosh.
4 is Embiid.
Okay.
3.
I thought he was gone for the rest of the year after that injury.
Mm-hmm. 3, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Okay.
And then Luka at 2.
Oh, I thought he wasn't close to the MVP. I thought there was no possible way. I think Ernie Johnson voted for Luka for his MVP.
Here's the write-up. Driving force behind arguably the hottest team in the West. Finished the season with a league-high 36% usage rate. Third time in 4 years he's led the league in that category, despite leaning on him more heavily than anyone else in the association. He averaged an incredible 30-point triple-double after the All-Star break, 12-3 mark, and then Joker number 1.
Where was Giannis?
Giannis is not on there. He's hurt.
Okay. Is he out? I mean, he's out for the playoffs? Is that what we're assuming?
So they held out.
They're trying to get him back later in the series. Kawhi, I mean, I know Kawhi just went out yesterday, but Giannis not in there.
In the write-up, they held out Giannis, Zion, and Butler because they're unlikely to see any action in the opening round.
Okay.
So they were purposely held out.
All right, that's ESPN ranking the current playoff performers. Let's hope we have a different game 1 on the ice than we did in LA. Stars, Vegas preview with the Hockey Hawk. Gavin Spittle in studio next.
Get you over to Platinum Forward.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation and brought to you by the Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Dillon will send it out towards center ice. Niederreiter had a stick poke, and it's a 2-on-1. Lowry moving in, shoots, score! Adam Lowry with a huge goal, and Winnipeg regains a 1-goal lead. It's 4-3 for the Jets.
7-6 Jets over Colorado on Winnipeg Radio. Good morning, Metroplex. The week is just getting started. You got the Rangers, of course, losing their series to the Braves. They got the W yesterday. We've talked plenty about the Dallas Mavericks embarrassment and what is going to happen tonight, starting with Game 1 at the AAC 8:30 puck drop. Vegas versus your Dallas Stars. The Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle, Spits and Suds, in studio on 105.3 The Fan.
Boys, stick tap.
I heard you went on a rant, a late night rant over the 8:30 start times.
Yeah, I have. I've gone on many rants on that.
I had to double check and be like, okay, this series is starting in Vegas, and then Peyton is like, and then I forgot we're the 1 seed. Peyton's like, no, I'm going, and I'm like, oh, it's still 8:30 for Dallas.
Oh yeah, when it goes to Vegas, they just bump it up to 9:30 at night. I mean, nothing says let's raise good hockey kids in Dallas like putting a game. See, here's my problem. If the game starts at 8:30 tonight, I will be jumping up and down.
Yeah,
we're probably looking at an 8:50 start time. And that's the problem with the NHL. They refuse to, Sean Shapiro brought this up on the podcast, like make concessions as far as the Eastern Conference. Have them start at 6:30. Everyone's going to be in their seats. It's the playoffs. You don't think Toronto, they're going to pack the house. Sure. All these teams are going to pack the house. So why are you forcing a Central Division team on the Central time zone to do this?
I don't think they even pay attention to the time zone. They just think Texas is in the West.
Well, it's a revenue play, and that's what it is. But I think it's a disadvantage because I give a ton of credit for the Stars fans being loud and proud, and I'm sure they'll do it tonight. But keep the cheering going at 10:45, 11 p.m., and that to me is a problem.
Did the Stars get an unlucky break with this draw?
I mean, I think you could say that probably 14 out of the 6 teams. Probably the person with the luckiest draw is the Rangers, Capitals, Eastern Conference. But other than that, yeah, it is what it is. Vegas actually played to be the 8th seed. So, I mean, losing to Anaheim to end the year, their goalie, Aiden Hill, has given up 16 goals in the last 5 games.
Wow.
Wow. Because the 2 and the 3 are the really ones that get screwed, right?
Yeah. I mean, Winnipeg and Colorado should not be playing each other right now. That's a brutal series. Edmonton might have caught a break because they're playing the LA Kings. The LA Kings, I thought, were a better matchup for the Stars. That said, you got to play who's in front of you. The question is when will we see Mark Stone, the captain of Vegas? When will we see Alec Pietrangelo, who came back from appendectomy? And when will we see Thomas Hertl, who's coming back from surgery? Those are 3 massive players for Vegas.
Okay, so for Vegas, for them, it's more about health than like consistency.
Yeah, I think it's health. Yeah, and they're just going to throw all these guys in and just say, go.
Do they have depth still from last year's team, or do they lose a lot of guys?
Vegas is becoming known through NHL circles as they treat their players extremely well, but they're very much Patriots-like. They'll just send them on their way and bring someone in.
Are the Stars more different this year versus last year? The Stars a more different team than Vegas is, comparing the two versions?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to start with the acquisition of Chris Tanev. He didn't play in any of the Vegas Stars games. That happened so earlier in the year. And, he helps them defensively as far as minimizing the mistakes in the defensive zone. So that is going to be a key component. He knows Vegas extremely well, having played in that division for a number of years with Calgary and Vancouver. So that's certainly one. And then the Stars last year did not have the depth on forwards that they have this year. They're rolling 3 deep as far as any of those 3 lines could be your first line.
How much of just the difference between last year and this year, though, is not necessarily in terms of the changes to the roster, but in like the preparedness? Like when you look at like Thomas Harley and Wyatt Johnston and being a year older and being better prepared to have better series than they did last year.
Yeah, I think, I think the focus, Bobby, is going to be on Jason Robertson, who's kind of struggled in the playoffs. So that'll be the number one focus. So, yeah, I think, having that playoff experience under the belt, that's why you see a lot of NHL teams, by the way. What they do is they send players down to the AHL playoffs because they want them to have that playoff experience.
How can they be? One of the things I know that just looking at some of the numbers and everything else between the two teams, like they seem pretty even with each other in terms of 5-on-5 hockey. Like when they're at even strength, Vegas and Dallas are very similar. Why is the discrepancy so strong when they get on the power play? Dallas with like such a huge advantage of the power play and Vegas being one of the worst teams.
I think it looks once again at that depth in that, the Stars can roll out 9 players for power plays. So that's massive. Second factor is the Vegas injuries, like we've mentioned. They just have not had a healthy team. They're throwing guys in the lineup.
Do you think that I'm going to sit here and let you get away with this?
Where's my hamster drop? Play my hamster drop.
Every single time we go and talk about the Stars, he gets like 2 or 3 words out, and now he's sitting here trying to break
about 5-on-5.
5-on-5 breaking out. What website are you reading?
That is
Sporting News Stars section.
5-on-5 is a great metric for the playoffs, right?
It is actually.
That's the one thing. Like the New York Rangers are supposed to be like middle of the pack on 5-on-5.
Okay, good. He chose the right thing to read.
Moneypuck.com, Sean. Why don't you include it in your prep? Moneypuck.com.
It's certainly it's an old hockey saying. You know that the person just has nothing left to say when they say, "Oh, I just got to put more pucks on the net."
Yeah, pucks on net. Pucks on net. Gavin Spino, the Hockey Hawk, in studio here on 105.3 The Fan to get ready for Game 1.
All right, so you talked about Robertson. Was it the physicality of the playoffs that got to him last year, or what was it?
Good question. He is more physical as a player this year, so I think that will certainly help. He's getting stronger. I think Craig Ludwig pointed out something, and that's why he's so much better at this than me. Craig says Jason Robertson's got to go to the net in the playoffs. Robertson has a tendency to kind of drift. And he is really good when he has around the net as far as collecting rebounds. The puck seems to find him. So, he has to be more active. But the good news is Jason Robertson is actually a pretty good defensive forward, too. Does not get the credit he deserves there. But, that whole first line just has to emerge because the talk has been that second and third line and players like Matt Duchene, Tyler Seguin, Jamie Benn, Wyatt Johnston, Logan Stankoven. And you're not really hearing the talk too much about Hintz, Pavelski, and Robertson. Points-wise, they've done really well, but it just hasn't been as a dominant line like it was last year.
Name the best 5 players in the series in order.
Oh, wow. Oh, man, you should have given that to me before.
Yeah, I know. I should have.
Yeah, the best 5 players. I
should have sent you Bobby's article.
In order.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say it's going to be a health situation. Jack Eichel would be number 1. I think he's just an outstanding all-around player, electric. Yeah. I would actually put Wyatt Johnston right now as number 2. I would put Miro Heiskanen as number 3. I would put Alex Pietrangelo at number 4. And I would I'd put Tomas Hertl as number 5, but he hasn't been healthy in a long time.
See, with all this Robertson talk, that's why I kind of wanted to see what he would name. I feel like we didn't talk or hear about Robertson as much during the year.
Yeah, he didn't score as many goals.
All these other stars. Did he lead them in? He didn't lead them in points.
I would have to. He was at the top.
I think he did. I think he actually led the Stars in points, and I was kind of stunned in looking at some of these previews. Bobby, would you know?
Hamster, would you look that up?
Yeah,
for us?
I got it. Yeah, let's do it.
So, Gavin, the biggest advantage that each team has on the other in terms of how they match up would be what?
Yeah, Dallas's ability to score in bunches, I think, is something that will give Vegas issues. They have to press Vegas. Vegas is a stylistically tougher matchup than other teams against the Stars because what they'll do is deep forecheck, a lot of physicality. They're going to sit back and let you make the mistakes, and then they're going to capitalize. So those are probably the advantage. It really is. I don't want to try to simplify this too much, like the guy doesn't know what he is talking about, but it's two completely different styles. So whoever wins their style is going to be the most effective in this series. I think it's also an advantage that it's here in Dallas this year.
Yes, Jason Robertson did lead the team in points with 80. And over at moneypuck.com.
Assists, though. Assists were high.
Yeah, a lot of assists.
Yeah, because he had 29 goals. Now, I remember one of the things you talked about last year coming out of the Vegas series was like the defensemen just weren't good enough.
Yeah.
Like for the Stars last year. And it was creating too many chances in terms of they were getting too many quality chances. I was looking at Money Puck, Sean, and it shows that when you look at their expected goals against in 5-on-5, Dallas is about a half a goal better this year than they were the same time last year. Is that going to be the biggest advantage for them this time around? Is the fact that hey, they're just not giving up as many quality shots on the goal as they were last year?
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing what one player, Chris Tanev, has made as far as that defensive corps. Here's a perfect example. Ryan Suter was the first pairing defenseman last year with Miro Heiskanen. He's now a third pairing defenseman. And he's actually had a really good year because his minutes have gone down. So when he's on the ice, he's very effective. So that depth that we talk about with the team, they have Yanni Hakanbach coming back soon. So it's going to get better as these playoffs move along.
So the Stars have, you talked about Aiden Hill, they have a huge advantage in goal right now?
I think so, yeah. Jake Ottinger's been playing really, really well. His positioning, covering the puck up, making amazing saves. The confidence level's there, and that's awesome.
What was your official pick?
Oh, don't. You do this to me all the time.
You didn't pick on the podcast? Of course you did.
You know what? I haven't. Because you can't win, because if you say Vegas, then Stars fans are like, they're haters.
Sweep's the easy answer.
I actually think the Stars are going to take this series. Okay. Yeah, I feel really good. I feel... I think it's to them what Houston is to the Rangers. You got to get by Vegas. You got to get through them. They're coming back from injury. Their goalie isn't, and we don't know when those three of their top players are coming back. Could be game 2, could be tonight. Who knows?
Is there an upset in the first round of the other series?
I don't even know if this is the parody of hockey. I don't know if we can call anything upsets. Minus the Capitals taking down the Rangers, which I don't foresee happening. Okay. So I don't think that. I thought Toronto is going to give Boston a series, but I say that every year, and Boston dominated them. Mm-hmm. The best series is Winnipeg, Colorado.
Sure.
I mean, that is an amazing series. You guys see the whiteout yesterday? Mm-hmm. I mean, it was almost as impressive as Peyton's playoff scruff he's got going.
Anything else, Bobby Melrose?
No, just, I can't wait for that Winnipeg, Colorado series. We were talking a lot about that all last week. Gavin and I were just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's going to get insane.
Winnipeg scored every third shot last night.
That's amazing.
Can you get a better chant going tonight than you did last year, Peyton?
Let's go Stars, baby.
All the extra audio.
Let's go Stars, baby.
Out of studio audio.
Let's go Stars. Let's go Stars. Let's go Stars. Let's go Stars.
In the arena.
Oh, probably not.
No, not happening. Gavin, thank you so much.
Thanks, boys.
Sits and Suds with the podcast, and get ready to drink the strong coffee all week long with some of these late start times. But good problems to have, both teams in the playoffs. Let's crosstalk. Mike Bassing is back. Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The left-hander from the stretch. And the pitch is hit high and deep into right field. Acuna will watch this one as it sails into the chop house. Opposite field home run for Adolis Garcia. It's his 6th of the season. The Rangers do indeed add on and lead 6-3.
Rangers get one. Let's crosstalk with everybody. It's the full KMC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you know the name of this song?
Nope.
Do you know the Rangers scored two less runs than the Mavericks did in the second quarter yesterday?
They got 9 full innings to do that, though. The Mavericks only had 1 quarter.
Yeah.
My theory is you're going to be on fire this week on radio because you have to do the old corporate, professional baseball call, play-by-play analysis, all that stuff. And you've been saving up these hot take, sarcastic-ass opinions that you've been waiting to just unleash on the radio. And I think that's... Are you okay?
Yeah, I got like a knot.
Okay. Earlier, you were like dizzy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
You didn't know what was going on there, sweating.
I mean, it could be a heart attack. I don't know.
Okay.
Are you going to go to the doctor?
No.
What is the doctor going to do? Can't fix a heart?
I just took a bear aspirin. That should be fine.
A bear aspirin?
Yeah, bear.
What is the difference? Is there a difference? Like air?
Yeah, the bear aspirin.
Yeah,
the heart aspirin.
they give you aspirin for heart because what's it supposed to do? It's supposed to like dilate your blood vessels or something.
Oh, okay. Corey, good morning. What's coming up?
I know. Call your dad for me.
I still want to be on the record as I think that is a poor decision. It's like I popped an aspirin. I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm drinking coffee. I'm sure it's fine.
You need a nitrogen pill or something like that?
Do you have one?
No, but I mean,
I think my dad has some left over at the house. I'll swing by there.
What's the nitrogen do?
You put it on your tongue and it dissolves. I don't know what it does. I know they give it to people with bad hearts. Thanks, COVID.
You said
that was before. That was way before COVID.
Oh,
my dad.
I made a COVID joke about you at dinner and you didn't own it, and then you come on the radio.
What did I say?
I made it.
What did I not own?
That you joke. What's coming up? I don't feel like starting off the week like this.
Guys, we get into Mavs Clippers to start our show. And then at 10:20,
it's over.
Dak and Jerry don't fear the QB leaving the Cowboys, but what do you think will actually happen? And then Danny Green should join us at 1:20 today.
Should we switch our noon segment to
do it?
Dak and Luka are pretty much the same, right? They're both going to finish second for MVP. They both didn't do anything in the playoffs.
No, one's getting out of the first round. Okay. So definitely a difference.
I'm just kidding, people. Relax.
Okay. What was your original pick for the Mavs series, Mike?
6. Mavs in 6. I'm scared of 7 just because if you just watch that play-in tournament, and you look at Jimmy Butler being hurt, you look at Zion Williamson being hurt, but it's a do-or-die game, and I get they haven't played a 6-game series up to that point, but that home court advantage, I feel like, and I get what the Mavericks did in Phoenix a few years ago, but that do-or-die Game 7 on the road just seems so tough to overcome. So I feel like if this does go 7, the Clippers will win in 7. The Mavs need to win 4 out of the next 5 games.
What was your pick?
Mavs in 6. I'll stick with it, but man, yesterday was bad.
That was a Cowboy.
Mavs in 8 would have been a great second quarter pick.
That was a Cowboy Green Bay feel.
Exactly, because you look at the final score and you're like, oh man, maybe.
Oh, that's what. And Dak, remember the caller on that Monday? He said we just ran out of time. We figured out Green Bay. We were about to just blow them out. Just the clock ran out.
Yeah.
And the Mavs had a great fourth quarter. They just ran out of time.
Yeah.
If we had 7 more overtimes, I think they would have taken the lead.
If you take out the second quarter, they outscored the Clippers during the game. So
it's not like the Clippers quit caring as much because the game was over.
You think like
semantics,
the rest/rust factored in?
I mean, maybe you're probably going to lose any game where you shoot 2 for 20 and you wish Luka was more aggressive. And there's a lot of other things besides that.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
First week of TV.
Yeah, it was great.
Was it?
Yeah, it was honestly really fun. I wish we would have had more of the games in Atlanta. Having Friday off was great, but weird at the same time because the Rangers were playing and you want to you're with the team and you want to do the game. So
what's the biggest?
What'd you do?
You golf.
I mean, at the game. Did you go to the game?
No, I went because it's on Apple TV. I decided not to like ride with the team and everything like that. We went over to CJ Nikowski's house and watched the game. He got his ring. I got to see his ring. Oh, it was awesome.
They shouldn't. They still gave him one.
He was with them for the year, Sean.
After the year for like 20 games.
How's that stadium?
Atlanta's electricity and stadium.
It was because Turner Field was dead. Turner Field was dead.
Unbelievable.
Really?
Unbelievable environment. Standing room only Saturday. Friday was the same. I wasn't there Friday, but they are on the edge of their seats because their lineup is so good. Yeah. Even though they don't have Ozzie Albies, obviously they don't need Sean Murphy. They have the greatest hitting catcher of all time on their team. And Darno, geez Louise. But they are into it. When Evaldi came out of the game and they went to John Gray, they turned the lights off and they start the tomahawk chop, and everybody gets their phone out with lights and they're all just going, oh, it is unbelievable. It's amazing.
In this climate?
Yeah, right.
I have to admit, I'm a little surprised that still made the cut.
I mean, they have the chop house in right field. Obviously, they have the tomahawk underneath their name. But when you're there and it's happening, you're just like, this is really cool because 40,000 people are all have their phones out and all going nuts, and then they turn the lights back on when like the relief pitcher is on the mound getting ready, because that'd be very tough to catch the ball.
What was your biggest broadcast adjustment or lesson from your first like full week like that?
I think I am really great. Kevin can back me up on getting names right.
Oh my God! Yep.
Oh, that Ozzie Albies was out, and it's Guillorme is their backup second baseman, and I can't even remember what name.
My guess would be DiGiorno.
I think I called him Guillermo. I think I called him Guillermo.
Jimmy Kimmel's assistant.
So it is. That's the tough thing, is going over. And then when relief pitchers come in, because you're trying to prepare for the starting nine, the starting pitcher.
Yeah. Do they give you a pronunciation guide?
Do you think that helps me at all?
You think he knows how to read that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
why are all these capital letters here? I don't get this.
Stank Assen.
Do you hit your cough button and you're like, hey, how do I pronounce this name? Is there somebody that knows?
You do have a talk back button.
All right.
One time they were like, what are you saying? And I was like, well, I guess I'm not saying their name until Dave Raymond says the name and I hear it in my ears. I am not saying their name.
Are they talking to you a lot during the game action? Like producers in your ears?
Because if you notice, which I guess you don't notice when you're watching, but there's a lot of, hey, what's Choctaw's message right now? You know, because they're trying to get in all these commercials in between batters. So there's a lot of that, and then they'll tell you, they're counting you down. Hey, you have the Baylor Scott and White here coming up this inning, or you have the StatCast by Google Cloud. So you get used to it. You get into a rhythm of it. And so that's the tough thing, is now I don't have another game until May 3rd. So that's kind of
weeks.
I thought you guys would be having him now. He showed that he can take the things in and out of break. So now he can't, if you ever need a rest or a reset, he can just do it here because he does it on TV.
Yeah, man. That's what he wants to do.
I don't think he wants to.
I'll say, we go to the third inning, and you're going to be like, we are on radio right now.
How many jokes do you think you have to suppress?
Oh, quite a few.
Because on this show, it's like, hold on, Kevin, it's time for a joke from Mike.
It really is like Two-Face. That's what Mike is.
Oh,
he's TV.
Harvey Dent, baby. Harvey Dent.
So you want us to do mic check then?
Mic check?
Yeah, so that's our suggestion for a segment. We're like, what do you really think
Jack
about
Leiter's going to have this long, illustrious...
That 1-0 game, was it really entertaining with good defense?
Yeah, I did really like that game, but I know the audience, for the most part, probably didn't, because chicks dig the long ball.
Yes, they do.
So the chicks were hurt because they weren't getting the long ball.
Are you feeling a different level of fame being on TV? Like your kids probably pay attention to you versus just a radio show.
Tell them a story about your kids.
Do you want me to do that here? Or you want me to do it in the show?
You can do it here.
Oh man, I've already gotten.
You can wait if you want.
I've already gotten. I'll say this. I've already gotten the to-do list because my son Jake, who's 16 years old, congratulations, he turned 16 yesterday.
Oh, driving cars, baby.
Well, yeah, he has no clue what he needed to do, because I went to the DMV this morning in Garland with him for an 8 a.m. appointment, and they're like, where's this? And Jake's like, I did that. And then I called up his driver's ed teacher / coach at Bishop Lynch and like, no, he has to do that on his own before he gets his driver's license. We told him this.
Is he excited to get it?
Yes.
Okay, because we were talking about how many
a lot of kids are not excited. They don't
too.
care about it. Like I know people that are 16 don't even have it. They haven't even tried. They don't care.
You can get a chauffeur, your parents or whoever.
So in the next 72 hours, we have a lot of work to do. And my
Just
wife's a
filling out
doctor.
stuff or
Taking the driver's test. Hey, Jake, you didn't do that, dude. Taking the online 2-hour impact thing. And I'll tell you what, at the Garland DMV, I'm sorry, I forgot his name.
Shocker.
Right?
If you had a card, if you had one of those cards
if
for
you would
you.
have had this, we'd have been good. Great person, Tolo. So
he's holding up the card again.
He holds up.
Zach
Don't forget about it.
Zach
Never be there
Hasty.
again.
But he was great. And he was like, hey, and I have an appointment scheduled for Thursday. So I have to go back to Garland DMV Thursday morning. But from now until that Thursday morning, Jake actually has to do the work to get a driver's license.
Well, you should blame your wife as she didn't crack down while you were gone.
gosh.
She couldn't hold down the fort.
Jake was like, Mom, I did it all. She's like, are you sure? Because when our other child, we have 3, but when Mary Grace did that, she had to go to the DMV or go take a driver's test. She had to watch it online. He's like, I did it all at Bishop Lynch, Mom.
Yeah.
And then told me that at the DMV. I'm like,
They all blame somebody else.
and I'm like, dude,
Everybody.
I don't know. I'm
Let's look
asking
at
the
society
question.
as a
I know.
whole. Isn't that not pretty much? the
Luke,
way we
why do you
do
have
it?
3 C's? They didn't even put the grades yet. It's already up.
Everybody says that. Is
Exactly. They
Every
all
kid
say
who's
that.
making crap grades.
It's
It's
the
their
teacher's
fault.
fault.
They didn't update their system.
Why do you have 5 zeros in this class? Oh, she must have not put it in yet.
They just put the zero there instead of the actual
So
grade.
you're looking at the grades already?
Yeah. You can see it in real time. They just haven't put it in yet. Yes,
Oh,
they
the
did.
best is when your kids go to college and they don't let you see their grades at all. You don't know what their grades are at all. And I'm like, I am paying the $30,000 to go to University of Texas. I believe I deserve to see the grades.
Yeah.
And they say no, you
expectation of
don't?
privacy. They're an adult.
I told
They're
Brandon.
an adult.
HIPAA? Is it a HIPAA?
HIPAA?
You go to liberal schools
medical.
and you
All right, he's
I
back.
bet TCU lets you see the grades.
It's all
Didn't
going to
take
get
long, huh?
unleashed today with the return of Mike Bassick and the KFC Masterpiece.
Archie Manning there doing whatever he wants.
Next.
Be a part of the show. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors. Chris Strong running the board today. And the return of Mike Bassick. Howdy, gentlemen.
Hey.
Oh, no.
I won't be here long.
What?
Because guess what? For the first time in my whole life, I am going to a hockey playoff game.
Oh! That
I have
game's
been
at, like,
invited by a
8:30
friend.
though.
But that game's really late tonight, so you don't have to leave early.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
It's right there.
But I don't know. After Hockey Mike.
Oh, you mean okay?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
After tonight, I don't know what's going to happen to me after this game. I've never been to a playoff game before for hockey. This is the first time ever playing the Las Vegas Knights.
Do you think there's a chance they'll be behind 6-0 in the first period like the Mavericks?
I tell you what, if
did?
Jamie Benn 1 minute into this thing slams a dude's head into the ice, it's bad news.
He's not frustrated yet. All right, he's not frustrated yet. So that's what happened by that time.
I
He
do
was
recall
already
that
frustrated.
happening.
So
Yes.
yeah, man, we'll just leave it at that. But I did miss Mike's sarcasm as we were in like notes right up to the last second before we the microphones turn on. Like those things were missing last week.
I missed the first part. I don't know if I missed the second part of your, redone song lyrics right until we're going on the air. I don't know if I totally missed that part, but I did miss you, buddy, and I'm glad you're back.
I'm glad to be back, and I see our email for the run sheet. I also see Game 4 recap. Arlington's struggle continue. Renegades fall 17-9 to our rival Houston.
That
Renegades
is not
Cougars. I don't know what they are.
on the run sheet.
Oh, okay. All
It
right.
might be in Gridiron, but
Okay.
we missed you. And speaking of misses, let's go to the Dallas Mavericks, who couldn't make a basket to save their life. Let's go with cut 4, because these are pretty much all Clippers highlights, as they should be.
A 19-point lead. Here's Harden looking to shake Hardaway. Harden, step back, is good. Plus the foul.
Where to begin? Because I would make the argument that
At the beginning.
that does make sense. I actually kind of want to move to the
I
second
think it might have been
quarter.
5-5. If I remember, the last time we were tied was 5-5.
We did it. We had it going.
And that was it.
And then it was all over. I just feel like when you shoot that poorly, you're probably going to lose most of those games. However, I don't want to limit it to that because I think there were other issues besides that. I want to start with this issue. I know I was joking earlier about Luka and Dak, just joking. It did feel as though Luka was not as aggressive shooting the ball as at least I would have liked, because it seemed like he had multiple times where he broke through the lane and it looked like he moved past the coverage for the basket. He did kick it out to good shots. I'm not arguing against that, but I'm like, you have the 2 points. It's there. Take it.
It was interesting. He wanted, once again, Danny Green's coming on today, right?
He is.
It's the most easy thing that Suns general manager we had on, even though Danny Green didn't want to recognize it 3 weeks ago when I mentioned it to him. Probably because he's never watched a Mavs. Let's be honest. He was in the league, so he's never watched a Mavs playoff game that he wasn't playing in. It's the easiest thing to take away. The lob dunk on the pick and roll is the easiest thing. I'm going with Suns general manager that we
Ryan
had on.
McDonough.
Ryan McDonough. He's like, it's the easiest thing to take away when you're preparing for Luka Doncic. You can take away that roll dunk pretty easy. They were doing that. And so Luka has to attack more on that. They were not going to allow Gafford or Derek Lively to get easy dunks to start the game. They were going to make Luka kick it to a corner, kick it to a wing, or try to finish with a little bit of traffic in the paint.
Yep.
And he's, for the most part, the first one he did, he got the easy layup. But he kept kind of like probing and not really wanting to be assertive in it. And he was like, I want to get, you could tell to me, he wanted to get Gafford. Obviously, he got 2 fouls really early, but he wanted to get Gafford going, and they weren't allowing it. And then he kind of maybe wanted to get Lively going, and they weren't allowing it. And it was like, dude, score 40. If they want you to take every shot, but it doesn't need to be a step back 3.
Yes. Yeah, and then it didn't help that whenever he kicks it out to somebody else on the perimeter in those corner threes, those aren't going down.
They missed. Yeah,
so
definitely.
And they're not closing out on Derek Jones Jr. They're not closing out on Maxi Kleba. They're gonna.
Nor should they.
Yeah, and they're not gonna close out on our shooters. They think they suck.
Yeah,
and they proved LA Clippers scouting report right. Guess what? All the guys on the Mavericks besides Luka and Kyrie suck at shooting threes. Let them shoot. hopefully they get better at it.
Yeah, hopefully the PJ Washingtons drill theirs, the Derek Jones Jr.'s drill theirs in the next game. I was kind of concerned about a lot of the times where they were like, we can't make threes, so let's get around the basket, get closer. And they were still falling short on those. Like even Luka was hitting the front of the rim on those shots, and that was frustrating because it didn't look like they could finish. And while they had those opportunities to be around the basket.
Man, that kind of manifested itself in the free throws too, right? Not just missed free throws, but how many free throws did you see that were short? That would go like off the front of the rim, especially in the first half. You're like, I don't think it should be fatigue at this point.
No, I do think there was probably nerves. Obviously, the energy's in LA because it's their home crowd. The Mavs couldn't feed off of anything besides themselves, and they were not feeding off of themselves yesterday. The other thing, too, is I was listening to Sean and RJ and Bobby. I don't want to let Kyrie off the hook here either. He's had a great season for the Mavs when healthy, and he was healthy the whole second half, and awesome. He sucked, too. When Luka was struggling a little bit, even when they took Luka out, I don't know, with 3-4 minutes to go in the first quarter, Kyrie did absolutely nothing to help the situation. So, yes, Luka wasn't good. Literally nobody was good on the Mavs, but I also want to blame Kyrie, too. Mm-hmm. It's supposed to be this 1-2 combination that's unstoppable. One stunk and two stunk.
Kevin, I know you don't like this, but I will also give the Clippers a lot of credit.
Boo.
They fronted everything, man. They got right there in front of everybody that got the ball. They were on them, and they were stuck to them, and they did a good job playing defense yesterday. And that's one of the things that they can rely on is they can play really good defense along the perimeter, too.
How good was Terrence Mann on? This is old school basketball because nobody does this anymore. Like talking to Jess's crush, Greg Ostertag.
Yes.
Nobody does this anymore. Everything's a switch. If they set a pick, you have to switch. Terrence Mann's like, F that. I mean, at least I was taught this at Duncanville. I know I barely, didn't play like high level basketball, but you pull your ass in and you get over the top of the pick. You don't let that guy pick you. You get into the body of the person dribbling the ball, and then you scoot your ass up underneath you and you get over the top of that pick and don't let him use it. And then if you need a light hedge from your guy, you hedge. Now, they were in drop coverage. If you don't know what that means, it just means like Zubac or whoever was dropping, not hedging, which would be like you're overshooting the pick to make him go around you too. But I thought Terrence Mann, I don't like him because he's an irritant of Luka. Terrence Mann had a better game than Luka Doncic, and part of it was he was just fighting over picks like old school basketball.
What did you think then about Amir Coffey in terms of the defensive aspect? I'm not saying they were all, I give to Corey's point, I give them all credit. Tyronn Lue, whatever game plan he put together, they executed it to perfection, and their aggressiveness, their assertiveness on everything was, I don't even want to say 2 times better than the Mavs, 10 times better than the Mavs.
Yeah, I did see Kevin Sherrington. I only read the headline. I need to go read the story because he said the kid got out coached. And I don't know exactly what details he has that says that he got out coached in game 1. Now, the whole series, let's see how that plays out because that's where you make adjustments. That's where I think the coaching comes in. But if he got out coached because Tyronn Lue said, we're going into game 1 like it's game 7, then yeah, he definitely did. That whole line where, hey, we can't ease into this game, the Mavericks looked like they were easing into the series. And the Clippers looked like they wanted to make a statement immediately. The aggressive nature, the attitude about the game was the most important factor. They had it. They had all the swag. Now, some of it, Mike, is because you're on home court. You have all that to go along with it. Everybody there just cheering for you. This was one of those where the Mavs looked like they were just trying to, all right, let's see what their plan is, and then we'll figure something out from there. Maybe they got some things figured out yesterday that they can take into game 2.
And I see a lot of the feedback, and it kind of revolves around the bigs, and I definitely understand that. Horrible rebounding and blocking out yesterday from the 8-3-2, from the 2-1-4 for the first time since we got Gafford. He looked terrified to play against Zubac.
That's what I was feeling. I know Zubac said in the interview, he was like, I'm the biggest guy on the court. I need to act like it. Somebody was telling him before. They were talking to him, telling him, you need to be a force on this, and Gafford didn't look like he was ready for that.
Zubac has played in, I'm just guessing, about 30 to 40 playoff games. Gafford, first one ever.
And by the way,
He was in the Eastern Conference first round.
Oh, okay.
I just looked that up. They played against Philadelphia in 2021.
And I feel like this is probably a particularly exciting matchup for Zubac because he's like, I remember the last time.
He's been embarrassed every time against the Mavericks.
And all of that to say.
And Luka was still trying to hunt him. He was still trying to find him, and the Clippers did a really good job of not allowing it often.
And I get this from the 214. I do want to point this out. Just pointing out every home team won game 1. Let's take a chill pill and reset for game 2.
In all the sports and hockey too.
That is particularly wild. The thing I want to say about that though is it's not just that you lost, it's that you got blown out and no Kawhi. That's the other thing is the Clippers didn't have their
Heat might have
best
had a
player.
better game than you did, and they had no Jimmy Butler, and they just got off of playing 2 play-in games.
And I think I'm not saying by any means is the series over or anything like that. You lost game 1 on the road. It's just you lost it emphatically, and the Clippers didn't have their best player, who was also a phenomenal defender.
I don't know this. I'm going to bet because they won game 1, Kawhi is definitely not playing game 2. I think they're going to give him more time because that knee seems to be, at least the report on the broadcast yesterday is like, it's almost like they don't understand why it's acting up.
Just to your point, the spread has gone up a point in the last 12 hours or so. Dallas is favored by 2.5 going into tomorrow's game. So it could be better as kind of looking at that or just saying hey, I think if we're going to err, let's err on the side of he's not playing as opposed to he is. So that's just a note right there for you.
I get another question to you guys. Did y'all feel like Hardaway didn't shoot threes whenever he had a chance?
He only played 3.5 minutes or 4 minutes of the first half. Am I right about that? He didn't play a lot of minutes.
Number. I don't know the exact.
There were times where I was like, okay, he's going to the basket. He doesn't have a clue what to do other than go to the basket. He wasn't passing. Even they had a 3-on-1, and he was like, I'm still taking it to the rack.
He did show some speed a couple of times going to the basket.
Yeah, and then the ball went out of bounds. But even still, I just felt like he's, I don't know where he is mentally right now. He has to be a knockdown 3 guy for you at some point too, especially if you got to get something off the bench. He's got to be that for you. Derek Lively, I appreciate all the defensive effort he gave out there and everything that he was giving out there, but Derek Lively, we still need some more from him there too.
I hate saying this because I'm not a Tim Hardaway Jr. fan. I think he can shoot you out of a game and shoot you out of a series. That's how bad it can be. But to Corey's point, he might be able to provide some offense that I like Derek Jones Jr., but they're not guarding him.
Yeah.
They're like he went 0-4 from the field. They tried, and most of his minutes, I would say, to me, came in the first half.
I agree.
Usually he plays the first 6 minutes or 7 minutes of the game, and then you don't see him again until the start of the third quarter. But Jason Kidd went back to him, and it's like Derek Jones Jr., it's one game. And that's, to your point, it's one game. Tomorrow is going to mean a whole bunch to the Dallas Mavericks, at least I think for fans, too. Do we have a chance? But when you have Derek Jones Jr., Maxi Kleber, and Derek Lively out there.
With a lot of not shooters.
That's 3 guys you don't have to guard. You have to watch.
You're athletic.
You have to watch the role of Derek Lively.
Yeah.
Kleber, you're if you want to take 100 shots, we don't think you'll make 20 of them. They don't believe it. And they're like, if he does, we'll lose. We're fine with Maxi Kleber beating us on wide open shots. We're fine with Derek Jones Jr. beating us on wide open shots. So that's the thing is, will they stay more connected to Hardaway Jr. or will they allow him to have open looks? And could he hurt the other team? Because who else is going to hurt the other team with open 3-point looks besides Luka and Kyrie, who they're either double teaming or soft double teaming? And
it's a hot Hardaway, and that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe Exum, you hope, if he got hot, but that's a big wish and hope right there. I think we need to dive into this, probably not at this moment, but at another time, because we do talk about this a lot. We're always trying to educate the people around here from the 972. I'm sorry, but what is the difference between playoff and non-playoff basketball? And they obviously mean beyond just the where does it fall in the calendar. And I actually think that's something that we can chop up a little bit more at some point later.
The likes of James Harden and Paul George turned it on for you.
I would say real quick, just to answer it real quick, Clippers played 8 people. One of them played 13 minutes, and they blew us out.
Yeah.
Your rotation gets shrunk down to 7 guys. You're only playing 7 guys, and your main players are now going to play 40 to 43 minutes a night in close games.
The court's less open. It feels like there are quite a few.
Look at the Oklahoma City score. It was 17-17 after 1. You don't see that in the regular season.
Well, and the other thing too, was it every single timeout that Lou called, he gets points? He gets a good shot for his guys coming out of the timeout that sets up a 3. Like, that's another thing, is that dude right there, he did draw it up very well, and you're not doing that during the regular season. You're doing different things in the playoffs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dak and Jerry don't feel the QB leaving the Cowboys, but I want to know, at this point, what do you think is actually going to happen with his contract? Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
The Fan continues.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back on his right, they'll give it to Pollard. He's going to be hit from it. Oh, he kept it. He's still good running up the middle. Touchdown. Oh, he faked me out. What a great fake and an 18-yard run up the middle by Dak Prescott.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We talked about it before. I'm curious if your opinions have changed at all about what's actually going to happen with the Dak Prescott contract, because he said something interesting over the weekend at the Children's Cancer Fund Gala.
Did he?
Or do you say gala? Gala. Him and Troy Aikman were there representing the organization great as usual. And he was kind of asked about his contract and stuff, which that feels like an odd time, but that's cool. I'm not going to say I fear being here or not. I don't fear either situation, to be candid with you. I love this game, love to play, love to make myself better and my teammates around me. Right now, it's with the Dallas Cowboys. It's where I want to be, and that's where I am, and that's the focus. And after the season, we'll see if we're here and what the future looks like. And if not, we'll go from there.
How many other quarterbacks go to a children's cancer gala and have to answer questions like
it
this?
Is weird. That's
like
fair.
That's got to be the excessive frustration. Is, dude, I'm here for this,
right?
And this is what I have to deal
about
with
what
today?
We're doing for children's cancer funds.
Yeah, I'm not answering idiot. And he could have said that, right?
Yeah, he
did.
He did.
I'm not going to answer any other questions other than this. So that's there.
So the question then to go along with that is, he says, I'm not worried about it. Jerry said, I'm not worried about it. Now I realize Jerry comes from perspective of course, no one would
deadlines make deals. Yeah.
What do you think's actually going to happen now? Because this has gone way further than I thought.
Dak's going to get everything he ever wanted. Dak will get exactly what he wants.
Before the season?
I don't know when. I don't
But he
care.
will.
He's going to get his 3-year, 60 times $380 million contract, $150 million guaranteed. And I think that just call up Dak's agent right now and say, what are you hoping for? And I would say that's what he's going to get at the end of the day.
Would he get that from any other team?
Not from a lot of teams, but from some, yeah.
Somebody's going to pay him that?
So I think somebody desperate.
I could see that.
Okay.
Kirk Cousins was on ESPN last night during the Maverick game.
Did you see Jared's tweet dunking on
of course
him?
I saw Jared's tweet. I thought it was awesome.
But I just think that, yes, there would be 3 to 4 teams that would give Dak a 3-year, $180 million deal. And so if he hit the market, which nobody ever does that's good at football, then he would hit the market and get that deal. He probably would get all 180 guaranteed, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Like Aaron Rodgers had overstayed his time at Green Bay.
Sure.
But all along the while, he had a Super Bowl to sit on. He also had MVP after MVP to be like, hey, I'm the best quarterback there is right now. If I want to go somewhere else, you guys want to send me. It's costing you money. Y'all are in a bad situation. I guess, Kevin, you care a lot about the salary cap.
I do.
And and a lot of people, I keep hearing this all the time. Well, if you wait longer, it's just going to cost you more. And it seems like the Cowboys don't care about that.
With certain positions, 2 of them being quarterback and wide receiver, I definitely agree with that.
They seem to just go, well, the market's going to change anyway, so we'll just end up paying that and kicking all that money down the road. So
madness.
So that's where I don't think this is a real, hey, either you get us to the Super Bowl or we're done. We're moving on. I'm fine with that. If that's what was going to happen, I'm perfectly fine with that. I think Dak says, I have plenty of time in my career where I can continue to do that. So why do I have to do that for you if you're not going to treat me well? And you're like, well, I mean, we've treated you pretty well along this way. We've given you all these tools. All this thing keeps happening. So I do think that he performs good enough this year to keep McCarthy's job and keep his job. And then
does that look like anything in particular to you? Like, do you have a baseline for good enough? Like, I'm not disputing.
They have
that.
11 wins this year and win a playoff game. And
wait. I like the 11 win thing. What did you say after that?
You don't like the playoff? He has a couple playoff wins.
That's true.
He does have that. I mean, but I think that's about it. Like, I don't think it goes any further than 11-ish wins, and then they get to that point.
So
now does the rest of the team fall apart and they're not involved too? That's another factor that I guess we put on Dak's plate is you also have to be judged for everybody else's failures too.
It is a tough dynamic. From the 682, I kind of think this person's right, and this is one of the many reasons that we don't win high-level football games. The Cowboys won't trade Dak, but I also think they don't want him anymore. It's not just if that's true, what the hell kind of sense does that make? If you have an asset that you could get something for and you don't want to keep it around long term, get rid of the asset. Now, if you do want to keep Dak Prescott long term, then you definitely should. But if that's the case where they're like, I don't know.
Do you think Jerry is afraid of trading him and him being successful somewhere else?
I think yes.
Okay.
But Dak has to completely agree to the trade. He has a no trade clause.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I think that's one of the tough things here is
I wonder if he would, because you're right. Usually those trades will come along with a here's your new deal. So you're right about that. But I do wonder if Dak would be like, yeah, that's fine, because then I can negotiate a new deal. I don't know. But that's a fair point to bring up.
Yeah. So I get what the person's saying. I think the Cowboys know that Dak is good, not great. They'll never tell you that. Like the audience, they're never going to ever say that in a press conference or anything, but they know Dak isn't great. They know he's really good though.
Yeah.
Like they're not, he's a good quarterback in the NFL. They're never going to tell you the truth about how they feel about him. But I think that they're going to give him what he wants because I'll use a Stephen Jones thing again. At the end of the day, he's right around a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. He's right on that.
He is.
That number of 10, put him wherever you want around that number.
By the way, last week Stephen did reference he finished second in MVP. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's Stephen. He's a company man. Hired by the company.
Fair enough. And this I don't agree with at all. From the 682, Dak is not getting an extension if he doesn't make the NFC Championship game. I don't view it that way at all.
Nobody in the history of this game has ever become a free agent in Dak's situation. At 30 years old?
Because you don't consider Cousins.
No, I don't. I mean,
I'm seriously asking.
That's the closest we've gotten, right?
Yeah. In terms of a quarterback.
Matthew Stafford traded from Detroit. I mean, even recently.
Older.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers close to 40. Traded to the New York Jets. I mean, this is never, if Dak gets to free agency, real free agency, to me, I would describe it as the first time in the history of football a person like Dak at that position got to free agency.
You know, and that was something that Broadus was in the last contract. Broadus was like, what if the Cowboys are that team that bucks the trend of paying the quarterback because he hasn't done it?
Yeah.
You know, like you got lucky that you stumbled into this guy, but the Cowboys were afraid of going through the Clint Sterners and Ryan Leafs and all that to find that next guy. You don't want to go through a couple bad years in order to find the Caleb Williams, if you will, or whatever that pick is going to be that turns into the next guy. Although Kevin it looks like it's been proven consistently that first round quarterbacks are the ones that get you there. Tom Brady being the very big outlier.
He's an outlier, yeah.
And all that. So that is I think there's a lot of fear in the way that they do this.
From the 469, Jerry cut Romo, believe me, he'll let go of Dak. The issue with that is
he couldn't touch his knees.
Yeah.
Not his toes. He couldn't even touch his knees during stretching.
He also had the replacement.
Yes.
Now if Trey Lance is the replacement that Jerry was so ready to go after, hey, then there it is. It's already built in. And they do have some thoughts on Trey Lance based on the way that they looked at him before. You know, they did look at him and they graded him whenever he was coming out in the draft. So that's the reason. They had seen the play. They had already seen what it was going to take. They saw Dak Prescott come in and he took a team that was built to win right then. They had the offensive line, they had the defense, they just drafted the running back. They were built to win right then. So Jerry was like, yeah, we can move on from this because the team had bought into Dak too. Everybody was all behind Dak Prescott. And that's why they were like, okay, we can move on from Romo.
Here's the thing that I go back to. And maybe we need to phrase the question differently. We've attempted a few different times. And maybe we need to phrase a question like this with Steven. Have you guys painted yourself into a corner where you can't let Dak walk? Because once the season, this has taken longer than I thought. I honestly thought they would have had a deal done by then. But just remember, even after the season's over, he's a free agent. Let's say he goes elsewhere. You still take a huge cap hit because of him, even though he's not on your team and you didn't cut him and his contract just ran out. The way they just kept pushing the money, you're still taking, I think it's like 38, 40 million. It's a gigantic number. So I feel like the Cowboys are going to be like, well, hell, just pay him $60 million. We're going to have to pay him 40 either way. Might as well get him for $20 more million. We'll all agree Dak's worth way more than $20 million.
You sound like that's the most reality.
Yes.
And that you're not, is it resigned to it? It just sounds like it's beating you down.
It's because that's a dumb strategy. Here, we've talked about this many times. You have to decide right now. Don't tell me you're going to wait until we're all in this year. Bull crap. I do not believe that if Dak loses in the divisional round, 17-9, just like you've seen before, I fundamentally do not believe that the Cowboys will say, well, he's not good enough and we have to move on. I just don't.
I think the only way they move on is if he has a major injury. That's it. And even if they go 8-9, I think Dak still gets $180 million on a 3-year deal.
And I kind of fall on that. And if that's the case, do the deal now because you could have flattened out the number. And I know if you're like, free agency is over, people are going to get cut. People are going to get moved on. And you would be in an advantageous position compared to most teams in the league to just go pick off all of those players and be like, hey, nobody else has got money. I got money because look what we just did. You could save so much right now. If you are not going to get rid of him under most any circumstances, give him the extension now. Give him the extension now.
It is weird though, like at least Steven's approach with us has been
going nowhere in a hurry.
The results that we've got, he's 12 wins is nice.
Yeah.
12 wins a season.
Steven brought it up.
For 3 straight years is very nice. But because the extra successes haven't happened, it's not right. So their methodology, their approach, which has gotten them 12 wins a year, isn't enough to get them the playoff successes that the fans are demanding. And this is the first time in a long time that I think the fan base has been this pissed off at them. And I think I don't know that that's the difference for them.
Okay. This might be a conversation for another day. What would you say if I said the fan base is demanding and my response was, no, they're not? That's what they say, but not really, right? Because I'm one of those people. I'm not going to stop watching the Cowboys because they won't make a better big picture move because I love the Cowboys. So I'm guilty. I'm in that group of I want more playoff wins. Well, what are you going to do about it? Probably nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where most Cowboys fans are. It's like, I demand, but not really, right?
Yeah, and do you think that Jerry's sitting there going, what can they do?
Kind of.
And drinking his Johnny
100%.
Blue?
Yeah.
One of his favorite things is when people drop season tickets. It opens up the PSL.
Yeah. More
like,
money.
Sweet, more money. Drop him. He'd love for 10% of his audience to drop them that go to the games. That opens up 10% more PSLs to buy the same tickets at a higher price.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bash.
All right, overall, the road trip and Wyatt Langford, Gunnar Henderson comparison next.
Right now.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
The 1-1 is pulled high and deep into right field. Acuna going back, and he will watch it sail into the chop house. Evan Carter hits his 3rd home run of the season. A blast to straightaway right. He gets Texas on the board here at 3-1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right. Overall, 5-5 on the road trip. That's not bad when you look at who you play. Now, Houston does stink this year.
They're the worst.
Right. They only have, how many wins do they have?
7.
Yeah, but if they hadn't played the Rangers this year, is it 3?
3?
Yeah, they've won 3 games in Major League Baseball.
I think they're 3-11 against non-Rangers teams, something along those lines.
And 4-3 against the Rangers.
They've been terrible.
So I get it, because you could say, no, they stink. You did a bad job in Houston to start off this road trip. I'm not going to argue that, because they do have a bad record. But on a piece of paper, you look at Houston as a team that's been to the ALCS 7 years in a row, and you go, that's probably going to be a tough place to play before you go there. But they haven't been this year. Detroit's off to a solid start. Yeah. They're better than a lot of people think. Their offense is below average. Their pitching is above average. And so that's who Detroit is this year, it looks like. And you took 3 of 4 from there. It looked like Atlanta was probably going to sweep you, as Ozuna hit the big home run yesterday to start off the game. And you're like, well, I mean, the Braves are the favorite to win the World Series this year.
I definitely thought that was
And they look better than you. And then luckily we hear the Evan Carter home run. You had the big home run by Garcia. You also had a very scary situation when Garcia missed the fly ball in the 8th inning, and David Robertson then gave up a ground ball that, I think this is unfortunate about sometimes the shift is Simeon's so close to second base, he has to cover second in case the ball is hit anywhere, because Seager's not close to the base because he's playing Riley to pull, and Nate Lowe is the first baseman going, well, I have to cover first base. And it was like, I don't think it's anybody's fault. That's probably a hit no matter what, because it's hit so slow. But then you get that and you're just like, oh no, you start feeling like this is going to be an unlucky bad inning. But David Robertson and Kirby Yates, just like last year in a way, Will Smith, who I saw there's a report that maybe Kansas City might go, we messed up, is Will Smith was the savior last year around this time for the Rangers. Absolutely. And right now, David Robertson and Kirby Yates, they have been the savior of this bullpen. So they shut down the 8th. They shut down, and Yates shuts down the 9th. Great job. And you get one in Atlanta, and you go 5-5. I'm not saying successful, but when you go on the road, if you can play 500 all year on the road, it gives you a chance to make the playoffs. So I just wanted to go with that decent job. You had Jack Leiter make a start on the road trip. It didn't go the way that we wanted it to go. And
what did you think about the move to flip that for Owen White then?
I don't think that there was, after the way Jack pitched, I don't think you could give him another start immediately in the major leagues. Okay. And so I think that you have Jack go down. To me, he got a lesson. You talked to him a little bit more than I did. I joined the conversation a little bit later. We know that Jack Leiter's a learner. He's a smart kid. And I say kid, a young man. He's almost 24 years old. I just think that he's learning, and it's taking him a little bit longer to learn this, but his stuff is there. You saw in that first inning that it's there. It's just he's not consistent, and I think he gets a little bit too fired up on the mound.
I'm really glad you said that last part. I don't want to derail where you're going, but let me ask you a question. I know everybody in Major League Baseball, they want it, but do you think for some people that's their detriment? That's their downfall, is they want it so much that...
Yes, and I think he feels the pressure of being the number 2 overall pick. And he did get a lot of money. I mean, it wasn't like, don't take me number 2, please take me in the second round so I don't have pressure on me. I mean, but I do think that there's a lot of pressure. When you're a top 5 pick overall for a team, there's a lot of pressure put on you to be somewhat of a superstar player, and somewhat immediately. And I do think that I don't know him well at all, but he might just get down on himself really quickly. But I think that he's still going to make another 5 starts for you this year.
Yeah, he did,
and maybe more than 5 starts.
Yeah, he sounded like he got down and wanted to beat himself up after that. But yeah, I think he's going to get opportunities. Mike, I compared it to the Cody Bradford thing a lot.
He got crushed against Atlanta his first start.
He's a bridge. He gets opportunities. Maybe he's serviceable. Cody Bradford was useful playoff for an inning, here and there. So
okay, so I want to go to another top 5 pick in a draft. Right. And I want to talk about Wyatt Langford. And here's my opinion. I don't know this as a fact. It's only an opinion. I do think him being a designated hitter the majority of the games is hurting him tremendously. If you remember early on in spring training, I was like, I'm totally against this. They have to know that this could, everybody says, in the history of baseball, since the designated hitter came into effect, they're like, you don't put young kids at designated hitter unless they literally can't play the field. If they're that bad at defense, then we get it. But Wyatt Langford isn't. You see how he runs. Yes. He can go chase down fly balls if you give him the opportunity to. And I get why the Rangers are putting him at DH. He is the best option in your organization to be the designated hitter, I guess. But I do think that it is really causing him to press a little bit, because he just sits there and he watches the game. And I know that people listening right now are not radio people, as in this business. But as Kevin, I was telling you before the show, I said, can you imagine if you came in here and you did all the prep that you're going to do?
Yeah.
But they're like, every day from now on, you have the 11 o'clock segment that you get, and you have the 1 o'clock segment. Besides that, you have to just sit in here, have the microphone kind of in front of you, but it can never be turned on, and you're never going to get to talk about any of the other things. You have the 11 and the 1, and that's how you make a difference on our show.
The example that I thought of, Corey, is the first time we filled in, this is years ago, we filled in for Rage, and we did a show that was 4 hours long, and we were going to do it all week and maybe the next week. We talked 1,000,000 miles per hour because we were like, I got to get all my stuff in. I got to get this and this and this and this and this. And it just was very different than maybe our normal show.
Yeah, we had very little direction and focus for sure. And that's when Grego sat us down and said, what the F are y'all doing? Y'all are better than this.
That's a true story.
So maybe somebody can sit down with
and it's, well, for Wyatt, I do think he has to play left field. Now, Evan Carter made two tremendous plays yesterday, diving plays that if Wyatt Langford's out there, I don't know if he makes them or not.
Yeah.
It's taken Evan some time to learn left field. He was a center fielder for his whole minor league career for the most part. Played a little corner, but mostly center field. And I'm just wondering, I don't know this, when the Rangers look at Wyatt Langford and go, how big of a disservice are we doing to his offensive game by having him DH 80% of the games he's in?
Yeah, I wonder too, because the hitting doesn't look bad at all. And somebody sent in, why aren't the Rangers challenging more of these plays? And we should probably talk about that at some point. His hitting has not been that bad, but the pop is non-existent.
Yeah, and so I wanted to go to this. So Wyatt Langford, I'll give his numbers real quick, and then I'll go to Gunnar Henderson, who won Rookie of the Year last year. And if you want to pull this up for me, because I don't have it, the 2023 overall stats for Gunnar Henderson. Wyatt Langford right now is batting .241 with 3 extra base hits, 9 RBIs, and a .601 OPS. Now, we are on April 22nd. Let me click on Gunnar Henderson, who won Rookie of the Year.
I got his stuff ready to go.
And he has a chance. Gunnar Henderson literally is a top 5 candidate right now for AL MVP. Now, we're miles away from that being decided.
Yeah.
But Gunnar Henderson right now, if you were to take a vote, he would finish in the top 5 in MVP voting in the American League. What did Gunnar Henderson finish the season off last year as Rookie of the Year?
28 home runs, 82 RBIs, 255 average with an OPS of 814 and a WAR of 6.3.
Seems good.
Okay, you ready for this?
He had, by the way, in case you're curious, he had 66 extra base hits.
On April 22nd of last year, Gunnar Henderson was batting .193 with 1 home run and a .668 OPS. At the end of April, on April 30th, after the game was over at Detroit for the Baltimore Orioles, Gunnar Henderson, future Rookie of the Year in 2023. I'm not telling you Wyatt Langford's going to end up being Gunnar Henderson this year.
I like this, though.
At the end of April, he was batting .189 with a .311 slug and a .659 OPS with 2 home runs on the year. And let me count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4 RBIs. Gunnar Henderson at the end of April had 2 home runs, 4 RBIs, batting .189. Now, he was playing shortstop every day when he got called up. I do think it would help Wyatt Langford out. It might hurt the team a little bit defensively. I'm going to be honest here. I think that your best defensive outfield is Evan Carter in left, Leody Taveras in center, and Adolis Garcia in right. But I'm wondering if it could help out Wyatt Langford. It will hurt probably Leody. You would probably move Evan Carter to center field against right-handed pitchers, and Leody would now be either your designated hitter or your outfielder off the bench and go, we might think that this could help out Wyatt Langford being an outfielder instead of sitting there out of a 2.5-hour game. He literally sits on the bench 2 hours and 20 minutes of the game.
And I think Bochy is kind of like, I wish in this instance, Leody is what Leody is, and we know that. I wish that there would be some sort of separation between the two. I think if I'm Bochy, I'm hoping, Wyatt, show me you got something so I can actually make that call and pull the trigger on a move like that.
Real quick, because I know we got to go to break here. At the end of May, Gunnar Henderson had a total of 5 home runs and was batting .201 with a .702 OPS. It was a little bit better, but it wasn't until now. After I get past May, things start changing a whole bunch.
Right.
So I'm saying give Wyatt Langford time. At the same time, I'm just wondering, Chris Young, Bruce Bochy, the organization, do they go, hey, can Wyatt Langford do this being a designated hitter? Because in the history of baseball, everybody has said, and pretty much has always been right, you put a young rookie who's a very good athlete who can play defense, and you just say, you are just going to be a designated hitter. Most organizations say we can't do that to the young man.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's the reason Wyatt Langford's off to a slow start. Gunnar Henderson got off to a slow start. Right now, Jackson Holliday's off to a slow start. And so I know that Bobby Witt Jr. did not live up to expectations his rookie year.
That's true. And now he's amazing.
Right. So I would say it's going to take time. He's going to be awesome. But I do think that they have some questions right now that they don't know the exact answers to.
Man, holy cow. Jackson Holliday's off to an awful start. 1 for 30?
Yeah.
Whew. So the point is, give it time.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who is the best at being the worst? And why did this person try to break news from 30 years ago? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some wanker of the weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? Now, the very first one I saw, it is complicated. From the 812, wanker of the weekend, Ryan Garcia for missing weight and not being able to win the title in a fight he thoroughly dominated. That fight was against Devin Haney, dropped him 3 times. He won a majority decision because whoever said it was a draw should not be allowed to judge boxing matches anymore. But I could see how you would think that would make him wanker of the weekend. However, Ryan Garcia was a massive underdog in this fight, 5-1. He bet $2 million on himself to clear $10 million in profit from that fight, putting aside whatever he got for the house, the pay-per-view.
You can do that?
I guess in boxing,
bet
you
on
can.
yourself in boxing.
They even talked about it on the broadcast.
It's a weird thing. Just considering every other sport, and like, hey, I bet like Pete Rose, I bet on my team to win. You're like, well, all right, you're still expelled for life.
You're right.
Banned for life. I'm sorry.
It is complicated.
What's the difference? What's the difference between expelled and banned? Is expelled only school?
Expelled sounds better.
Sounds better in terms of it's classier.
You're banned.
Okay.
Yeah, like you're banned. Expelled feels like you'll get back there at some point. I don't know.
All right, English majors.
Let's see.
They're probably synonyms, right?
Figure this out. Now, in the meantime, while we seek that out, I want to take you to Mike Florio. I want to know if you think he is the wanker of the weekend for this is so weird. The declarative statement that he put up a story about this on Saturday. ESPN's O.J. Simpson documentary leaves no doubt he did it.
Oh my God.
Oh, really? They put out a new documentary after he died?
No, they didn't. And that's a great point. I think it was Landry Locker who quote tweeted that and be like, oh, huge get for Florio if this is true. So this happened in 1994. The documentary about that came out 8 years ago.
He just watched it.
I just assuming it's because O.J. Simpson died, but even that happened earlier in the week. And plus, he's a lawyer. It feels weird to be like, no, I can definitively tell you, I watched the documentary, even though I'm a lawyer, and the criminal justice system said, no, you're good. Mm-hmm. He goes, I watched what he said about his shoes. Guilty. By the way, that's the reason.
Because the shoes?
Yeah, the Bruno Maglio shoes. He goes, those are some ugly ass shoes. I would never wear them. And then you saw him in a NBC pre-show wearing those exact shoes, and he's guilty.
Because of that? That's why?
8 years after that documentary came out.
All right.
That's weird.
I totally get he just recently passed away, so I'm gonna revisit this documentary. I get that. You guys talk all the time about the card industry and how whenever somebody dies, their cards go up in value or whatever. So I can totally see that. And he was just trying to make a topic. He was just trying to be topical with his Twitter.
I don't think O.J. Simpson's cards, though, just for this. I don't think O.J. Simpson's cards, even though I'm not looking to buy any of his stuff, I bet his cards didn't go up after he died. I don't know. I honestly am not. I hate saying this, but Willie Mays is probably going to be the next superstar hero of sports to pass. His cards will probably go up like 5 to 15% because he'll be in the news.
Mike, I can tell you I did get a couple DMs. I was like, do you know anybody who wants to purchase vintage O.J. Simpson cards after he died? I was like, I'll ask.
Oh, it's up 94%.
What?
Yeah.
You can get them
92%.
You can get them for a killer price, I heard.
Look at Chris.
That's Chris.
I see what you're doing there. Man, he was excited about that. Allegedly.
Where did you see this?
Allegedly.
Getcardbase.com/OJ Simpson. It's a beta.
Okay. I haven't heard I haven't heard of this before.
I like it.
It says it right here. It says getcardbase.com and it says the number. It says, their index change has gone up 92.4%.
I like it. This is just super weird timing to me because he didn't even put it out like on Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever. It's like, no. I'm gonna wait until Saturday. Which was 420. So I don't know. I don't know if those two things are related.
Probably
or not.
so. This is again one of the problems with social media. That's a thing that he could have just said out loud and left it at that. He could reserve that for his house parties. He could reserve it for next time he's in a conversation. He didn't have to do that. I'm not calling him wanker of the weekend for that.
I think I am. I'm also not a Florio fan. So
you're looking for reasons.
I will admit, if I was a juror, I would get thrown off the Florio jury because they're like, do you have any bias or preconceived notions? I'd be like, yes, I do.
Don't like that lawyer.
Yeah, get him out of here.
Okay, O.J. Simpson's rookie card has kind of gone up in price.
Oh my gosh!
I'm just looking at like market movers and stuff and looking at recent sales, and I'm like, well, his cards are up about
20-25%.
Well,
I'll send you a link to getcards.com.
There you go.
So,
I still want to know more about what getcards.base or whatever you said it was has to say about all of
Getcardbase.com.
Yeah.
/OJ Simpson.
The O.J. Simpson cards, I guess, are. I do not think that you should.
It says it.
Yeah. Good for Mike Florio for really being on the cutting edge of things that happened 8 years ago. All right, let's go from that to this has been around for a while, but it came up again this weekend, and I'm just curious how often y'all have seen this. Did you see for the Guardians, Josh Naylor, how he celebrated his home run?
Maybe I did, but I'm forgetting.
He smashed the bat across his helmet instead of flipping the bat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it went like this?
Yeah. I just...
Don't do that. It'll give you concussion.
But that feels like I've seen other people do that before.
Bo Jackson, when he broke the bat over his head.
It's still one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life.
He just put it on his head and then just pulled down.
He just needed leverage so he could do it with his arms.
Their manager said, that's Josh Naylor, man. Obviously, he's emotional and charismatic. As long as he didn't concuss himself, I'm all right. But that does feel like a dangerous thing to just, even if with your helmet on, just smash the bat against your helmet.
Yeah, it hurts.
I'm with you.
So
I can't remember who did this, but they had like a negative moment and like hit the bat on their head like 2 or 3 times. Now he had a helmet on, not
still.
But I'm like, that he needs to go to a therapist. Like, you can throw fits, but when you start banging when you start taking a bat and banging your head, like something's wrong. Something's more wrong.
Yeah, you don't do that to yourself.
You should not.
You need to talk to somebody.
And what did his brother Bo say?
Bo Naylor?
He's on the team.
Yeah.
Their brothers on the same team.
I have not seen it.
They're good at baseball.
Is Bo crazy like that too? Or he's like, that's the crazy brother?
I'll look into that. I'm honestly
He's like,
not
when we were growing
sure.
up, he used to hit me with the bat. So,
And for a minute, I admit I thought you were doing a bit. When you said, what did this brother Bo say? I thought you were going a different direction.
No,
yes.
his brother's on the Cleveland. And they actually have another brother. He might have made the major leagues already, but he's like on the cusp of it.
Miles
Naylor?
I think he's on his way.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in the minor leagues.
Okay.
He's 19.
Now, from the 4-3-2, this is an interesting question. Are we wankers of the weekend for playing producer roulette? And we have gone through some.
This is not on us.
Am I the fourth? I'm like the fourth in the past month.
Well, and it's Reggie's birthday today, right?
That is true.
Happy birthday, Reggie. Turning
Yeah, hopefully you took your
32
driver's test or whatever. And
Yeah, hopefully by now
went to the
you've taken
2-hour
your driver's test.
Did the 2-hour online thing.
I will say this, and a lot of people on the YouTube saying OJ did it. I will say this.
I'm not disputing that. It's just that's a weird story to come out with. Like, if you think he did it, if you think he didn't, that's just weird timing to be like, I rewatched this documentary that came out 8 years ago. He did it.
When it comes to our producers,
You think when OJ died and he like had, his questioning, let's say? Yeah. Well, I think you just sit there.
like
and
at
you're
the
just
pearly gates, or just okay.
I don't know which gates he was at.
Not by his
Well,
relatives.
you go to the pearly gates and they either let you in or not. So
you
that's
think they pull the handle and you
yeah,
go,
that's what I've always assumed. Yeah.
But do you think he's like, all right,
Send them back to Buffalo.
It feels like a bold strategy to lie to St. Peter. He's like, hey, let me open up the book of your life. And you're like, oh crap. Yeah, maybe.
That one time.
Yeah.
You're just like, that one time.
2.
Yes, Mike. I know there were 2 people. Never mind. I actually have
regarding our
logistical questions.
Regarding our producer roulette. First off, I just want to point out that every producer we put back there,
Rigo went to a whole nother city.
He got an amazing job in Laredo. Every person that gets on that board for us,
True.
And it's true.
gets better every day that they're on the board with us. Chris strong efforts.
At one point, we had an Australian, I think, like years ago.
He is still with this cluster station.
What's his name?
He's on a different station, but yeah, he's with us. Cam, right?
Or is it Liam? Ian?
Liam, yeah, because
Ian.
I think of Neeson.
Ian.
It's one of those.
It's like that. It's close.
It's a
We'll
British
never see
name.
him.
And by the way,
It's
Chris
a name from across the
Chris
pond.
won't be our producer tomorrow either.
Yeah, no, I expect.
Wow.
I expect.
Where's Alec? Where's Upside Down Dallas?
Yeah,
That could be him either.
I
Roulette,
expect.
baby.
Who's it going to be tomorrow?
Reggie.
Okay, all right.
Oh, because the Rangers play a home game at 7:00.
Yes.
Don't
More or
blame
less.
us. It is just it's part of the
culture.
We like all the people we work with.
Is it Camfield, by the way? Camfield? Australian?
Yeah, but it's Ian. Is it Ian Camfield?
I don't
Is his
know.
name just Cam Field?
Maybe I'm off about that. Help us out, people.
Yeah.
All right.
Shout out Rigo. That's
Yeah,
not
he did.
Rigo. No, they said with that sick ass sweater. That's Chris Strong.
Rigo got a TV job.
I do like that sweater though. Does Mike need a sweater for tonight's match?
Yeah, Hockey Mike. You have a jersey at all?
Just wear the Hockey Mike shirt.
Oh,
It's a hoodie. I guess I could. It's cool enough today. 72. It's going to be a beautiful day in the Metroplex.
And
Enjoy it.
You need to go straight there because it's 7 o'clock puck drop. You know.
No, it's not. It's 8:30.
8:30. You're right.
Look at that. He was testing
Is he
you.
trying to fool me?
He was testing you to see.
He was testing you.
Look at you, man. Hockey Mike's not going to get fooled today.
In fact, I know it's the second game on ESPN tonight,
So it's probably really.
and that's like probably 8:45
Yeah.
puck drop. I've been to enough Maverick playoff games where you're like, these stupid East Coast playoff games are screwing us over right now. And I think Boston's the first game at 6 o'clock. See?
Yes.
I don't even have that pulled up. I'm looking at my fantasy baseball team right now.
Glad we have most of your attention.
Picked up Bryce Elder. He's making his first start for the Braves tonight.
Man, from the 817 for the longest time, I thought Canfield was saying Count Phil. And there are a lot of people who definitely remember.
Reggie texted
this
me and
era.
said, SMH, y'all don't remember Ian Canfield, and then corrected it and said Camfield.
See, come on.
So whose
He still
egg is on that
works
face,
in this
Reginald?
building,
Yeah.
too.
And he did an interview with Blue October, I believe.
That's true.
Recently.
What did they sing?
Hate me today. That's one of them. Oh, Kevin, they sing the song that Adrian and I danced to as our first song ever, our first dance song for our marriage. And I have it printed on a piece of like aluminum in my bathroom hanging up.
That sentence took us on a ride. I thought you were going to say the first time you ever danced with her, but then you said it was the first time you ever danced with her at your wedding?
At our wedding, yes.
You never danced with your wife before then?
I did. High school prom. I took her to my prom and her prom and homecomings.
So it was the first song at your wedding?
At my wedding. Our first dance. You know, you have your first
You played
dance.
Blue. I've never even heard
It's
of Blue
18th
October.
Floor Balcony. It's a song. I think it's about drugs, but even still,
makes sense.
we talked. It was our song.
Hey, real quick.
You did the Darth Vader thing.
That is true.
Dude, I need to talk to you about that,
All right.
by the way.
Oh, okay.
What's next?
People are asking which pluckers we're going to be at on Thursday. Mike?
Dallas?
You're going to be in Dallas. We'll get you more specifics. Corey has tweeted out the entire list. Corey, you will be in Addison.
Yep.
I'll be in Allen at Pluckers. So it's a lot of fun. Come hang out with us. Be a GM. Look, we're going to talk about this probably again later in the week. I need you to come to Allen if you know anything about football. Because last year, the guy who got the #1 pick said it's going to be C.J. Stroud. And I'm
He was
like,
right. He should have been right.
Should have been.
He should have been the general manager of the Panthers.
But I was like, but it's not. So you should not pick him. He's like, I'm telling you, I got a feeling. Everybody gets the first pick right. Our Pluckers was probably the only one who was like, no, it's wrong.
I think my Pluckers got the most right last year.
We did terrible.
I don't know how they did it.
I think as you're in Dallas, we should just pick them all wrong.
The Cowboys pick right a lot of times with their draft picks.
Yeah.
Fair.
I think they should take a player from Michigan. That worked out well.
Oh, God. All right.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
They don't
Right
even,
here.
They don't even pay their bill for their whatever U-Haul thing that they leave in Michigan.
Yes.
The
His
garage
storage unit.
Storage unit.
His U-Haul thing. Coming up next. would you consider, would the Rangers be better off with John Gray in the bullpen? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
0-2. Here he comes home. Strike 3 called. Fastball at the top of the zone. No complaining by Riley. That pitch was firmly in there. So Graves faced 3 batters. He struck them all out.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Would the Rangers be better off with John Gray in the bullpen? 877-881-1053, franklinfirm.com. Text line if we want to discuss. Also, in case you missed some of the happenings, the Clippers beat the Mavericks 109-97 to open the playoffs.
When?
Well, it was yesterday.
About 4 minutes into the game.
In a game that was not as close
There's
as
44
the score
minutes of this
would indicate. And then Stars get the playoffs started this evening, probably more likely at about 8:45, 8:50.
I'll be there. Is it on? I honestly don't know this. I've never been to a hockey playoff game. So I really wanted to go, and I got the text message from a buddy of mine who's a big hockey fan. Now, he's from the Boston area. He's a big Bruins fan, but loves the Stars because they're not rivals at all. So he kind of has 2 hockey teams that he follows, and so I'm getting to go with him and a few other friends.
It's on ESPN tonight, I believe.
Yeah, but is it not on Bally's? Like, you know how
No.
Bally's is covering the Mavs first round too, so you can watch the national broadcast or the Bally's broadcast?
I do not believe it is.
Okay.
I think it's just this one.
Okay.
Now,
ESPN, let's do it.
This is my question about John Gray. Now, the question can be brought up anyway.
I think this is a great question.
Nate Eovaldi said something the other day that I was like, ooh, that's interesting. He said, John threw the ball outstanding tonight. I feel like he's a different animal when he comes out of the bullpen and was able to attack those guys. It's that part in particular. You can look at the results, or you could look at last year when clearly he came up huge in a relief appearance.
After Scherzer hurt his back,
yes.
right? Yeah.
I mean, his performance there was unbelievable. But when Eovaldi said that, it just, I know we've kind of talked about that a little bit here and there. Do you think that perhaps John Gray would be better served coming out of the bullpen? Because this also kind of ties into the fact that we are really close to Max Scherzer time again.
In a way, yes. I don't know if John Gray wants to be a reliever. Now, his contract doesn't change. The one thing is when you have in baseball, it's fully guaranteed. He signed a 4-year, $60 million contract with the Rangers. This is the 3rd year of the 4 years. He's going to get paid $15 million this year and $15 million next year, no matter what his role is. Now, it would be different if he went into free agency after next year if he's been a reliever for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But I will say this. That was so impressive, and it was against one of the best lineups in baseball. He wasn't striking out let's say, and they don't have, the Braves are like the Rangers when the Rangers are really on offensively. 1 through 9 is tough. They don't have, like Detroit, 7, 8, 9. Like, we could total up their batting averages, and it barely got to 300. And that's not the case with the Braves. But he went after Acuna and Riley and Olsen and Azuna. I mean, he was great. So, yes, I do think that he might be better suited because of that wipeout slider that he has and the command that he showed out of the pen. I just don't know, Corey, how willing he is, because I don't think he wants to. And
Can I ask y'all a question
and then
about
how
that?
consistent can he be doing that? Because it was unbelievable.
Okay, I want to get back to the second part of that question. First part of the question, how does that go with, I appreciate what you're saying, I hear your thoughts, this is what the team needs, you're going into the bullpen?
I mean, that's where Bochy has a pretty good way of...
True.
You just kind of, you accept your role if you want to be on this team and be part of the winner. And Bochy's whole perspective is, I want to win today. And if John Gray gives me the opportunity to win today, I'm going to put him in this situation because I think he can do it. His confidence, I think it might be better for him having shorter outings, not having the weight of the world on him to go out there and be the guy for 6 innings.
Yeah.
Like it's the perfect spot for him. And again, I do think you saw in the playoffs and World Series, he didn't get like a, hey, let's sit down and talk about this. He was sent off. And if you can be helpful to us, we'll put you in.
Yeah.
And then he was in the World Series. He pitched a beautiful. Was it 2 innings?
I think 3.
Yeah. 3. Yeah. He was beautiful. So I think
Scherzer went 3, then he went 3. I think.
I don't know how much ego John Gray has though. That's the thing. I think
we all have an ego, right? And he obviously has an ego big enough to get $60 million in a way. And I remember asking my agent. He has Kyle Freeland as one of his clients, and I didn't know a lot about John Gray. I knew who he was, but I was like, I'm not watching Colorado Rockies baseball. So help me out with John Gray, as the Rangers signed him to a free agent contract going into the 22 season. And he said, man, you just never know game to game what you're going to get from him. There's games where he looks like an all-star, and then there's games where he just can't really give you that opportunity to win the game.
Yeah.
And that's been John Gray as a Texas Ranger. There's been some awesome starts where he's totally dominant. And then there's other games where you're just like, gosh, what happened to the John Gray we've seen the last 2 starts? And now the good thing is he did pitch well in Detroit, and he pitched well against Oakland. So his 2 starts leading up to this relief appearance were solid. I'm not saying they were unbelievable and awesome, but they were solid. So he's had 3 now quality appearances, 2 as a starter, 1 as a reliever. I'm going to throw this question back at you, Kevin.
Okay.
Right now, if you put him into the bullpen today, let's say the rest of the year, you're just going to the bullpen. We just think you're going to be so valuable in kind of that 5th to 7th inning role in that category. Maybe pick up 3 or 4 innings if we need to because a starter really struggles in a game. Who are your 5 starters before Scherzer gets back?
Yeah, because I guess then you stick it out with Heaney.
Well, go top to bottom if you can, because it'll make it easier.
Okay, fair enough. So obviously you're sticking with Evaldi, and then Dunning.
Yeah, I like what you're doing so far.
And then
you like Dane Dunning, huh?
I
Lorenzen's been his
Dane
first
Dunning
2 starts have been solid.
I would go Lorenzen from there. Then Heaney, because you still got about 2.5 weeks you got to kill. Right?
Are you feeling like Heaney is bullpen day?
He's always been a high pitch guy. As in, he's going to throw 20 pitches per inning. On average, he's going to get through 4 innings at about 80 pitches. That's about his deal. So you're hoping to get that 5th inning out of him before he gets to 100 pitches, before he kind of wears out. So you do know, in a Heaney start, you're probably going to have to pick up 3 to 5 innings out of your pen.
And how long is Bradford out?
A while.
Yeah. And even on the best case scenario for
probably
Scherzer,
will be back before Bradford, but I don't know that for a fact.
But you're probably still 2.5 weeks away from Scherzer. And then I'm just curious, like, because you're going to go Owen White next. Like, I would assume he gets. Is he not? So he's not going to get a start. He's just going to go into the bullpen.
He was warming up Saturday night when Pruitt gave up the home run and struggled in the 8th inning. I was like, from my perspective, I was like, the game's over. You just have to. You don't waste any more guys. But to your point,
does he
Dunning's pitching Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It's right now. Probables are Dunning, Gray, Heaney in that order.
Okay.
So that's according to MLB.com.
So I think I wanted you to kind of give that, because I also wanted to kind of hear what you had to say there. I just wonder, and you never know what's going to happen 2 to 3 weeks from now, if everybody's still going to be healthy in your rotation, and where Bradford is at in his rehabbing his back. I do think Gray might fit better as that dude throwing mid-90s with a great slider. He had great command the other day out of your bullpen for a championship team. But I think he has to start until you get a little healthier.
Any of these other middle to long relievers look like they deserve a start, like the Urena or
he seems like he's a max effort guy.
Yeah.
Now, I know a lot of starting pitchers now are max effort guys too. I guess I'm looking at
that was something you were pulling for like before the season.
And I know he had one rough relief outing, but I feel like he's been pretty good outside of that. Like, he had the Houston game, which not good, but outside of that, he's been very good.
Let's play the world of everybody's healthy.
All right.
I'm going to get you to August 1st. The perfect scenario for the Rangers, and I'm talking perfect.
Yeah.
DeGrom has come back. Max Scherzer's been healthy and staying healthy. Evaldi made the All-Star team and is pitching great. Malley's in your rotation, and he's a solid guy. And I guess Dane Dunning is your other?
Yes.
So John Gray's a bullpen guy. That's a perfect world, which usually never happens in a season. So I do think that if you're completely and totally healthy, your bullpen would be, by the way, you can't say enough great things about Kirby Yates. He has been one of the best closers in the game since he's asked to do that role. Robertson, Leclerc, Spores, and then you would have John Gray, possibly Latz. Jonathan Hernandez, I'm still up in the coin flip on if he's going to come back and be good, but I know he had a good outing his last, you call it rehab because he's still on the 40-man and on the injured list, but he had a really nice outing, so I don't know if Jonathan Hernandez is in there. And then you have Urena as another long guy. That sounds a lot better than what at times the Rangers are having to deal with all the injuries, but that's the perfect world Rangers.
I'm intrigued by the concept of giving Urena a start. Here's why. And look, I will admit I am taking out the Houston game, and that's not the way the world works. I understand that because he did not do well in that Houston game whatsoever. Rest of the season, 14 innings pitched with 5 hits given up, 12 strikeouts versus 5 walks. Now, obviously, that strikeout to walk ratio might not be exactly.
Did you hear Boch get really ticked at the walks after the Friday night loss? I believe I didn't know this, and I haven't checked it, but they are 4th worst in Major League Baseball in walks allowed as a staff.
It has not been good, but so because of that, I think I would be intrigued by the idea of seeing him get a start, maybe Owen White. But I realize the Rangers wouldn't look at this and go, hey, we're going to put John Gray in the bullpen so we can spot start a whole bunch of folks until Scherzer gets ready. I realize, so I'm just thinking maybe in 3 weeks, do they take a look at this and be like,
I do. I think that if you're healthy, if you're completely healthy with Max Scherzer coming back and maybe Cody Bradford on the horizon or very close, then I do think John Gray could pop back. By the way, with Latz, I'm not saying no, but we forgot to throw Heaney into the bullpen too.
Yes, yeah, we did, and that's a hard throw lefty there too.
Then all of a sudden it gets different.
I will say this though, Kevin. Somebody should probably ask Boch a question like that coming up soon. I don't know when the next opportunity might be.
Perhaps Wednesday on the show, do you suppose?
We'll have Boch on Wednesday. Maybe we can ask him his thoughts on this.
Did Boch do the morning show the other day?
He did.
Oh, man. Were you guys
jealous?
Butt hurt?
Oh, so much.
No, also, I like to talk to him.
We also got to leave a lot earlier, so it was kind of a trade-off,
That's true.
But I mean, usually whenever we're talking to Boch, doesn't he say something along the lines of, Maddox and I are sitting here talking about that right now, and it seems like he's having a lot more meetings.
I had a nice Saturday conversation with Boch, talking a little Brooks and Dunn.
Oh, did you?
Nice.
Because they're playing tonight at the Rangers Gala.
Yeah.
He's a big Brooks and Dunn fan.
Very nice. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Caleb Williams has big goals, but what is his bust potential?
He has big what?
Goals.
Okay.
We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
I'm Pete Thompson. This Saturday on the Consumer Team, Brian Remington from the On Time Experts tells us why a second opinion is vital before you repair or replace.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Snap, play action, back to pass. Williams looks end zone, throws end zone. Great Stoops! Wow! Oh, mama! Ha-ha! Touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece.
That's like what the Mavericks scored yesterday in the second quarter, a touchdown, and they went for 2 and got it.
They did. They did. We'll get back around to the Mavericks in just a little bit after a crushing Game 1 defeat against the Clippers.
Thank God they only count for 1.
That's a good point.
So we should
and it's not
probably be
aggregate scoring.
Yeah, we should be down 0-2 in this series.
It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Oh, man, it's draft week, 24th pick. How many first-round picks are we going to get this year?
I really do like the concept of playing just 7 games and whatever the points are at the end of the series.
Well, then that third and fourth quarter ended up being huge for the Mavs.
Yeah, they would have not played. The Clippers would have played a little bit stronger in the second half. Very soccer-like, right? That's how soccer works?
Yes.
Champions League?
Yes.
Oh, you soccered us too good last time.
I don't know if that is the exact phrase, but something along those lines. What do you think about, speaking of phrasing, what do you think about Mike Tomlin setting up for the draft? He said...
Take a quarterback, right?
Well, what
they only have Russell Wilson and Fields?
He said specifically...
Another one.
Yep.
After free agency, they aren't, quote, overly thirsty to address any particular area.
That's why, dude. That's why he gets players to play for him.
He's the best.
He's connected. He's not a guy who's like, hey, I wear these khaki pants and this blue shirt all the time.
Black and gold, probably.
Yeah, probably so. He is connected to what his players are thinking.
They have 4 picks in the first 3 rounds.
We still use thirsty, right?
What do you use it for?
Yeah, like I'm thirsty.
Like a Thirsty Thursday for the G-Bag Nation? Do you ever use it in another context?
Parched. I'm parched.
But any other context?
So one night I was at a Stars game, and there was a guy sitting 2 rows in front of me.
You look like you have a Stars hat on, by the way.
It does kind of look like it's a Bryan Adams baseball hat.
Or South Lake Carroll.
But he had his video camera out. This is before like our cell phones were really good at videos.
Yes.
So he had a video camera, and every time the Stars Ice Girls would come out, he would like zoom in on them.
Oh no.
And I was like,
who did this?
This guy that was sitting in front of me at a Stars game one night. That would be thirsty,
that's not
right?
good.
Like that would be an example of being thirsty.
That's...
They have shovels. They don't have cases of beer.
It's not good.
Yeah, Mike, he didn't want to drink any beer.
Are you kidding
from
me?
them.
That's...
Adrian.
Oh, that's not
How
great.
many people now go to games and wait for the concession person to walk their aisle rather than go up and get the
I could see
item?
that. Probably a pretty decent amount.
All right, what's the next football nugget?
Okay. Let's go from that to...
Did you want more thirsty talk? Is that
No,
what you're asking
no.
us
You're
to do?
saying the Steelers aren't thirsty for any positions.
No,
they
I
can
started
draft
to
all
think
of
about
them.
another hockey story and
They
whether
need
or
their
not I
thirst
should
aid?
tell it,
Don't
and
tell
I
it.
decided not
This
to.
is football.
Hey, let's talk about Caleb Williams.
First pick. I'm guessing it right now. I'm getting the cheddar balls. The macaroni and cheese, fried cheese thing.
At Pluckers,
That's
yes.
good, yeah.
This is. I need to make a bet on this, right? I need to bet all my money. It's as much of a lock as Mayweather McGregor.
How much money do you have?
Ooh, he
Liquid?
does live in Plano.
Yeah.
$4,000.
$4,000?
That's a lot of alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like liquid.
You can bet all $4,000 of that on Caleb Williams being the first pick, and I think you'll get back about $40
All right.
in profit.
$400,000.
Then $4,000 in profit.
That's
What a waste of time.
Wow, $4,000 is a lot of money
For $400,000. I mean,
for $400,000.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Thursday afternoon. I don't even know. The draft's in Detroit. The reason I know that is we drove by and I was like, oh my gosh, Detroit really supports all these other football teams really well with all these signs. And then they drove past Lions Stadium, Ford Stadium Field, and it said draft these dates. And I was like, oh, they're hosting it here. Good for them. And then I just thought to myself, what are the Rangers going to do?
In the draft?
So the point was,
I moved forward. Then we got the Tiger Stadium, where they call it Comerica Stadium Park.
Caleb Williams.
Oh yeah. If he slips, I know where I was going. If like Caleb Williams slips, or he finds a prostitute Wednesday night, but it's a cop, and that's happened. Ask that Robinson guy for the Atlanta Falcons.
Is that Eugene Robinson?
Yeah. Like, let me ask you this: if you have the number one pick, you're the Chicago Bears.
Yep.
The number one pick accidentally gets a prostitute that's a cop. Do you still draft him number one 12 to 24 hours later?
Yeah. He's the number one pick.
I think so.
Yeah.
He does a line of coke and gets caught buying the coke from a cop.
I thought you were really,
like on video?
Didn't you think he was going to say from the prostitute? I thought for sure he was going to say he bought the coke.
I'm seeing what line this would be that Caleb Williams doesn't go number one.
I think I'm gonna try to trade out.
Do you think teams would be really giving you a lot?
I don't know.
Here's the thing.
Coked out on the draft night.
In this instance, somebody still drafted him.
So he's going number one no matter what.
Somebody's still drafted him.
I think you're right.
If you don't take him one, somebody's taking him two.
And here's why he has big goals, Mike. Do you think, this is going to be a tough question, will Caleb Williams reach these goals? His two goals are A, to spend his entire career with the Bears, and B, try to match or surpass Tom Brady's Super Bowl record.
The second one will never happen. The first one has more of a possibility, but still small, because I'm going to be honest. I can't even tell you the last quarterback the Bears had that stayed with their team for their franchise. Even the great Jim McMahon had to move on.
Yeah, he did.
And he wasn't great. But I don't know. I mean, maybe Rex Grossman was only there, and all 31 of their teams said no after it was over there. But
Jay Cutler was traded.
He went to Denver, right?
Well, he was traded from Denver to them. But he was there from 10 to 15.
And then married Beverly Hills girl.
Yeah, dude, there's no history.
Divorced.
There's zero history there, man.
It's
Jim Harbaugh.
He played for other teams, right?
Oh, yeah.
What is the bust potential of Caleb Williams? Because Bleacher Report kind of put together like bust potential percentages for all of the potential first-round quarterbacks.
This isn't fair to you, but I'm going to throw this out. What does bust mean to you? Like, I think everybody has a different definition, because people would say right now Trevor Lawrence is a bust.
Yeah, I would say Jackson Holiday right now is a bust. Wyatt Langford is working his way through the league.
But
multiple playoff
people will tell me that
multiple
Andrew Luck was a bust.
Ooh, that...
I will say, oh man, that's interesting.
You're the number one pick.
Andrew Luck did not live up to the hype.
I
for
agree
me.
with that.
Was Drew Bledsoe a bust?
He didn't win a Super
His first
Bowl.
team that he got drafted by in this fourth year. His fourth year, he went to the Super Bowl with that team. That was literally the worst team. They didn't trade to number one.
Then he got Tom Brady to the Super Bowl, but we pretend that Brady somehow deserves all that credit.
So I don't.
Multiple Pro Bowls, multiple playoff wins, multiple double-digit win seasons. Which even that's probably going to be too soft of a standard for some folks.
I will say there's a 25% chance he's a bust.
Bleacher Report put Caleb Williams at only 10%. Michael Penix Jr., 65% they think is likelihood he's going to be a bust. Bo Nix, 75% likelihood of being a bust. JJ McCarthy, 51% being a bust. Drake May, only 33%.
The JJ McCarthy thing's really funny to me, because
if you finish off
only
those
33%,
if you finish off those three,
for Drake May,
if you put backwards threes on top of those threes, then you get the percentage.
88.
He's trying to say, okay, I thought you were trying to say 99. That makes more sense. I'm done.
It's in because you said only 33 on the guy that you're expecting to go number 2 is a pretty big number.
Yeah, that's fair.
But the JJ McCarthy, you said 51, which is exactly how most of the country feels about JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
It's split.
Yeah,
it is. I gotta vote for
Just tell
somebody.
me what Mac Jones' bust factor was when he got drafted from Alabama, and
And
that
you
should
think
be the
it'll match
same.
it? Jaden Daniels, by the way, 20% bust likelihood per Bleacher Report.
I think it should be higher for Caleb and Drake May, and this isn't fair to them, but because it's the Bears and the Washingtons, I think that your percentage has to go up 15% because of the organization drafting you. Now, maybe Washington's different now, new ownership and everything, but those teams have proven for 3 decades that they will screw you up tremendously if you get drafted as their quarterback.
Since we were talking earlier about the prospect of putting a lot of money to not win much money, y'all's favorite, LaShawn McCoy, he also bet on the Ryan Garcia-Devin Haney fight. He put down $250,000 to win $25,000. He bet on Devin Haney, who is a minus 1,000. Devin Haney, of course, lost that fight.
Oh, wow.
So Shady can say goodbye to that $250,000. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, puck around and find out. Stars beginning the playoffs and how many top 50 players in the playoffs do they have? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to puck around and find out because the Stars are beginning the playoffs tonight against Vegas, theoretically at 8:30, realistically 8:45, 8:50, we think.
I'm going to leave the house at 7:30.
Okay.
Oh man,
that gives me plenty of time.
You live close, yeah. 7:30 for you, Kevin.
Okay.
That's like
Yeah, I'm not gonna make.
That's a journey.
It takes
right there.
me about 10 minutes from my house to park.
Oh, okay, great.
So
nice.
it's a little bit of a long walk. I park way past like the Hooters and what's that other place?
Dick's.
Joe's Dick's. Yeah.
Last resort, Kevin.
So yeah, it's a walk. Takes me 10 minutes to walk from where I park.
Okay.
And it's nice weather, so it's not like you're going to have swamp butt or anything like that when you get there. So that's a good thing. That's positive.
That's nice.
I did want to add this to the conversation, Kevin, because I think this is fantastic stuff. And always the inner workings, the dynamics of couples that have different allegiances. I've always wondered how this goes. And Blake, or at Mr. Carter B on Twitter, messaged us this morning and said, I may be getting a divorce after round one of the Stars playoffs.
No.
Wife is a Knights fan, born and raised in Vegas. She's getting full heel me this series. I had to hear it's your Golden Knights one too many times. It's time. And then he sent us a screenshot. It's game day, bum. That's what he said to his wife.
Oh,
and she just replied, game day. And he said, you're the enemy. Let's go Stars. And she said, Blake, they suck. We hold the championship. Make sure to eat that chicken and pasta tonight. And he said, make sure to hold your fat L when those bum Knights lose. It's happening. I'm letting you know all about it. And this is my favorite thing. I'm keeping track of how things go throughout their marriage from now on.
That is so contentious. My wife does not have strong sports opinions.
To
get involved.
Yeah, my wife she's like, oh, who's playing? Is it the playoffs yet? That's how it always is. If I'm watching a basketball game, regular season, middle of the year, she's like, is it playoffs yet?
Our country music star Casey Donahue will be cheering on the Stars tonight. Not no Vegas Knights.
Last night, my wife was going to bed and she was in the other room and I heard them singing the national anthem. And I said, are you watching the beginning of a sporting event? She goes, I think it's hockey. And then they started singing Oh Canada. And I was like, okay, are you watching Vancouver? And then I started singing some of the lyrics. And she goes, why do you know the lyrics to Oh Canada?
Oh Canada.
That's a fair question.
The queen is also our queen.
Okay, so help me out here.
Stand on guard.
Vegas stunk in the regular season for the first time in a long time. For the first time ever, right?
Particularly in the second half, because early in the season, they looked outstanding.
I know that I'm getting maybe to y'all's prediction quicker than maybe you want to, but I had Mavs in 6. I know I didn't say that Friday, but obviously when they lost by 300 points, I'm still taking the Mavs in 6. So where are you guys at on the Stars? Because it feels like when you're the 1 seed versus the team that barely made the playoffs, it feels like you should win in 5.
Okay, I have them in 5. But I have Kevin has them in 6.
But if you would have gotten the Kings, I think you could have swept.
I had the Mavs in 6 and the Stars in 5 last week. And I'm still in this mindset that the Stars are out to punish right now. And I know the Knights kind of got all the pieces back together. But as we talked with Brian Ray the other day, it takes some time whenever you get all your pieces back together to get that chemistry back a little bit. And I think they're going to struggle with that because the Stars are going to force it. So that's why I just have the Stars in a completely different mindset than they were last year.
I have Stars in 7, and I hope I'm wrong.
Is the concern the physicality that Vegas can bring to the table?
And I'm probably really wrong on this because I think people have told me that follow hockey way more than I do that this isn't the same Knights team. They don't have really the same roster. But I just saw them take us apart last year in the playoffs, and I just think the Stars are going to prevail. They're going to get to the second round. I think they have a great chance to play our Rangers in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Right.
It's with an S, right?
Yes.
Which
it's the Stanley Cup Final that you leave the
good,
S off of.
Good. I wanted to make sure I got it wrong. So I'm just nervous. I'm nervous about these Golden Knights figure out ways to win series, and maybe they don't have the same people, and maybe they don't have the same belief, and maybe they're tired of winning. But I'm nervous about the Golden Knights.
All right. Maybe this will make you feel better. Maybe it won't. How many Dallas Stars players do you think are in the top 50 in the NHL in the playoffs? So,
how many people are on the Stars roster?
25.
Ooh, look at that.
All right, 25.
Because I know it used to be the same as baseball, right? But now baseball has one more.
It's not 25.
Oh, dang it.
So it's the top 50, and there's 16 teams in the playoffs. So
but there are 25 guys on the team.
Yes.
Okay.
No, he's saying
I'm saying
all 25 Stars aren't in the top 50.
Correct, especially because you have scratches in
24.
RoboCop's on there.
Okay, but how many? Let me try this again. Really thought we'd made this clear. Maybe not. Chris, if you have any notes for where I'm messing this up, let me know.
95.
There are the top 50 players in the postseason. How many of them are Dallas Stars? Before we get into naming them, how many Dallas Stars are on the list?
You said
6.
it's not 24, so 23.
That is
I said 6.
way too many. 6? Can you give me a number closer to 6?
22.
You know what? You've got me there. That is
number
closer
4
to 6.
is on there.
I'll say 7.
4.
Oh, I was just saying like number 4.
So they don't even have Ottinger on there, huh?
No.
They do.
Oh. What about the douche? 95. Duchesne.
He's in the honorable mention category.
That's okay. I like it. You know what? Underrate him.
Robo.
Okay.
Ottinger.
Okay. Are you taking notes or are these official
number
guesses?
4, those are good guesses.
You said RoboCop, and you didn't say yes or
Jason
no.
Robertson is number 24 on the list.
All right.
Jake Ottinger, number 37 on the list.
Heiskanen.
Pavelski's not on the list.
Number 4, our defensive.
Heiskanen.
Our defensive guru.
Joe Pavelski, by the way, also honorable mention. Miro is the highest rated Star at 16.
16?
That seems low.
It does, doesn't it?
So they had the second best record in all of hockeying.
Yep.
And they only have the 16th best player?
By the way, they put Connor McDavid 4th on this list. So,
whoa, can you help me out here?
Austin Matthews with the Maple Leafs. Look, he scored 69 goals this year.
McKinnon, is he top 5?
Nathan McKinnon is 3rd behind Cal McCarr,
who
is also on Colorado. So, look, Colorado's got 2 of the top 3 players.
And you know what? Didn't help out the Mavs last night.
Good point.
All right, so here's what I can't decide then. It's either they gave some love to Jamie Benn.
No.
Or they said that this Wyatt Johnston kid is electric.
What about Stanky?
I want to remind you of a conversation that we had last week. Who sometimes gets forgotten that definitely should not be forgotten.
Yeah, okay.
Iglesias, the closer for the Braves. I remember this conversation.
In the conversation of the Stars, Mike, it's Rope Hintz, number 31 on the
he's number
list.
24 on your team.
In your heart.
But I really don't want to make people's brains explode when I tell them that Robertson is 24 on the list, and then it's going to be a whole thing.
Let's revisit this. Miro is number 16.
Correct.
Number 4 in your heart. Who's the next one, Kevin?
Robertson at 24.
Robertson at 24.
And Hintz is 31.
And then Ottinger
is 37. Now, to put this in perspective, if this makes you feel any better, Las Vegas does not have a player higher than 28. Noah Hannafin, the defenseman.
What number? I'm being honest, not trying to goof off because I need to know numbers for tonight. What number?
He's number 15.
Number 15 on his jersey.
On his jersey,
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
So he is the highest rated player for Vegas. So Vegas also has 4 on the list, but their numbers 28, 35, 40, and 50 on the list.
Dang it!
And so
why didn't they play worse and give us the Kings as nobody?
That was freaking Vegas's fault for screwing that up on the last night. The Kings messed that up too. But my point is they both have 4, but all of the Stars players, if you go like line by line, are better. You have home ice advantage. You have the better record. You have the more prolific goal scorers in terms of, I guess, in terms of you have the more well-rounded goal scorers. There are so many things that are in Stars' advantage right here, but I'm still going to say 6. If it was the Kings, who you'd smoked in the regular season,
4.
I think I might have predicted a sweep. I'm not feeling sweep here.
So are we worried at all tonight because the Stars didn't play their best hockey at home? They played their best hockey on the road?
I'm not.
Did that change late in the year?
I feel
It kind of
like
equalized, if
Okay.
that, you know.
And I feel like you can kind of get that back in playoffs. I think that can kind of change in hockey playoffs.
Vegas
a little
is
bit.
not good.
Is there anything that I should know going to my first ever hockey playoff game, rooting for the Dallas Stars? I want to make that clear. I'm rooting for the Stars tonight. What should I do?
Be loud. You remember that night you went to the Mavs Clippers game 3, I believe, and it was just you had a headache from how loud
we
it
got
was.
up 22-2 and still lost.
Yeah,
that was amazing, and we all had masks on and everything.
The environment should be like that.
Yeah, that helped.
I'm hoping the environment's not like that. I hope it's not one of those typical Dallas crowds that's like, all right, we're here now, show us something. But I mean, you deserve that as a Dallas fan, like you, or as any fan, you deserve that your team goes out there and does something for you. But y'all have to be involved tonight for sure. This is interesting, Kevin. None of these, I didn't even realize Miro and Rope are 6-year guys, but no extreme like vets on that list. Like veteran
Because the
guys.
2 that you would have said, or the old guy without a cup theory, which we'll probably get into as the week goes along, that's where Pavelski, thrives, but he didn't make it. So, yeah, Pavelski and Duchesne both on honorable mention.
That's good. Are all experts picking the Stars like in a quick series?
No. And by the way, the betting line for this is exceedingly tight. I think the series odds I saw are Stars minus 140 and Vegas 120. There's something to be said, and Broadus was talking about this last week. There's something to be said about playing the defending champions.
Yeah.
Like, regardless of how much your roster has turned over or the struggles you've had, there's just something about you're the defending champion.
Well, and the fact that you lost to them on the way there last year too.
True.
Like that's another factor that definitely weighs in on it.
And
will I have a voice tomorrow?
Yeah, you'll be all right.
Is it weird that I kind of hope the answer is no because you went so bananas?
Because they scored 6 goals.
Well, we do have the
Kinda like
Cowboys press conference tomorrow, so Mike will have a chance to rest his voice a little bit. So
At the end of the day, they're going to have a press conference.
Tonight's score's 4-3 Stars.
4-3 Stars?
4-3 Stars. Unless you get one of those awesome Avalanche Jets games where it's like 7-6, like that. Is that fun? Is that a fun hockey playoff game for you? If you're in a 7-6
I really
game?
like Andrews, so I'm going to say no because it probably didn't go well.
Dude, when I was on the road, that Ottinger, that was pure luck, right? That stick
the
save?
diving stick save?
Awesome.
I know, you didn't even dive. You're just like, man,
stuck his paddle
watch
out
this.
there.
See you later, puck.
Got it.
And if it makes any difference to you guys, final power rankings from The Athletic going into the postseason. Vegas, 9. The Dallas Stars,
2.
6.
Number 1.
Oh, Rangers.
6.
No respect for the Rangers, even after winning the World Series.
The New York Rangers in this instance are actually 4th.
By the way, Mike, I did a study. Every time the New York Rangers played and the Texas Rangers played, the Rangers, they were 5-1. They both won out of 10 games. It was 5-1-3 was their, is that right? 9 games? 5-1-3. So there were 3 nights that they didn't play together. 5 times they won. They both won, and 1 time they both lost. Wild, isn't it?
Are you guys jealous?
For real?
Because I'm going to the game.
Oh, definitely. Chris, are you going? You have a Stars sweater on.
I'm not going tonight. Going to Game 5 if necessary.
Oh, wow.
I'm
He's already
jealous.
thinking the Stars are going to lose.
They're winning 4-1, baby.
Okay, gentlemen sweep. He'll be there to watch
I like
the closeout.
I like it. Yeah, I'm pumped up. got a really good text message this morning.
About what?
Dallas
about the
Stars.
Stars game.
Oh, the Stars told you what their score is going to be?
No.
Oh, you're going to the
from my
game.
buddy
Gotcha.
Dave from
Yeah.
Boston. From Boston.
Boston.
Shake it. Shake
It's
it.
you two particularly together
What about it?
that causes this.
The ratings boom?
Yeah, we're the yin and
Actually,
the yang.
yes. Probably.
You're the dots. Isn't the yin and the yang
I'm
like
the dots in the color scheme.
Or maybe we're the dots.
Well, we could be the dots. You're both colors.
Isn't
you're the
that a
black and
yin
the
yang
white.
thing? Isn't that
I think you're adding an extra G to the end of one of those words.
Yan?
Yin and yang. Yin and yang.
I think that's how you pay for things
Yin yang.
in certain countries.
yin yang.
Coming up next.
Yin?
Yin yang.
If game,
How much yin do you have?
if
much
game
yang?
one, and that's with an E, if game one was the opening of a chess match,
Jen is an alcohol.
shut up! Do the Mavs now have to drastically rework their strategy?
You should have told the Mavs to shut up yesterday, like halfway through this first quarter.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial free?
for Shell Energy.
The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Mavericks have missed their last 7 shots. They're 2 for 15 in the quarter. Westbrook soaring in on the delivery from Harden.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I actually want to talk about not only that play, but the play after it. That was indicative of how the game went as we're talking about the Mavs. Westbrook gets the alley-oop, and then Lively on the other side gets an opportunity at, not the exact, but a similar play and can't finish it. And that, like, they get it, you don't, similar plays. It felt so indicative of what happened the entire day.
Yeah, the whole day did feel like we made a 3-pointer. We made 2 3-pointers.
Yeah, good for us.
They also made 2 3-pointers. That's what it felt like most of the day.
Quick question, and I get from not being a Mavs fan. Like, if you're not a Mavs fan, I'm sure there's plenty of hate for Luka Doncic. We had that conversation. And I'm sure there's plenty of hate for Kyrie Irving over his career from a lot of NBA fans. Who do you hate more, Russell Westbrook or James Harden?
I think I hate James Harden more.
Yeah, it's Harden. It's been Harden for quite some time. I used to really like Westbrook because I always knew he'd fall apart mentally at some point, but James Harden will do everything it can to draw a foul by sticking his ankle out there to get Maxi Kleber and get his 3 shots. Or he's really good at getting to the free throw line, and then him being electric from 3 yesterday did not help that. I've always been like, man, if I had him, I'd be happy, but I don't like not having him.
11 points in the first quarter for Harden, including 8 consecutive for his team in the last minute and a half of the quarter, which, God.
Do you think at all, he got off to a nice start?
He did.
Do you think at all Harden making threes to start the game? A 3. He made a 3 at the end of the quarter too. Do you think at all Luka's like, watch this, I'm going to do a step back 3 too? I thought that. I don't know this. I'm not in Luka's head.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I don't know if Harden, and Luka, I think, had 11 points at the end of the first quarter too. It wasn't like the most efficient 11 points, but he did have
we still got there.
I think Harden missed 1 shot and Luka missed 5 shots at the end of 1. They both had 11 points. As I thought, in a way, is Harden, I know he's not trying to do this, is Harden baiting Luka into taking horse-ass 3-point shots because he's making his 3-point shots? So Luka's like, watch, I'm going to take one more difficult and see if it goes in.
And I would argue, yes, but not intentionally, right? Like, I don't think James Harden said, oh, I'm going to mess with Luka like this.
You'd be like, I have to make this 3-point shot 5 feet behind the line.
But I definitely see how Luka responds, be like, oh, check this out.
Yeah.
Now, Kyrie.
I hate Westbrook.
Why is
he gives such good effort, but I think in a way
IQ at times I know used to drive you
he's
crazy.
One of the stupidest players. He's one of the greatest stupidest players in the history of basketball. And what I mean by that is like there's more stupid people that have played basketball in the NBA, but he's great at it. He's just if he had a good basketball IQ, he would be one of the probably top 25 players of all time. But he's not smart enough to be one of those people. He is going to be a Hall of Famer and all that. That's why I'm putting him in a category of one, you have to be great, like a Hall of Famer. But out of the Hall of Famers, is there anybody more stupid at basketball than Russell Westbrook?
Is that 4 Hall of Famers? In George, Harden, Kawhi,
probably
and
all
Westbrook?
4 will make it.
Wow.
Probably the one that's the least likely would be Paul George out of the 4. Like, he would be 4th on the list.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, Kawhi's won 2 MVPs, 2 championships, maybe 3 championships, honestly. And then I don't know. He just drives me insane the way he looks at the crowd and does. But I get it. If he's on your team or whatever, fine.
Love him. Now, Kyrie, one of the things he said a while back, and we talked about this going into the series, is a playoff series tends to be a chess match. And he talks about game 1. I think it's more or less the beginning of a chess match. If that's the case, what do you think the Mavericks...
Did we just lay our king down to start the game?
Pretty much. And so what would you change about the strategy outside of the fact that I get it? You go 2 for 20 in a quarter, or in a half, you're screwed.
I thought, one, I'm not for this, but if they're going to play defense the way they did,
like
Luka,
didn't they have like a weak, soft zone going?
Somewhat.
Like, it looked bad.
They were doing a great job of help defense. They were doing a great job. Luka would come off the pick. He'd get the guy on the side, but he wouldn't want to really keep going. He was really trying to get his other teammates involved. I hate saying this because we've talked about it a lot the opposite way. Look, if they want you to score 40 in the first quarter, go ahead and score all 40.
Yep.
And it doesn't have to be on step backs. If they're giving you the lane, here's the other thing too is I don't know if Zubac can keep up how great he played yesterday.
Because if he is, you're going to lose.
I think he had 12 and 10 at halftime. Like the game was over at halftime.
I'm not kidding. I'm not overreacting to game one. If he can play at this level, you're going to lose this series.
I think so too. And this is where I'm going. Attack him. If he's going to play drop coverage and they're going to get on your side and he's trying to kind of take away your alley-oop, get into him and draw him into fouls and then make them either play small ball or Mason Plumlee a lot. I'm not saying Plumlee had a good game too off the bench, but none of their players had a bad game. They all had very good games. You played the worst basketball I've seen you play in 3 months. I haven't seen that team play basketball since the All-Star break. That stretch after the All-Star break where you're like, what the crap, dude?
Yeah, and that's when they looked like they didn't care.
Yeah, you're like
this was they cared. They just got beat. And I do think there are a couple things to take in.
Tyronn Lue did say this real quick on the telecast. They were mentioning Tyronn Lue said, don't come into this game and feel it out. You got to come balls to the wall. They mentioned that to start the game. And they did. And the Mavs tried to feel their way into the game. And by the time they felt themselves, the game was over.
Yeah. And there are two things that I really think are going to be different here. One, I just don't see the Mavs shooting that poorly the whole series. Two, the defensive effort of the Clippers was so everything was contested. But the one thing that I think you can draw from that, when you go back and start looking at your film last night and you start picking up on what they were doing, is by the second half, Luka did have a really good idea of where they were coming from with their help defense, where they were adding the double team from. They make it complicated. They know if we double team Luka or if we man him up from the time he gets the ball on the other end of the court, then it's going to just wear him out just a little bit. They want to make him have to be fried by the end of the night, but he started to see where things were coming from. Even Kyrie in that second quarter, Mike, that you were talking about, where he was just so bad. He didn't help, but he also had moments where he was trying to do it all himself, or he was like, I don't know where the open guy is, and I think they'll pick those things up in their process of looking back at it. Now,
I think he was 1 of 6 at halftime, Kyrie. I think,
and that's
from
where
the field.
That's where I think the advantage goes to the Mavericks is they're going to have the chess match play back at them, and then you see, okay, how will the Clippers respond to that? Will they be able to pick it up by a second half with whatever the Mavericks bring in the first one on this one?
Here's what I do. Terrence Mann's a little sucker. He's an aggressive sucker out on the three-point line. The Mavs have done this before. They don't do it a lot, and this is a very Dirk Nowitzki play. Start him off on the weak side of the ball and have a pick on the opposite block.
That's an interesting idea.
And have him post him up, hopefully anywhere from 5 to 15 feet away. Now, you have to have an entry pass. I think Kyrie's the only player on our team, literally the only guy who can entry pass the ball to Luka. By the time Maxi Kleber entry passes the ball, he's going to be 25 feet away from the basket, Luka. So it's worthless because he can't pass. So I might go, you know what, Luka, we're going to take a little bit of pressure off of you to get to the basket. And I do think you can still pick and roll and try to put Zubac in those situations. But why not? Maybe one of the adjustments go, hey, you want to put little Terrence Mann on him? We're going to stick Luka 8 feet away from the basket, have his big ass try to get around him. He's not. And then now you have a triple threat situation. You can shoot there. You can dribble there. You can pass from there and see what they want to do. It's not a thing all the time, but then it makes them go, now if Kawhi is playing, I don't think he will, but if Kawhi is playing in game 2, they might put Kawhi, and that's do not do that against Kawhi Leonard.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you think that's because they won game 1, that Kawhi won't play
I think, I don't think, hey, we've seen this before. Remember after he kicked our ass in that, game 6 and 7, then Kawhi was done. Like, that was it. He's like, my body's done. His body might be done for the season. He played in a weird way. He played enough regular season games for his body to maybe be done, and he might not have another game in him the rest of the playoff run here that hopefully they don't go on. But I do think that it makes it easier for them to give him another day to be like, hey, let's not push this. We got game 1. Let's see if we can do it again and get game 2 and give you a few more days. So I don't know. It's posting up Luka at times, especially if they're going to play 6'4", 205 pound. I'm guessing on his weight. Terrence Mann on him.
I like that idea. I really do. The importance then, because I know we focused a lot about Luka right there, and we talked about some aspects of Gafford. How important will he be the remainder of the season? Because he was quick to point out, he was like, look, I did not do well in this game.
I'm going to back what you said about Zubac. Zubac plays that way, Mavericks are going to lose this series. If Gafford plays that way, we're going to lose the series. He can't repeat that softness.
Yeah.
And hey, I don't want to foul Zubac, so just let him have layups for 2 straight minutes. And then when Fart Knocker Man gets the ball, let's just bump into him and send it. Like, what the crap, dude? If you're going to be like a wuss around the basket because you have 1 foul, consistently be a wuss. Like, I'll take you out of the game and be like, look, if you're scared of picking up your 2nd foul 2 minutes in the game, I'll take you out. But then he stupidly fouled Terrence Mann, but was just letting Zubac have layups. Hey, let the little fart knocker have a layup too if we're just letting him have layups.
What did you think about that Paul George moment that took him out for six, maybe about 8 minutes?
When Paul George got his 2nd foul?
Yeah. Did you think that was like egregious on his part, or were you just like, no, that's just being physical basketball? Because I thought it was B move. I really did. There's Gafford running down the court, not looking. It looked like a blindside block.
I don't know this, but we saw Russell Westbrook do this too. Unexperienced PJ Washington when it comes to playoff basketball. Hook his arm, hold it a second after the whistle's already blown, and then, get in his face. I
like PJ's response on the other end.
I think there was an intentional intimidation factor the Clippers wanted to put on the Mavs. Harden's not that person. He's not going to be that person.
Right.
But he didn't have to.
But Zubac, Westbrook, Paul George, Coffey, Mann, they definitely came out and said, let's see how they respond to us on the attack. And the Mavericks didn't respond at all. It was literally a very Dallas Cowboy playoff situation. I don't want this. You guys are trying too hard. You guys want to make this a fight, and we don't want to be in this fight. We want to just run up and down the court and play some pickup basketball. And the Clippers like, no, we're gonna fight and claw. We're gonna take cheap shots. We might undercut you. We might do different things to you. And the Mavs are like, well, if you're gonna do that, we don't want to play.
Yeah, I will say by the end of the game, they leveled up a little bit, but it was too late. It was way too late for anything to change. It was too much of a deficit to get back into. When you're down that many, that's too hard. You're expelling too much energy. But Kevin, that Mike just said right there, that's the biggest thing I have to change. I have to change my attitude going into the next game. I have to change the entire perspective on we're going into a jungle tonight, and nobody there is on our side. It's us. So that fight that has to come out of somewhere. I know there's a lot of little technical things that you can do, some coaching changes, some strategy, but the mentality of the team, they have to be the enforcers. They have to be that one. They can't just sit by passively.
I'll be shocked, and I won't use the word Larry Bird used because you can't use the S word anymore, I don't think. I will be shocked if we come out like a bunch of little wussies. I will. This team showed me too much.
From physical aggression?
Yeah, from everything.
Okay.
From everything. We were the biggest wussies in all of the NBA in game 1 of every game. The Miami Heat, hey, they're undermatched or whatever. Yeah. They don't have the talent with Jimmy Butler. I didn't see them wussy it up out there. Same
thing with the Pelicans.
Yeah.
The Pelicans, they're without Zion. They stood there and they're like, we might lose, but let's stand in front of you.
I can't believe that group of guys, and it's only one game. I don't think they're going to be a bunch of wussies again. And that's what they were.
I don't either. That's
not
the
using
thing.
Cuss words or bad words that we consider bad words now.
I agree with you. I don't think that they're going to show up that way either. If I'm Jason Kidd, I got to figure out how to push that button, how to get them. And maybe Kevin, it was the embarrassment of game 1 is enough to change that whole thing.
And that's okay. From the 469, I just disagree with you. Y'all are dramatic as F. Excuse me, dramatic as F.
I think it's S.
They were rusty from the rest. Okay. So let's examine that for just 1 second.
Boston hadn't played a meaningful game in 3 months.
And the Clippers, so the Clippers were not rusty from the rest, but the Mavericks were. The Clippers didn't have their best player. I realize you shot 2 for 20 in the second quarter. I get it. So let's examine that for just a second. Let's say you shoot 9 for 20. Fantastic. That's probably going to get you another, let's just say 17 or 18 points. It was 56-30 at halftime. So even if you shot solidly in the second quarter, you're still getting worked. And I don't think lack of defensive ability on Zubac or getting some of these fouls was just rust. The shooting, I hear you, but not all of it is just rust.
They were crashing the boards even when they missed. It looked like old school. It looked like the Mavs last year and the Mavs the first half of this season, where you're like, dude, like, you got to try for rebounds. They're not just going to come to you.
I think it was two different. I think it was two different mentalities from the coach. If somebody's going to say that Tyronn Lue outcoached Jason Kidd, my perspective, Jason Kidd it's a series. It's a 7-game series. We have this time to play all these chess moves and all that stuff. And again, it is. You know what? We could come back after Wednesday or on Wednesday morning and say, all right, it's tied up 1-1, and we feel a lot more comfortable about that. But Tyronn Lue went into this game going, we're going to be the aggressor. We're going to punch first, and we're not going to get caught off guard by anything like that. And I felt like Jason Kidd was, we'll have our rotations and we'll figure it all out as we go.
And then with that in mind,
does that person, by the way, just want us to read the box score?
By the way,
that what they would like?
They are not alone, Mike. I will just tell you, here's another text. I don't agree with this.
This is like the small portion to me of the Mavs fan that this is why I don't do Twitter anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, I don't want to deal with these people. They think everything's perfect no matter what. And it's one game. How many times are you guys listening to us today? How many times have we all said we still think the Mavs are going to win the series? It's one game. I don't think they're going to be a bunch of wussies in game 2. But if you watched that game and you thought, oh, it was just rust, the Mavs played their best basketball?
And this person maybe does from the 2-1-4. I don't want to misinterpret. Nah, Kevin, you shoot 9 for 20 in the second, you win the game because you killed them in the second half. I wonder...
This is the same person that thought the Cowboys actually won the Green Bay game. They just ran out of time.
I wonder about the intensity from the Clippers in the second game, but I will tell you this. This
in
is
the second half.
The second half. I'm sorry. Yes. This is why I love the quote from Kyrie, because whether you win, whether you lose, it is a great quote. I think of game 1 as the beginning, more or less, of a chess match. So you might be like, all right, it didn't start how I wanted, but now I have a better feel for how you're going to play, your aggression, your rotation patterns, like all of that stuff that you can use going forward to totally change it up.
Can I give you this quote from Gafford after the game? Like, this is, if you want to say rust, he's not saying it was rust. Yeah. All right, Daniel Gafford about Zubac. He threw the first punch tonight, and there was no adjustment that was made. At the end of the day, very Stephen Jones of him, I got to be better when it comes to guarding him in the post, guarding him in transition, in any area. In all honesty, I've got to be better. That's great. He's taking responsibility, saying, I sucked.
I love it.
Yeah, and he's probably going back to his hotel room.
We were just rusty.
He's probably sitting in his hotel room, and he's furious with the way he played.
Most of us, just so you guys know, don't sleep after games like that.
Yeah.
Whether it's playoffs or regular season, when you get ready for this is what you play for in the regular season. And I don't know why the Mavs were shocked by the energy level in the building, by the other team, by the physicality, by the bullying. I don't know why the Cowboys were so shocked by Green Bay actually wanting to win the game really bad. But they were. And there was... not from Mike Bassick, not from Kevin Hagelin, not from Corey Majors, from Daniel Gafford, your starting center, and there was no adjustment that was made. It wasn't rust. It was them getting hit right in the nose and going, we're bleeding.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, I appreciate the differentiating opinions. I'm just saying I don't agree with some of those that were coming in. Now,
do they agree that nobody on the Mavs are agreeing with their opinion either?
I will have to follow up, but I will tell you, you know, the back and forth of the Twitch, YouTube, and the fan text is now you get a lot of flow the other way. I'm a true Mavs fan. I'm effing frustrated with the Mavs. Bottom line, the Clippers were better yesterday. Goes on and on like that. Now, how about some Mike Likes It? Can I just ask you a question about this?
Go for it.
Are you going to put any of your kids on blast in this segment?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. But first, I have to start off with Major League history. As I've determined, this is Mike Likes It. This is about me.
Okay.
I had the greatest, worst career in Major League Baseball history.
Your thoughts, Corey?
That's an oxymoron.
I know oxymoron.
That can kill you, I think.
What movie is that from, by the way? Do you know?
Made?
No.
So the Detroit Tigers.
Renaissance Man. Danny DeVito.
Guys, if you didn't know, I was in Detroit this last week.
I was aware.
Sorry, Mike. We were having
with the Texas Rangers.
It's annoying, isn't it?
So,
hey, pay attention to me right now.
Davis Wenzel, I believe, at one point in his career in Detroit was 0 for 8.
What?
And in his 0 for 8, obviously he hadn't got a hit. He also hadn't drawn a walk.
Okay.
And he also hadn't struck out. So the Detroit Tigers were like, hey, what's the longest streak in Major League Baseball history for not getting a hit, for not getting a walk, and for not striking out to begin their MLB career? And so they get on it and they say, well, this only goes back to 1974. So there could be a longer streak in the history, but they can only research it back to that point.
Okay.
So he's putting the ball in play.
Mike Bassick, the dude sitting in the next door to them, has the longest streak, going 0 for 13 to start his major league career with no hit, no walk, and no strikeout. And I'm like, they're like, did you know that after the game was over? I'm like, no, I had no clue. I've never even thought of it. I didn't even know I started off my career 0 for 13, and I have no clue how I actually broke it. I don't know if I struck out or got a hit. I have 5 hits. I do know I'm 5 for 50 in my career.
Let's go.
But I don't know if it was a strikeout. I think it was a hit. Now, in my second game ever, I did get down a sacrifice squeeze bunt to get an RBI. So in my second game ever, I got an RBI, but that doesn't count as an at-bat. So I actually went 0 for 14 if you want to count that one. Which I'm tied with. Not many people are going to remember this name. You have to be a hardcore Rangers fan to remember this. But in the early 90s, Dan Peltier started off his career as a first baseman outfielder with the Rangers, going 0 for 13.
I'm going to take your word for that name.
In the history of baseball, I am tied for one of the worst starts as a hitter in the history of baseball. But not a bad start, because I was talking to Tony Beasley the next day, and he'd heard this, and he goes, I'm impressed you got up to the plate 13 times in your career, not hitting. You know, you don't hit much as a pitcher.
You don't strike out. Yeah.
Every fifth day you come up, and you never struck out your first 13 times. So is that amazing?
That is
amazing.
In my first ever game as a major leaguer, I got my team down by 12 runs. Horrible.
Worst.
Came back and won the game.
Still won the game.
Tying 2 of the greatest comebacks in Major League history. Didn't set the record. I'm very good at tying Major League records.
Not setting them. Yeah.
Then, in my only opening day, when they're like, hey, have you ever pitched an opening day? I'm like, yeah, I pitched 2 innings, gave up 9 runs. Horrible! But was on an opening day team. And that's the only time I was on an opening day team. Then, I give up a home run to Barry Bonds, who breaks Hank Aaron's record. And then I find out while I was in Detroit, I hold the record for the most at-bats without getting a hit, a walk, or a strikeout to start a major league career.
That's impressive, man.
I am phenomenal. It's amazing. When I retired, and I didn't retire, when nobody wanted me to play baseball anymore, they said, we have seen enough of you. In 2008, I had the most active innings pitched in the minor leagues. Out of all players active in the major leagues and in the minor leagues, nobody had more innings pitched in their career active than Mike Bassick in 2008 in the minor leagues.
Wow.
I had over 1,500 innings pitched in the minor leagues at that
just
point.
going out there and doing your job. You know, you're like, I'm just out here to pitch, man.
Yeah, they say it takes about 400 innings to kind of know that you're ready for the major leagues. I had gone over 1,500 innings, and they're like, you are not ready for this. We've seen it.
Give yourself some more time.
Yeah. Oh, did you sound like a fart? I think that was, what was that? Was that your nose?
I think it's because I was scratching my nose while that happened.
That was a weird noise.
So weird. That's what I think about all of this. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't know. We're going to have to repeat that noise.
Crap.
That's going to be played
That's going to be here forever.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go back to playoff basketball for a second. Corey, you mentioned it earlier in the show. If I take the Mavericks out, because we all think the Mavs, listen to us, rusty people, we all think the Mavs, yes, played bad basketball. Maybe a hair of rust, but most of it was we don't want to play basketball today. Maybe they were partying in LA. But I think the Mavs are going to come back and win that series. I still do. And you two guys have already said that on the show. Are there any other teams in the NBA that are down 0-1 that are going to come back and win their series in the first round?
Ooh.
Orlando, Phoenix.
Tough.
I'm just throwing out teams.
I wonder if Orlando.
I think Orlando, that game was boring. I'm sorry.
A lot of people were picking the Pacers because of the Giannis injury. Do you think the Pacers, after losing game one, will come back and win their series?
I kind of want to say Philadelphia, but
Embiid doesn't look right.
He doesn't.
Yeah, I'm going to say Orlando. I think it's got the best shot.
All right. Do you have a?
I would say that, but
I'm going to go with Indiana.
I think
because of Giannis.
Yeah, because of Giannis, and I think that was a surprise. What the Clippers did winning wasn't as surprising. It was just surprising that it was over at halftime.
Yeah,
that was the surprise.
And Carlisle's a pretty good coach. You think he can?
I think so. I think that Indiana can. I think Boston's going to cruise in the East. I think that they're going to probably lose like 3 games in the playoffs before they get to the finals.
Lakers folks thought about that opening a game against the Nuggets.
They had a good start. Then the third quarter happened,
it's still the same.
Dude, I'm trying to find a silver lining for the Suns. I don't think there is one. I think Anthony Edwards is in the entire Suns team's head right now. That dude, he destroyed Kevin Durant most of that game. It was fun.
Yep. And it's funny. He's talking trash. He's like, that's my favorite player of all time. That's my idol. And so it was great to get to play against him in the playoffs and beat him. I just think the Suns, I don't know, Devin Booker, I know he's been in NBA Finals. I know he's had a very good career. He seems to play small in the big. Like, they put that on Tatum. I'm just surprised that Booker doesn't have more of a reputation of, all over the bed. Throw the bed out after he craps in it.
They don't play defense either. Like, they don't play team defense by any means.
They don't really play team offense either. And neither did the Mavs.
That is fair.
Okay. Wyatt Langford. Last Mike likes it. I know I have 30 seconds here. If I gave you an over-under of 14.5 home runs on the year, is that too low now? If I'm changing it from 29.5 to if I'm cutting it in half, is that too low of an over-under for Wyatt Langford home runs this year?
I'm still taking the over. I might be a chump for that. I'm still taking the over.
Yeah, you're a chump. I'm gonna take the under. I'm gonna take the under for sure. Yeah, 14 home runs is what I'm gonna give him.
That's still pretty close to the.
If you had to predict a number right now, he just said 14.
18.
Okay. If you had to predict rookie of the year?
Not Jackson Holiday.
Would you say Evan Carter?
I think I would. Now I'm going to go Carter 1 Langford 2.
Evan Carter looks like he's getting ready to turn it up too.
Got a hit against a lefty yesterday.
Dude, he looks like he's about to take another step.
Past the pitcher and beat the pitcher to first base.
Yeah, well, like whatever stuff he was working with in the offseason.
It does.
He looks like he's like, you know what? I'm feeling more comfortable.
I wonder on ESPN too, when you make 2 defensive plays like that. I don't know how many voters are watching the Sunday night game of the week, but that had to be nice to see him as a rookie hit a homer, beat out a ball, and then make 2 diving plays in the outfield.
Also, did you see the weird stat about Adolis Garcia that I was like, that is amazing.
He's eligible for Rookie of the Year?
No. He did just play his 500th Major League game. He's one of only 5 active players who has 100 home runs and 50 steals in their first 500 games. Ronald Acuna,
one of them?
Yes. Would you like to guess at the rest?
Mookie Betts.
Incorrect.
Ricky Henderson.
Mike Trout.
Active players.
Mike Trout.
Incorrect.
He had 49 in his second year, right?
That's not 50.
But that's in 1 year.
I'll double check on that. Elias says incorrect.
Okay.
Shohei, Fernando Tatis Jr., and Trevor Story to go along with Adolis Garcia.
Trevor Story's going to get a lot of money not to play baseball.
That is very true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's talk about Earth and the draft. Next on the Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, K&C style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Wind, water, heart, go planet!
By your powers combined, I am Captain Planet.
Captain Planet.
He's a hero, gonna take pollution down to zero.
Thank you very much. That is fantastic stuff there from Chris Strong. He created that song, I believe.
Don't know if that is correct.
Produced from the start.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Does everybody remember Captain Planet?
Yeah. I posted that as part of my Earth Day thing today.
You did.
Along with the Odyssey messaging that's probably more on point, but
dude, what do you mean on point? Captain Planet was trying to take pollution down to zero. All right,
man, it's a shame he got canceled because he left a lot undone.
What did he get canceled for?
No, the show. Not like Captain Planet didn't like say something inflammatory against whoever. The show got canceled.
Blue dude just comes out of nowhere.
No,
taking you down, lumberyard. You know,
I have controversial opinions about this and that.
I kind of dug Captain Planet though. I thought it was a fun little show. Mike, did you ever watch Captain Planet?
No.
I definitely saw it.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
So you never
heard of that. You like knew the words and everything.
Yeah.
What channel did this come on? Nickelodeon?
Television channel.
PBS?
I think it was one of the network
39.
networks. Yeah, it could have been. I don't know.
Yeah, it was one of those.
It existed.
That being said, today is Earth Day, and if you've been following us on Twitters, I've posted some stuff over the weekend.
Me too.
Showing my kids recycling and helping me turn light switches off and watering our plants because we got to take care of this Earth while we're
Do you
here.
do the light switch thing for the Earth or for your bill?
The Earth.
Okay.
Because if you don't, it's a super easy thing to do. Just walk out of a room and turn the light off.
That is true.
Now the bill, that's a bonus, right? That's something that comes along with it. But really, we're trying to conserve our grid here, Kevin, because I don't know if you've heard or not. In Texas, we don't have enough power. So during the summer, it can get really bad.
And during the winter.
And during the winter, it can get really bad. So we got to conserve our power. So 877-881-1053, and somebody did say 21 is the channel that it was on. I would like to know what your plan is to take care of our planet today. How do you become Captain Planet?
All right.
Because as I said in my tweet, Kevin, I'm not Captain Planet. I'm just a dad trying to protect Earth.
This is going to seem like a weird way to answer your question, so I hope you'll stick with me for a second. So I was watching Married at First Sight with my wife, and it's from like a couple seasons ago. There's this fella on the show named Mitch. Mitch is a super eco guy.
Kevin Mensch?
No, not Kevin Mensch. Mitch.
Oh.
His name's Kevin. This other guy's name was
Mitch.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, like, when somebody brought plastic silverware to a thing, he got bent out of shape, and then he was like,
you can recycle the plastic silverware.
dude, there's all this stuff.
Even
He's like,
silverware at
don't
that
do
point?
single-use plastic. But when I thought about how much
It's called plasticware.
he was talking about, lowering his footprint and stuff, I kind of wanted to be like, Yeah, but like being on a TV show and stuff is probably not lessening your footprint, right? There's a whole lot that goes into that. So I don't really know if you're backing up your message.
Yeah.
I'm going to mow my yard today.
Because it's not all
with your electric mower, right?
I do have electric mower.
Oh.
Look at the mic. Taking care of the planet today.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law is a very lower carbon footprint guy. One of those that just he's done a pretty good job of it. I think he could live off grid.
And
really,
for the record,
legitimately do it.
I do think that's a worthy endeavor, just as long as you actually do it.
I'm very proud of what they moved up to Washington. I think it's Dawson's old neighborhood, Vancouver, Washington, somewhere near Gonzaga. And
Spokane.
Yeah, thank you. And
the beautiful beaches of Spokane.
He's one of those dudes that has really good he's green thumb kind of guy. He can really horticulture is right there in his wheelhouse. And maybe that's I don't know. Okay. That being said, if you would like to today swing by My Possibilities, the City of Plano Green Business Division and the local Boy Scout Troop 221 are hosting an Earth Day car wash at My Possibilities today until 3 o'clock.
Okay.
It is a free car wash with a donation of $10 or more to My Possibilities.
It's nothing against My Possibilities. I just like businesses where we all lay out the price ahead of time and they're like, suggested donation is this. And so you're a piece of ass if you don't do
$10 or more is
tipping caddies.
I'm going to get to that in just a minute.
Okay.
There. The Boy Scouts are also selling snow cones, and all proceeds go to My Possibilities.
Nice.
This is also a waterless car wash, so it's earth friendly. So on a day where you're protecting the earth, this one time per year, we protect the planet.
Hold on, one second.
Every year.
Let's just
the Boy Scout Troop 221 is having a waterless car wash.
Until
3 p.m.
Not even spit. I think they all spit as hard as they can, as much as they can.
Not even a recycled water. It's waterless.
It's called the spit wash.
How does that work?
Spit shine.
Kevin, I'm going to be very honest here.
Please tell me I'm an answer.
And I would love for somebody from Boy Scout Troop 221 to text me.
I just want to know.
And explain how a waterless car wash works, because I don't know either. I don't know the answer to your question. But
I think they tell the person in the car to close their eyes for 1 minute, and they say we washed it.
But it looked different than it did
Put all
before.
these streamers on the front of it like you're going through a car wash.
Here's a box of Girl Scout cookies. See you later.
Oh, that would be a good deal.
A waterless car wash.
Without the box, though.
All right, here you go, Kevin. I found this out from autogeek.net.
Okay.
A waterless car wash is a high lubricity.
Big lube. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think
lots of high lubrication pre-mix spray detailer that is used to heavily saturate a panel and then carefully wipe away any dirt or road grime off to a dry shine. Waterless washes should only be used on vehicles with light dirt accumulation. They're a fast way to clean your vehicle between washes.
So if you went mudding and you want to donate to My Possibilities,
probably not the
you
best
should.
approach.
Just don't expect this to be the car wash to take care of.
This one's going to be, they're going to be working a lot harder to get all that mud off there.
All right. I like it. That helped answer my question.
I'm going to make some fried chicken tonight.
For the earth?
I guess. It's Earth Day. I know how to do it.
Don't get us into that same crap you did last year. The opinions of Mike Bassick are unrelated to the rest of the show.
I'm going to turn off my mic for this. You just keep going.
So if you're looking for something to do to take care of the planet and take care of My Possibilities,
yes,
then roll over that way.
Actually, once you explained the waterless car wash, it makes more sense.
I looked up Derek Holland's finish in the Celebrity Tournament.
Oh yeah, thank you, because we were wondering that Derek Holland got to play in the Celebrity Invited.
There's a guy named Brett Bayer. He withdrew. Then there's Larry the Cable Guy.
Oh no.
There's Derek Holland.
Did Larry the Cable Guy withdraw? Did he finish?
No, he finished 39th. So out of the top 40, Derek made the top 40.
Out of 40.
At 38.
He was 38.
He almost, well, not almost. He finished. I don't even know how they did this scoring thing.
Well, they did have like round 2 was canceled because of the storms over the weekend and stuff. So that was.
Hold on, is your insinuation that if round 2 would have happened,
That's what
he
he
would have been
would've-
like the Clippers yesterday?
Derek's a
in
round
the
2 guy.
second quarter.
Everybody knows Derek's a round 2 guy. Always has been.
I don't know. From what I've heard, he does one round. He's like, I'm gonna move on.
Oh, maybe it was because Derek started on the back 9.
See, Kevin, here you are taking shots at.
Or
Derek
maybe he
Collins.
just didn't play well.
It's his course. Do you not know? DeMarcus Ware finished ahead of him in 37.
DeMarcus has played this tournament before, so he kind of knew what to expect out of it all.
Derek
This
was
is his
nervous.
first try. Let's see how he does next
He
year.
probably played wrong-handed. He hits from the right side.
Do we need to see if Derek can come back in Wednesday so you can just ass all over him?
I wonder if he's listening right now. I wonder if he's going to the hockey game.
I bet he
Hockey
is.
Mike's going.
Hockey Mike.
Hockey Derek. He got rid of his tickets.
What does it matter with you, Mike? Why are you doing this to him?
All right, Kevin, I have some
fun.
I have some questions for.
I bet he didn't
the
go
draft
over
for you.
13.
This is from CBSSports.com.
Okay.
With Caleb Williams a foregone conclusion to the Bears, who should be taken number 2 overall? Jaden Daniels, Drake May, or other?
Drake May, because I think that, well, CJ Stroud ruined the number 2 guy because he's awesome.
He is awesome. As
So,
Kevin said, and this is why I'm asking Kevin
who's
because
the next? Is this who's the next Ryan Leaf or who's the next Tony Mandrich?
But Kevin last year crushed this. Kevin was like, CJ Stroud is the guy, and
was the
CJ Stroud turned out to be the guy. So Kevin, who should go? Who should be the number 2?
Who's going to turn around the Washington Generals?
Is that? I do think of all those picks, Jaden Daniels makes the most sense. However, personally, I think if you were just drafting best player available, you'd go Marvin Harrison Jr. But I understand how if you need a quarterback and you're at spot 2, it makes sense to take a quarterback.
Watching some of these draft things lately, there's 3 premium wide receivers. Like they would all be top 5 picks in other drafts, but then it's like a pretty good drop off. So if you don't get one of the 3 wide receivers, then you're not really.
And they should all go in the top 10 at least.
There's still some good wide receivers.
I'm not saying
but
there's
those
not,
3
but they
are
were like
they're ready to walk into the NFL.
I guess they're like there's a. I don't know. Maybe I'm just spitting out things of listening to things.
No, you're right. Neighbors have done.
So we don't typically see the Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase thing happen, right? Like you don't typically just see dudes walk into the NFL and be like, "I'm here, and I'm also a 1,500-yard receiver."
If the Cowboys had the number 2 pick, who would you want them to draft?
A quarterback.
Well, okay, who?
Jaden.
You don't want them to take Jaden Daniels?
Does Jaden feel like the Anthony Richardson athleticism off the charts? Can he be the great passer that everybody wants him to be?
I think he's a better passer than Anthony Richardson.
Wasn't close, yeah.
I would pick Jaden. I understand the potential concerns that come with all of these quarterbacks.
The second question on this list was who is the safest draft prospect? And
Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison Jr. was named 4 different times.
Or do you think Alt is up there?
Joe, it's interesting that Alt has kind of slid in a lot of things that I've been seeing. I'm surprised by that because I think he's a safe pick too. You throw him out on throw him out there, and you're like, all right, I'm good to go. But this thing, as you've heard a lot from G-Bag Nation, it's stacked with tackles.
Yeah.
Like it's just absolutely stacked with offensive linemen. So when it comes to safe picks, it's like, all right, you got a lot of these guys. Which one? Marvin Harrison Jr. He's built for the NFL. He's ready for the NFL right now. Like you're gonna get shine from him for quite some time. Who's the prospect with the biggest red flag? Jermaine Burton, 1. Keon Coleman from Florida State.
Oh, I could see that.
And Tavondre Sweat from Texas.
Look, because
I know a lot of people are like, man,
it makes sense because the rap on him was that he's a party guy, and you're like, hey, I can get better, I can improve, and all this, and then immediately after that, you get a DWI, you get an accident, right? Not just the DWI.
Yeah.
And so the concern is like, but you just told us all this stuff, and I don't know if that's going to play as like that was my last hurrah. Like I just don't know.
I needed one more party.
Yeah, I just
Sounds
don't
like
know.
a second round pick for the Cowboys.
I think they actually might take somebody different from Texas in the second round.
And the last question
They
here.
need to have issues, though, right? We like second-round issue players.
Oh, yeah. Love issues. Which current NFL players most likely to get traded during draft weekend? Brandon
Moss.
Ayuk's name. Who'd you say?
Randy Moss.
No,
Did
not
say T. Higgins?
T. Higgins is on there, but Brandon Ayuk and Cortland Sutton's names keep popping up. But Ayuk's the one that just pops up the most right now because San Francisco trying to figure out their situation, and he's a valuable asset for somebody out there.
I mean, to be honest, maybe they don't do it. San Francisco's a much better organization than the Cowboys, but
agreed.
I would say they should go all in for the next 2 years. And then who cares? Then you're screwed.
No, I agree. I would not move off of Ayuk if I was him.
and then
go all in, and then whenever Brock Purdy's contract's up, you're just like,
I mean,
all
I
right,
would let him go.
Figure it
to
out
be
from here.
honest, I think that the smart move would be like you use Brock Purdy's situation up. Maybe you franchise tag him for 1 year.
Yeah.
And so you still have him, and then you draft a quarterback, you let him back up Brock Purdy for a year, and then you say, guess what? We got another dude making $900,000 to $5 million running the show.
And that's it, man, for the Captain Planet segment.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
He-Man's better, though, because he's a universe.
Yeah, and the Masters
Just a
of the
planet.
universe. But he's only He-Man like half the time.
He was Toro or something? Or
Adam?
Adam, that's right. Thoro or
Oh, do
something.
you think he was actually Skeletor?
How did they not know
No.
Adam, who was built like a freaking beast, was not He-Man?
It's the same thing with Clark Kent. It's like this jacked reporter, and they're like, oh, he has glasses on. He couldn't be Superman.
Didn't he have a friend named
Coming up
Fist?
next.
That's your noise. Holy cow.
NBA champion and our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hell.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. So Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now on the line, Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe 2024, equipped for adventure. Danny, What the hell happened to the Mavericks yesterday?
It was just a tough game, man. And sometimes it happens that way. I wouldn't lose any faith. There's certain teams that I look at after game one and say, oh, they're going home. This is not that type of situation. A lot of things just couldn't go right. Missed a lot of easy ones, chippies early on. And, kind of spiraled from there. But they still only lost by 12. They didn't score a lot. Clippers shot unbelievably, 50% from three. I don't see them doing that again. And I think it's a blessing in disguise, man, because the fact that now Clippers got the one win at home, they're probably going to rest Kawhi again, which gives you guys the advantage. If you guys split on the road, that's what you need. You need to get one out of there. It's not a series till somebody wins on the road.
So, Danny, I'm sure there's been situations. You played for the Spurs for a while, so probably not. But when you're down 56-30 at halftime in a playoff game, like what do you when you're at halftime? What in the world happens at halftime down 26?
I mean, we've had situations like that. It's not in the playoffs, I don't recall, but definitely regular season. And it's getting gear. We got a couple minutes before we pull the plug, and sometimes they have the second unit give us energy. Pop is the type; he'll sub 5 in, 5 out, and see what they'll give us. And a lot of times the worm will turn. The basketball is a game of runs, and naturally, human nature, teams aren't going to continue to keep their foot on the pedal and play that greatly, and then they're going to probably loosen up some, and eventually you'll get an opportunity. I'm sure that locker room was not a tough one to be in after game one. So game one's the most intense one, and everybody's trying to make a statement and come out and play their best basketball. But sometimes it doesn't happen that way. But they fought back. So they made it a game, and not a game, but they made it respectable. They didn't lose by 30. That'd be a different story if you guys lost by that much.
You made that point of the Mavs missed some shots. They missed some layups close to the basket. They missed some threes early in that game for sure. You chalk that up to tightness, just kind of maybe pushing it a little too much, because some of these guys, this is their first steps into the playoffs.
Maybe I chalk it up to just having a bad night sometimes. Some of these guys are experienced; they're not young guys. Tim Hardaway's a guy that's been in the playoffs. Kai, Luka, they all have some decently amount of playoff experience. And it could be just one of those things, or maybe just had more rest than the usual off, maybe a little rust.
So
they weren't in the playing games. So it could be a number of things.
Danny, I know you're a great three-point shooter, and on a scouting report, it was don't leave Danny Green wide open. We're not helping off of Danny Green, but obviously the scouting report on the Mavs are leave Derek Jones Jr. open, leave Maxi Kleber wide open. Let's see if they make threes tonight. When does a player like that change the scouting report in a playoff series? Is it a timeout where they've made 2 in a row? When do you go, all right, let's not leave Maxi wide open, or let's not leave Derek Jones Jr. wide open?
After they hit probably 2 or 3, probably 3. You hit 2, you're like, oh, okay, contest it, but not you don't have to run them off the line. But they hit 3, now it's a little different. But even then, it goes game to game. You still live with the results because the numbers always balance out. And it's just because he hit 3 or 4 this game doesn't mean he's going to hit 3 or 4 throughout the whole series. So you give him a game, said, oh, he played unbelievable tonight. We're going to continue to dare him to make shots until he becomes a shooter, like a threat. Then they're not going to change their scout. Now, if he does it for 2 or 3 games, then it's all right, we got to get to this guy. But most times you just let the guy shoot until you said it was different. Like a Deuce McBride, him hitting threes, he's a guy to know to knock down shots and make shots. You can't just leave him open. Now, he's changing a series, but I'm sure the scouting report wasn't leaving him open, but it wasn't we got to make sure we run him off the line. It was we don't want him to get good looks. But now they probably have to key on a guy like that. So they'll probably never key on those guys. They'll get the looks. They just have to take them and shoot them confidently.
Now, when you were talking about some of the teams that you might have seen in game one, and you're like, yeah, they're probably done. I'm curious your take about the Lakers' playoff future, especially after James Worthy said that Nikola Jokic looks like Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at the same time.
So there's certain games that I looked at, certain series, and I said, yeah, they're going home. It wasn't that series. I thought the Lakers could sneak one because they were in rhythm and they had been playing, and Denver had a week off. They were rusty. They were up most of the game, especially the first half for sure. That first quarter, they were pretty good. Second quarter, they were up at 3, I think, by the halftime. So it was their game to steal. But now once they got the rhythm, so Jamal Murray didn't even play his best game. And the fact that, Denver started getting the rhythm in that second half, it's going to be an even tougher series for Lakers. But I still think they could make it a series. I don't see them winning the series, but I see them, you can make it to 6 or 7. But they're going to need those other guys to step up, like D'Angelo Russell. He got some good looks. Austin Reeves, Rui. those guys are going to be the ones that need to step up. Gabe Vincent, Taurean Prince, all those guys that's in the game, they're going to have to knock down some shots because ultimately Anthony Davis and LeBron James are doing their job, which they did. And usually AD, they think he's going to be up and down. If he stays consistent, they always have a chance with him. But they just got tired, man. Brian got tired. You can see you can get outrun by Jokic at the end of the game. AD, hands on his knee, like they just got really tired. They're carrying a lot of the weight on both ends of the floor. And you can't expect them to do that without help. So they're going to need those other guys to step up and make some shots.
I'm guessing the Miami Heat perhaps are on your list of teams that might be done. Do you want to tell us if that is correct and any other teams on that list?
Yeah, they're just unmatched. It's just hard they're very much outmatched. There's no Jimmy. Even with Jimmy, Boston would be tough to beat. But without Jimmy, I think they're just outmatched. Perk had a wild statement. They have to make 100% of their shots and they would still lose. Like, I don't know if that they would have to make 100%, like a high percentage of their shots to win some game. Like I said, I won't say they need to make 100%, but if they shot 7, they had to shoot a very high clip to win some games, and they wouldn't do that for 4 games out of the 7. So I see them going home. Like there's a couple teams I looked at, and I'm just like, I'm not confident. Like Indiana, I was like, they're going home. Miami, I'm like, they just outmatched. They're going home. And Phoenix was another team was like that. I just don't see it, man. Like the mannerisms, the faces, the energy. Now they can't turn around. They may win a game or two, but it didn't look good. Like I said, and it wasn't like Minnesota shot unbelievable. Like so the Clippers shot 50% from 3. Minnesota only shot 37. So it wasn't like they were hitting everything. But to lose by 25 in your first game and to not cut it down, make it a run, or it's not getting enough. Don't have a point guard. They don't have enough bench production or from others to do it. And I said, I don't think other guys had it. Like, I don't think Cat had a great game. I don't think Mike Conley, they didn't have that. Alexander had a good game, but off the bench. But outside of that, it wasn't like a bunch of guys had a great game. So that's concerning to me, seeing those type of lopsided wins for a team like that that's supposed to be a contender.
Okay, I want to stick with that for just 1 second. I know Kevin Durant is a great player, but we were talking about like historically where people will go down. Does any of the shine come off of Kevin Durant? Like if the Suns flame out and his other attempts at super teams didn't really work out?
How do you mean flame out? Like you mean like he does not hold to a higher standard because of his groups? Is that
and like if they lose in the first round or if he loses in the first round and you see, they just haven't.
Yeah, I mean he's not young anymore. He's older, so we expect the load to not be fully on him. But yeah, a lot of times that he's been given a pass because he does his job most of the time. He usually gets his 30 and he doesn't have the group around him. He has pieces, they just don't fit sometimes. And that's what super teams, you can put there how many super teams you want. It just have to mesh well.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this one that they haven't had a lot of time together. I wouldn't say they don't mesh well, but they don't look great. They don't have a point guard. They're missing some pieces, some important pieces that they need. And that's why it's hard to say to like put him in a standard. But he's still going down as one of the best ever, lace him up. Definitely one of the best scorers in the game. He had different paths, different roads, so some people might discredit it. I don't. He's one of the greatest and won some championships. But I think people are looking for him to do it on his own, so we may not see that.
Danny Green joining us right now on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to go to that Boston series, and Caleb Martin, I'm going to say accidentally undercut Tatum on a rebound, and it kind of caused a little bit.
It was an accident.
And so let me ask you this. That was Drew Holiday who pushed Martin. Reason that does Drew Holiday, like when they're in film or whatever, go, oh crap, they're about to see how this actually did happen, or does he apologize on the bench? If like near the end of the game, is he like, hey Jay, I accidentally pushed him into you, and that's the reason he undercut you?
I think in the game he probably could say, I don't know if he did. Drew's the type guy I could see, like he's a stand up guy. I'll probably tell him like, yo, I don't think he did on purpose. Like I pushed him some. And Caleb Martin's a 1-foot jumper. He's trying to get his 1 foot up, trying to jump. He got pushed. You know how inertia works. Like it's hard to stop. Things happening so fast in the game. Things would chip you throughout the game. I don't think it was intentional, but I'm sure Jason will see it. I'm sure the rest of the group will see it. And I said, I'm sure Drew said something about it. So, it's playoff basketball. It's hard. Playoff basketball people competing. You move on. Obviously, unfortunate play. You don't want to see it. He got bounced back up, which was good to see. I'm sure he'll be sore from it the next day or so, but. Yeah, I think people will see that it wasn't intentional.
Out of these first round series, which one is most likely to cause like a real fight?
Ooh. That's a good question, man. I don't know. I think there's gonna be some really good basketball. I like the New Orleans Thunder game. I think that's gonna go 7 series. Clippers and Dallas always have a little bit of smoke. Indiana, Milwaukee, they've had some history throughout the season, but it's two different teams now since the trade deadline. So it's hard to say, man. You know, Philly, New York is a gutted out, grinded out one, so could get chippy, but you never know. And playoff basketball, any team could at any point because everybody wants to win.
Anything in particular you think fans need to key in on Game 2 for Mavericks Clippers tomorrow?
I mean, nothing. So they just had a bad game, and I'm sure they'll have a better start. We'll see what the others do. If they knock down shots in the open, how they change, and if Kawhi plays or not. You know, so James Harden had a really good game. I don't expect him to hit 6 threes again. I expect him to go 50% from 3. So I think it'll be a way different game, and if they win that game, it'll be a totally different series.
Love it, man. Appreciate all the insight you've already given us, and look forward to talking with you again next week.
For sure, man. Anytime.
There you go. That was Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Inside Calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure.
I used to have a Santa Fe. I loved it, man. It was a fantastic ride.
Did you feel like it was equipped for adventure?
Absolutely, I did. I'm an adventurer. You know I am. I always am. So there you go. Hey, have you seen the video of Brett Boone getting kicked out of the game? But it's really
he didn't even say anything.
It was the guy behind him that yelled, and the umpire's like, I don't even care who it was. You're out of here for it.
And then Zach Wilson has been traded to the Broncos for what?
Oh, man, I lost that.
No!
Wilson and a 7th to Denver for a 6th. By the way.
All right, hey, I have some Zach Wilson rookie cards. This sounds great. He's leading the Broncos now.
Hey,
Broncos are out on picking a quarterback.
What does Sean Payton do, Mike? Sean Payton takes old or young quarterbacks from other teams that were drafted really high to be the next.
Did Drew Brees win a championship in San Diego?
Nope. Guess where he won one?
Yep.
New Orleans.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Do you look at Russell Wilson at all and you're like, did he win a championship somewhere
They
else
always knew Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson was, that wasn't Sean Payton's guy. Sean Payton's got his guy now.
He locked in.
The Zach attack. It's finally happening.
Zach Wilson was number 1 at BYU.
Yeah, and where's BYU close to?
Hold on, Mike.
Denver.
That's not where I'm going with this. Number 2 with the New York Jets. Should he change his number to number 3, which Russell Wilson wore last year, so that they don't have to change any of the jerseys?
I think he should get 86.
Wilson 3, and just he didn't be a receiver, Mike.
No, you can get any number you want in the NFL.
I thought you meant because he's going to get 86 out of the league soon enough.
Probably so, and I think it'd be cool. Can you imagine number 86 taking snaps? Really throw it in all the cornerback and wide receivers' faces, being like, "You guys have screwed up the NFL enough. I'm going to 86 this thing at quarterback."
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
On 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm a little confused, and I hope our system is just catching up, or maybe it's just my computer. There's a text response at 1:43 from RJ Choppy on the fan text that said, "Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. It's right at the sternum, so who knows what it is." Does Choppy circle back to the fan text, or is the system just behind and catching up?
That's from our crosstalk this morning, where he had a knot in his chest, and he was like, "It might be a heart attack. Who knows?"
It's probably one of those deals where he was trying to get out of here, but he saw somebody giving their condolences and their well wishes to his sternum, and he was like, "Ooh, I'm going to have to circle back with them later on in the day." I'm just surprised that he actually followed through with that.
And that person just responded back to him. So I don't know how he's operating right here.
No problem, Chop. Can't have my hosts keeling over on me, is what they said back. So
can I ask the first question in crosstalk?
If you can give me the sponsorship.
D&M Leasing.
There you go.
Did I get it?
Yes.
As a total guess. Okay.
What? You should know we do it every day.
I did. Well, it obviously sunk into my brain.
Okay.
I said it right.
He's been out for a week.
See,
give this guy a break.
All right, so we had pushback, as we all still believe the Mavs are going to win their series, guys. So we just want to make this clear. We are disappointed with Game 1. We still think the Mavs, all three of us think the Mavs are going to win the series. But we said, I'm going to be honest with my opinion, like they played like a bunch of wusses. I can't believe that they didn't play hard and weren't ready to play a playoff game. They weren't. I was surprised with it. I still think they're going to win the series. And then we had a whole bunch of Tolos text in like, they were just rusty and they just missed shots. And I was like, they didn't play very hard and were giving up easy baskets, letting a lot of offensive rebounds happen that we didn't see in the last 25 games of the season. So I just
Clippers had the same amount of time off.
Yeah, I'm just interested in y'all's opinion. Are you going to just go, well, they were just rusty, or they were like, what the crap? Like, the playoffs did start, guys. We might want to engage.
Everything in my years of experience watching basketball makes me want to say Clippers are now my pick. The fact that they lost, Game 1 consistently in 2022 gives me a little bit of pause there. But still, Yeah, I'm picking the Clippers to win the series now.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Little too
So not
physical.
rust, huh?
Yeah, not rust. No, I just think Mavs aren't ready. You know, Clippers are mostly a team full of guys over 30 who might feel like this is our last chance, and that's the energy you saw. You know, the Mavs just kind of came together. I guess Kyrie's a veteran, but you know, I just feel like there's enough of a matchup problem here with all the different Clippers who can attack. Tyronn Lue is great at making adjustments. I feel like Jason's going to make his, but down 1-0 with them having home court advantage, your best chance to steal is game one. And as bad as you looked, I got to bet on that happening at least a couple of more times in this series.
Looks like you've sold Mike over here.
I never thought about this, but that he just brought it up. Harden's reputation of his whole career is on the line. So is Russell Westbrook's, and so is Paul George. The three guys that actually played, their whole reputation for their life's work is on the line right now. I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Now Kyrie's is too.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, and I think in the past, like, the pressure has gotten to those Clippers and made them play worse. But after seeing how well they played in game one, that convinced me pretty dang good that they're going to make the most out of this.
Yeah, I wonder if they can keep that same type of, you know, it was a shot in the arm for him yesterday, galvanizing of like, okay, Kawhi's not going to play. Oh, we're home dogs to these guys. We're going to go out and really bust it. And then you saw like James Harden couldn't keep that going in the second half. Can he continue to be that level of dominant? I don't think the consistency will be there. Will Russell Westbrook hit 2 threes in another game in the series? Probably not. But there was a lot of things that concern you moving forward. I will still maintain my pick in the Mavericks, but yes, there was not a single redeeming quality about that game yesterday.
Anything in particular besides shoot better that you point to? You're like, adjust. Is it just paint?
Well, I mean, Zubats can't dominate you the way that he did, and Luka has to be able to take advantage of him when he's on the court. It's like you've been able to play him off the court in these previous series, and now I don't know what it was that Luka's doing. I will still take Luka across the board when it comes to that particular matchup moving forward, but they're switching Zubats on him, and Luka's going dribble, dribble, dribble. I guess I'll just do the fadeaway deal, and it's like. And then the adjustment of they're clearly taking away your lobs, which was just the easiest 2 points that you could get every single time up and down the court. And it's like, okay, when Luka, are you just going to say, all right, I can still score the basketball. I'm allowed to do that. I don't have to throw it up to Gafford every time.
Is it surprising to you guys at all that the person who's going to finish second in the MVP, then his team just got smoked to start the playoffs?
Sounds familiar, right?
Everything about that game was too familiar to the Cowboys. Oh my gosh.
So felt like
the thing that worries me the most is they're going to likely get Kyrie back.
Kawhi,
yeah. I'm sorry. They're likely going to get him back. And that's the thing that worries me the most about this, and likely when they come back to Dallas.
Do you think they're unlikely to play him because they won game one?
Yeah,
just give him a little bit more time.
I think they're going to buy some time here. I think they're absolutely going to buy some time here.
More Josh Green, more lively. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Less
Gafford, less Exum. You need
Derek Jones Jr.
Probably less Derek Jones Jr. Although, you know, I think the guys like Jones Green, your top end athletes who can legitimately play all these ball handlers one-on-one. They got like 7 guys who can drop 40. And as you're looking to like take away the strong side, they're like, okay, cool. We have another 2 guys over there that can go get 40. I mean, so how do you match up individually? And then they throw the picks in. You have to be able to switch everything. So I want Lively instead of Gafford, you know, and I want 5 out as well. You know,
I thought Tyronn Lue did a great job of saying, you work your ass over that pick. We're not switching every time. And Terrence Mann and Coffee, and they were like, you know what?
Running through them.
They were old school, and you pull your ass up underneath you, and you get over that pick, and you stick with the guy. We're not hedging for you. Yeah. You can get over the pick. You're a man.
Terrence Mann it definitely seems like he embraced the Luka challenge of like, okay, I'm down to try and be the agitator here. I know Luka's going to get his, but I'm going to make him work for every single bit of this. And ultimately, you know, the Luka and Kyrie are going to have to be able to adjust to what Tyronn Lue is throwing at him, which in the first half was blitzing them and, hey, we're going to make you guys get rid of the ball. Anybody else on the court can beat us. Kleba's scared to shoot. Yeah. Don't trust P.J. Washington very much. If he has one game where he scores 20-plus points, okay. But nobody here from a role player standpoint can knock it down. The Clippers, you saw, their role players can shoot the dang basketball.
Well, that's the thing about it is if you go into the whole thing, if you go into the playoffs, they're just one of the slowest teams in the playoffs, but one of the best shooting teams in the playoffs. Yeah. They don't take a lot of 2-point shots and they don't take a lot of 3-point shots. what they do is they knock them down, and that's what you're going to have to deal with.
And their role players will likely go cold here.
Sure.
That I mean,
basketball history backs that up pretty well.
You hope.
Yeah.
That's fair. Did you care at all, or were you locked in at all on LSU women's gymnastics over the weekend?
No, I you know what? I saw the tweets and stuff and saw the final vault, or actually I think it was on the beam they won it. And so, yeah, that was a great effort from them. The overall program, the health of the program, you talk about the football and, women's basketball, the gymnastics, baseball, it's a good time to be a Tigers fan.
And then did you guys ever watch Stump the Schwab?
Yes.
Okay, because he passed away over the weekend, and I remember there was a time when I was like so into that show, and you think you know sports, and then I was watching that show as a kid, and I was like, or as a younger person, I was like, holy crap, dude.
See, those poor shows went away because of what happened with the internet and all. You didn't have to know trivia as much; you could just look it up.
Yeah.
My standard answer was always Babe Ruth. Fenway Park. Yeah, even if you had a baseball trivia question, you just said those two things, you were probably going to get the right answer. But now you can kind of look it up. You don't have to know trivia like you once did.
He was a genius, though.
I became a new trivia one again. Who started off their career with the most at bats without striking out, without getting a hit, and without getting a walk? And I had no clue that it's Mike Bassick and Dan Peltier.
And Davis wins those.
Not Davis. He struck out.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He was 0 for 8.
Yeah.
And they were like, could he set the record? They were like, who has the record? And they're like, did you know that? I was like, I had no clue that I sucked at something else.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Cy Young Show 420.
Okay.
We're going to celebrate 420 with him.
I was going to ask about that. Very good timing. Roll home with the GVAG Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Hey, let's do that hockey, Kevin.
Go Stars.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're off and running a beautiful little Monday here in North Texas. Thanks for making us part of your day. There's Broadus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. It's draft week, brother. How
about that? Had a draft show this morning. Have a draft show tomorrow. Have a draft show on Wednesday. Have a draft on Thursday. Have a draft on Friday. I'm ready to draft.
How about Saturday?
Saturday, I get to draft too.
Drafting his balls off.
We'll be drafting. It should be a lot of fun. Appreciate the platforms we have here, on the station, but also on DallasCowboys.com. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Appreciate everybody that's been kind of following along with us on that.
Salute to you guys.
Thank you.
And you're doing a heck of a job putting this thing together.
Appreciate
for
it,
us.
man.
It's amazing. You can follow along 105through-thefan.com. Is your big board up there yet?
Yeah, what they're starting to do is they're posting I just retweeted. They did quarterbacks, tight ends, and wide receivers. I mean, it's a couple different things. So instead of posting the whole board, they're taking the individual positions and post them. And then my whole stack, all my players that I've done.
The big dog,
and giving the order that I would take the players in. That's coming out tomorrow. So I'll just trying to keep 105.3 The Fan on the website if you're not a Twitter person. And then if you are a Twitter person, then I'll just keep retweeting when they post those links and stuff like that.
Of course, you have Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Eric Chiafalo is here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Woolchuck is out. Well, obviously, we got so much to get to with the Rangers, Stars, and Mavericks, and Scotty, and a big sports weekend and a big sports week here coming up. Do you have a good idea who they're going to take yet? Is it wide open? What do you think?
No, I think, Gavin, just the way timelines work, I'm going to say they're putting up the finishing touches on their boards, their stack and their board, and then the next 3 days, they're going to work on mock drafts and situations of trying to go back, trying to go up. They ran simulations during the CeeDee Lamb pick where they never got CeeDee Lamb to them. So you have to be a little bit more open about, okay, let's try and take somebody that we don't think is going to be Fuaga, the tackle from Oregon. A lot of people have him in the top 12 on a board. Take a simulation where he somehow gets to you at 24. You'd probably be prepared to take, hammer it. But if he were to get to a certain level, would you be interested in moving up?
Ooh.
Graham Barton, another guy.
Zach's pet cat.
Really good player from Duke.
Plays the piano.
He's probably petting that guy right now.
He is petting that guy right now for sure. If he gets to you at a certain level, are you comfortable letting him just slide through and see if he can get to you, or are you interested in maybe making a small move up? They're trying to work out this medical situation right now too, guys. And, how comfortable are they going to be taking Powers Johnson, the center, from Oregon. Really good player. He's got some things that you're going to have to address. So, those guys all make sense, but right now, I think that they're looking at their board and saying, okay, how do we think this is going to fall? But man, you don't know until it actually starts to fall. There's going to be, we did it on DallasCowboys.com this when we talked about where we think the run is going to start. And we kind of feel like the run is where the draft for everybody will start is at 12 with the Denver pick. And we've already seen Denver with going up and going out and getting Zach Wilson, the quarterback from the Jets. But we think that when everything kind of shakes out, the draft will start at 12, and then that's where you'll be able to gauge and see where your guys are going to go.
And that's different because, Broadus, usually for you were saying the run start with the Chinese buffets.
Oh, man, usually when they get the soy sauce involved.
Ooh, yeah.
But soy sauce with the orange chicken.
Dangerous combo.
Dangerous combo right there for sure.
Rangers got homers from Carter, Garcia, and Kisner. Lorenzen went 6, gave up 3. Robertson and Yates got the job done out of the bullpen again, and you beat the Braves 6-4 to salvage the final game in Atlanta.
Another 4-out save there, right?
Kirby, man.
Kirby on that one. Jeez.
Continues to be a stud in the big moment. Thank God for him.
Yep, they needed that one. I tell you what, though, that was I don't know if it's going to get any tougher for them. All those 17 games and, all those days, no days off, and, to be 500 basically as you're working through it, I think I think that's something you would probably, you would say, yeah, they're not playing great. They gave away a couple, but I'd also say if you said they could get through that thing 500, you'd be pretty happy about that.
Oh, yeah, to be sitting here at 12-11 on that road trip, they were 500. I mean, you take it. Good for first place still, half game better than Seattle. M's are off
coming to
tonight
town?
as well.
Yeah, they're coming in town. So you got Seattle for 3 starting tomorrow, so maybe you can find a way to put a little distance on them the next 3 nights and a day. I'm sorry, two nights and a day.
Thursday's game is going to be a 1:35 start, by the way.
Yeah.
So you want to prepare yourself for that. Get over to the channel as quickly as possible early afternoon and enjoy that bad boy. We'll probably be on about 4:30 or 5, something like that.
Yeah, I think I'll be over there. You guys will be. Are you guys gonna be pluckering or? Because I don't know. I think I think I'm over at. I think I'm at the Star.
Yeah, you'll be at the Star. You'll already be with the draft day get up on. I presume your 2024 bow tie.
Yeah, ready to roll.
Looking forward to seeing you bust that thing out. And everybody is anxiously awaiting whether or not you will lend Walchuk one of your draft night bow ties.
I will.
Or if you will say, no, I'm the only bow tie king up in here.
No, I'm going to. It's funny. I'm thinking about not giving him a bow tie because I let Sean borrow one last year, and it was a kind of a questionable draft.
You could say that again.
Bad bow tie luck.
So I'm thinking about giving. I got a tie I could give Wolchuk that has all the NFL helmets on it.
Okay.
Like a red one with all the NFL helmets.
Be careful. He's going to Sharpie X out the Eagles helmet. And very likely the Commanders and the Giants as well.
If he has to, he could do what he wants. But I'm not thinking about giving him a bow tie. I'm just kind of thinking maybe that's maybe that was a bad omen last year.
Trust your gut on that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, Stars are in an incredible position. Hottest goaltender in the game. Game 1 of their series with Las Vegas is tonight. Yeah. And Vegas got them 4-2 last year. And they are getting healthy at the right time with their Capitan Mark Stone returning possibly this evening. But the Stars are much different than last year, aren't they, Brian?
Better goaltending right now, I would say.
Otter's coming in hot.
Yeah, their goalie's doing a really nice job. And the fact that this is home ice, I think, really, really helps. The Stars, I was listening to the Hockey Hawk this morning. Try not to talk over everybody's head, Hard to do when you're talking hockey. Not everybody knows hockey, so got to be careful about that. Kind of like I'm careful about football.
You can't mix it up with your blue line passes and your icings.
You can't talk about third lines and fourth lines and that kind of thing. Got to be careful.
Toss around a couple of forechecks.
Got to be careful.
Get out of there.
Yeah. We're lucky to have the Hockey Hawk here to be able to explain things to us, though. That was that. I learned something.
Even if he does have to dumb it down.
If you have to dumb it down, you have to dumb it down. I know the feeling, man.
Yeah,
it's hard to do.
Well, I feel like here with the Stars, I mean, maybe it's not that noticeable for if you're on the outside looking in, but they're like their bottom 5 players from last year's run are gone.
Yeah.
And you got Duchesne, you got Tanev at the trade deadline.
Right.
And then you've had young guys like Harley and Stankoven and Wyatt Johnston emerge into like core good players. So like this organization is just so damn good right now at identifying, developing talent, and then coaching it we're at a spot now where we can expect greatness. We're not hoping for greatness like the previous Stars runs or like a Mavs run where you're like, oh, wow, if things line up, this could happen. It should happen for this team.
Yeah, I think the Hawk made a good point this morning too about Robinson. They were the guys asked him how do your players, how do a guy like that last year he was a little quiet in the playoffs, a little bit frustrated. The Hawks said, hey, find a way to get to the net. That good things happen when you get in front of that net. You never know, tip pucks. But the puck kind of bounces. You might get a rebound there. He's really good. The quick hands. So yeah, I mean, to me, I think Dallas is better equipped. It's obvious the way that the season went for them and how they were able to win as many games as they were, and then they were able to win it whether it was on the road or at home ice. So
this is a much more difficult Stars team to have to defend too. If you're Vegas, last year it's like, hey, can we take out Heiskanen? And then all of a sudden it's just you don't have the different options. Now it's how many guys do you have that are a threat to score? It feels like it's endless for the Stars. Last year they entered the playoffs. They had 7 players who had reached at least 30 points. This year they have 8 with more than 50.
Yeah.
So they can hit you in a lot of different ways now. You mentioned Otter. I'm curious, like, are they going to throw Logan Thompson between the pipes, or is it going to be Aiden Hill, the guy that they leaned on last year, who is their champion, but he's been banged up this year, a little bit more inconsistent, but you just go with that guy. But they do have two guys that, they I just don't know what that rotation is going to be. I would expect Aiden Hill gets the start just because you're the guy with the skins on the wall.
Right.
And so we'll see how that one goes. But ultimately, I just think the offense now for the Stars is so much more difficult to stop.
Yeah, and the defense is legit. Between Ottinger and the additions that they've made, there just aren't as many games where it's getting away from you in a hurry like was happening this time last year. Okay, reactions of being down 1-0 to the Clippers have been interesting today. I'm just trying to wrap my head around everything. Jason Kidd did, lose all 3 game ones in 2022. Physicality and nastiness is something that, maybe an inexperienced playoff core isn't ready for, or your guys just have a flat night. Whatever it was, they weren't ready. Do you guys think they'll get off the mat after the first round knockdown there against the Clippers, or was yesterday a good indicator how this series is going to go?
I would expect them to get off the mat and it be a much different situation moving forward. They're not gonna shoot that bad, and as good as the Clippers can shoot, they were sort of shooting out of their mind. When you go 18 of 36 from the 3-point line, and Russell Westbrook's going 2 of 4, and James Harden's turning back the clock, I don't know how consistent that is going to be. But they do have other guys that can knock down some shots, so they are going to shoot well. But I don't know that the Clippers will shoot that well again in the series, and the Mavericks cannot shoot that bad. So that's a starting place there. But I still don't know that you're gonna. I want to see what their answer is to Tyronn Lue, because that's one of the X factor things that he just. And it's easy to just forget about the guys on the sideline, but he is absolutely helping his team, and you can see it. You can see how much he's helping his team just out of timeouts. I mean, the way they started the game, his team showed up ready to go.
Right.
Jason Kidd's team shows up and they're sleepwalking, and Luka's he's heat checking in the first 5 seconds of the game. Like, there was no plan, there was no strategy. It's just go out there and let Luka dribble, I guess. And that's on Luka for sure, but that's definitely on Jason Kidd as well. And every time Tyronn Lue calls a timeout, boom, he's coming and smacking you with something. And so you can go on your runs and, okay, you're chipping away, timeout, draw something up, guaranteed bucket here. Sometimes it's bucket, stop, bucket. And now all of a sudden, Mavs, you were just on a nice little run, and now we're up 4 before you've even blinked here after the timeout, because Tyronn Lue knows what he's doing, and he dominated your coach yesterday. Sean, RJ, and Bobby are giving Jason Kidd the biggest pass I've ever seen, and I'm going, what are you talking about, dude? His team did not show up. His team was not ready to play. Yeah. And there was not a single you can talk about Luka getting the 30, whatever, and him and Kyrie got going. Yeah, what did Tyronn Lue say after the game? We stopped our plan in the second half. It didn't matter anymore. We don't have to do the blitzing. Sure, you guys can go ahead and get going. We're just milking a giant, nasty, historic lead because you guys sucked so bad in the first half. We can take our foot off the gas. And when you go on some runs, I'll call the timeout. I'll draw up the play. We'll get the bucket, and you'll go back to sucking.
Yeah. I kind of feel like it's going to be very difficult for the road team to win any one of these games. I think the energy that you get, the energy in Los Angeles was great yesterday with them, but the way that they played was even better. Your guys are right. They came out with the being ready. I was talking to some people in LA with the team about it, and they said, "Hey, we came out, we were awful. Didn't shoot well, didn't play well enough. Got it handed to us." And they were like, "Hey, we'll make adjustments, move on." But I think you're absolutely right about Lue as a coach. I do. I think he had his guys ready. I think he's got a plan. I think him and his staff have an idea how they want to attack. They're going to say, okay, fine. We'll figure out with Luka and Kyrie Irving. We'll figure out them. But the rest of you guys aren't going to beat us. That kind of plan. So to me, I do feel like, that this could be Dallas could come home down 2-0, but then very well find a way to, once these home games, I think whoever breaks serve at home, that's probably going to be the team that wins this. I just think it's going to be whoever's got the home court that night is going to find a way to win it.
Great game from the Clippers last night. We'll see what the Mavs do. I think they're going to come out embarrassed, and on fire.
That might not matter.
Yeah,
you're right. It might not matter if
shots got to fall. But at least you're going to get the effort, and I think a lot better rebounding, a lot better rim protection. Jets trading Zach Wilson to the Broncos. That's breaking. More on that coming up and around the NFL a little bit later on. But Apparently your guy Sean Payton thinks he can still get something out of him. Maybe as a backup. Maybe as a backup plan.
I haven't talked to Sean, since all this draft process has started and all that. Be interested what he sees. Sean. I know my experience with Sean. He was one of the best quarterback evaluators that I've ever been around. From the coaching side of things, Scott McLuhan, who we were talking about earlier, who was the Commanders GM, was with the Packers, Seattle, and he was one of the best scout evaluators that I've ever been with when it came to quarterbacks. So evidently, Sean feels like that he can find a way to get this guy to play a little bit better than the Jets could.
You should text him and say you just traded for the Nathaniel Hackett of quarterbacks.
You want me to do that?
Isn't this going back to last year, their beef between the two organizations? He's like, watch this. I'm going to take their guy and actually make him pretty good.
I'm going to show
you how pathetic this dude is.
Yes. I already kind of did it with Russell Wilson, not to as much as I wanted, but I definitely proved I can get something out of Russell Wilson in a way that Nathaniel Hackett never could. Well, and now he's going to try it again with old Wilson.
It makes more sense that he actually thinks Zach Wilson can play, Brian. I'll
ask him. I'll ask him. Okay. You really think that Zach Wilson could play? See what he says.
This is just a vengeance.
He might give me the middle finger. I've seen him do that before. He might send me a picture with him showing me the middle finger, and then that would be kind of funny.
Sean Payton's known for maybe sending a middle finger selfie in response to a text. That's awesome,
well,
dude.
He's that kind. But I'll say this though about like with Sean, he's always believed that he has that kind of ability that he could fit someone's scheme or someone's skill set. And I don't know. I mean, we all kind of thought what Zach Wilson was coming out of BYU. The Jets, the egg is on the Jets' face for drafting the guy. Much like the egg is on San Francisco's face for drafting Trey Lance. You're just the Cowboys and the Broncos, picking up the pieces. You're like, hey, you're the guys that made the mistake. Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to get the guy's career back on track.
Got G-Bag of the Days coming up here at 2:30 in 12 minutes. Little rimmer next. Chief, what do we got?
Game 1 overreactions and the man who stole the show this weekend next here in the nation.
833-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's the Chief.
What's your biggest overreaction to Game 1, Mavs Clippers? 877-881-1053. We're going to go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids to bed. G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavs have nowhere to go but up from here.
Yes, and I changed my prediction. I think that's a pretty big reaction or overreaction, whatever it is. Salute to the Clippers. I think they got a lot of good things going for them. And while the Mavs have some really nice pieces, I think it really made an impact on me last night that, hey, what you're looking at is just a different skill level of player with the Clippers, and they're so incredibly deep with these kind of guys. They're going to be a nightmare to defend, and they're all great athletes. So during the regular season, when they're not defending their balls off, now it's the postseason. You're going to get the great defensive effort from all of their guys, and it's a lot. It's a lot, especially when you have Luka and Kyrie on the court together so much. That's already going to impact your athleticism and your physicality. Now you're having to make up for it with your other three guys against one of the most physical, skilled, experienced teams out there.
Yeah. The other thing that Tyronn Lue did yesterday was absolutely hunt the Kyrie and Luka matchups when the Mavs were on defense. It was like, hey, we are going to, like, these guys are obviously going to be a pain in the rear end for us to defend, but we need to make their lives hell when they got to go back on defense, and they absolutely did that yesterday, so that's huge. And then I still think, like, these role players, they're gonna end up having to hit these shots. Like when you do the pick and roll and they're taking away your lob threat, Luka, now you can go and take it and score yourself, which you probably should have done more yesterday. But also inevitably he's going to have to find the open guy for the corner three, which is the best shot in basketball, and those guys need to hit it. And so Derrick Jones Jr., Exum, whatever, these role player dudes are going to have to knock down some shots. Kleba's still scared of the basketball in his hands. You're playing 4-on-5 every time when he's on the floor. So, and they understand that. The Clippers know. Like, we just need to make sure, don't give them the easy lobs, and then just make life as much hell as possible on Luka and Kyrie. Nobody else here do we trust to consistently knock down shots. And that's disappointing. We remember there was that section where the Mavs could not, and they were making up for it because defense was looking good, and we're like, okay, well, at least the defense is here. They're winning because they're not shooting the ball very well. Their 3 points, you're shooting 30% in some of these games, and they would win them because of their defense. But now it's like, you can't afford that. You got to be 35, 36% from three. You can't be 30% from the three, especially versus this Clippers team that knocks them down, man.
Yeah. There is some good news. The 972 just gave me flip-flopper of the year. Yes, sir.
No, way to go.
That's right. I know you have me in that for a couple years
already,
now,
dude?
Yeah.
We're only in April. Give the rest of us a chance.
I was getting ready to throw a parade for you down McKinney over here for flip-flopper of the year.
That's right.
But like in the back of the convertible, with the jacket on, waving to people and stuff like that.
We still got silver and bronze up for grabs, though, don't we?
Sure.
I mean, we can still be in the fight here, fighting for second at this point. But
There's still time after the Clippers destroy the Mavs in Game 2 for you guys to join me over here.
I just don't feel like the visiting team is going to win in this game, in this series. I mean, I just don't.
Well, they were good. They were both good road teams this year. But
I know,
once you get into the playoffs, the environment becomes a little bit different.
Yeah,
your role players definitely play better at home, and so that's going to be huge. Mavs need all that they can get. But it was a lot of blowouts, a lot of not great games, really, throughout the weekend. But last night was.
Yeah, New Orleans.
Yeah, no, last night was the one. The final game of the weekend where Oklahoma City, in a back and forth game with no Zion and the Pelicans, you end up having Shai Gilgeous-Alexander making some incredible plays there towards the end, being the young beast that he is, and some great defensive possessions there as well for Oklahoma City to get the job done. But that was the best game of the weekend. The best moment of the weekend was Anthony Edwards really taking the torch from Kevin Durant and saying, it's my time now, bro. and he was getting the MVP chance after the game. The Timberwolves beat the Suns by 25, and there was a viral moment after Anthony Edwards gives Kevin Durant the business offensively with the bucket, and they're up by 16 towards the end of the third quarter, and Anthony Edwards is pounding his chest and just talking all the S to Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's just trying not to look at him, but he's smiling. He knows, hey, this is what it is right now. Anthony Edwards is coming for the veterans throne. The quote here from the lip readers is Anthony Edwards saying to Kevin Durant in the game, "Can't guard me. What the bleep did I tell you? What did I tell you, old ass bleep?"
Boy, he did look old a couple of times out there.
Oh, he definitely did. Yeah. But the best basketball analysis of the weekend goes to Kendrick Perkins, who says the Miami Heat could go 100% from the field and 100% from the three, and they're still going to get swept in this series to the Celtics.
There it is. Chief with an afternoon rim session. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with your G-Bag of the day.
Dawson got Flopper of the Year 4 times in a row. Yes.
They're just giving it to him in April now. Yeah. It's the inevitable award.
Crazy, bro.
Should have been like this with Jordan, the MVP, just like 12 in a row.
Let's see here. We're going to pass Dawson because he's already got it. We got to find another Hater of the Year, Flopper of the Year.
Finishing second.
Yeah. All right, let's see. I'm going to give this one. This is going to be day 5 for Chris Arnold right here. The 3-time Hall of Fame Chris Arnold. Where were you when OJ was on his slow speed chase from the LAPD, Chris? Where were you?
Back in the press area in Madison Square Garden, after the chase was about winding up, Robert Kardashian, Kim's dad, and he was representing OJ. He's reading this suicide letter that OJ had written. And we're all standing in the press room. I was standing next to Ahmad Rashad. And he's going through this letter saying goodbye to people, whatever. And then all of a sudden, he goes, "And my good friend Ahmad Rashad," and the whole room looks at Ahmad Rashad. And Ahmad just looks down to the ground, and then he just walks away and got in a limo and just dissed a Pierce. Give me a freaking Pierce.
Wow.
Saved it.
Excuse me.
Freaking Peard.
Freaking Peard.
Yeah.
Where was I?
Sorry.
Excuse me. All right, let's see right here.
It's funny every time.
Every time. That freaking Peard is just so good.
So good, dude.
So fast. Excuse me. Freaking Peard. You don't need to dump that. I said excuse me. Let's see. Talladega was this past weekend. Am I right, Broadus?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go to the Rubbing is Racing podcast, where retired NASCAR driver Mark Martin, he is one of them.
Viagra driver.
He is one of, makes sense. Yeah. Makes sense. He said Gucci Mane was his favorite rapper. Listen to this.
So I got on to Dr. Dre in about 2000, it was 2002, kind of evolved from that to Eminem. And then I had one of my son's friends, they were kids, asked me, did I listen to Gucci Mane? I didn't know who it was. So as soon as I found him, it was like crazy. But you couldn't get him on hardly anything on iTunes. You had to go to datpiff.com.
Let's go.
And it was free. All the music was free, but you had to figure out how to download it onto your computer and then put it over to your phone.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you right now, in my opinion, there is no one in the same zip code with Gucci Mane. If I rap, I would never do a duo with him. Every time he does one with anybody, he just crushes them. I do like the old Gucci prior to the last prison much better than the
last
Gucci.
prison.
And I liked his old music. I liked it when he's fat and scary.
Yes. He said the last prison stint. Yeah, so I'm playing not because, he likes Gucci Mane. I like Gucci Mane. I get it. But because he said Dat Piff. And he likes the old Gucci, not the new Gucci.
When he was fat and scary.
Yeah, when he was scary, boy. Atlanta Zoo. All right, let's see what else.
That wasn't AI, Mark Martin?
No, that was real deal,
that's
bro.
real. That's real.
He's one of them.
He is.
All right, let's see what else we got here for you, boys. Oh, yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing and all that good stuff. Shout out to my pastor, Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes, and Reverend Ike. Reverend Ike could get your mind right, I'm telling you. All right, now, I've been battling allergies today for some reason. I'm taking about 12 pills for allergies, still nothing.
Dang.
I don't know what this pastor is battling, though, in his throat.
No weapon that's formed
Too much.
I hear God. It's not going to work. Your miracle too powerful. Your miracle comes with an anointing to cast out devils. Your miracle.
Even the mic is screaming.
It is screaming. Yeah.
Get him some water.
With the grace to get a demon straight. You are getting ready to boom, blow up.
Hey.
You're getting ready to boom, blow up.
Wow.
2 hours of that would be rough.
Man, come on.
Yeah.
Sound like a zombie there. Maybe he's turning.
Sleeve stack.
Come on, man. That offering better be fired. That man is working hard for you.
Yes.
He is working hard for you. That offering better be lit.
For the love of God, get that man a whole bottle of wine.
Man, oh, bro. What are we doing? Let's see. Carter sent this one to me. I thought it was hilarious. San Francisco Giants catcher Tom Murphy wasn't a fan of being struck out.
Marlins haven't had a come-from-behind win yet this year, which you see something like that, it always makes you nervous. Well, Murphy was just thrilled with that at bat.
Yeah. That old boom mic.
Yeah.
And last one right here, OU spring football. A little Spanish booty call.
Oh.
Escopeta Booty, doble receptor a cada lado. Retrocede, quiere pase, busca a la izquierda, por el centro se le abre la cancha, va a correr. Tiene espacio, 20, a la 15, a la 10, a la 5, touchdown. Nadie.
Dad Booty was pretty good too.
Big Booty.
Yeah.
They're all athletes.
Yeah.
Is it our 4-time champ CA? Current favorite for G-Bag of the Year, by the way. Is it Mark Martin? Talking about Gucci Mane. Wow.
That man said that piff. He's listening to the real Gucci.
Is it the pastor battling a throat demon of some sort? Murphy was just thrilled with his at-bat.
Gucci with the Bart Simpson on his chest. I'll tell you. Ice cream on his face.
The ice cream.
Yeah.
My gosh, I forgot about that.
Or is it OU spring football? Chief, who are you voting for? I'm not sure right now.
I'm going with the champ.
Lucius?
Shoot. Mark Martin, man.
Brian?
Chris Arnold.
I want to make it interesting and vote for Mark Martin.
It's that pasta.
Okay, so jump onto @GBagNation's X account there. You can follow us all when you get there. Our links are inside the bio there to all of our handles and whatnot. But is it Mark Martin or is it CA looking for 5 right here? It's the G-Bag of the day. And again, @GBagNation. Follow us when you get there. We'll follow you right back. Brian, where are we going next with the corner?
Yeah, some of my stuff from boards and stacks are being posted. I want to go through a couple of those with you and talk about some of these players in particular. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Stars Game 1. What do the Mavs have to do for Game 2? And a Rangers 4-ticket giveaway during the Expressway. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
What's up, Tolos? It's spring cleaning time, and I'm here with Jeremy from Kissable Dental. So at Kissable Dental, it seems like you've reimagined the dental experience. No more cold clinical visits. Y'all offer a warm, welcoming, and modern atmosphere with amenities like Netflix, music, and even massage chairs to make us all more comfortable.
Exactly. We believe in pampering our patients while providing top-notch care. We use the latest technology for more comfortable procedures, which allows us to provide quicker dental visits so you can spend less time in the chair and more time enjoying your smile.
That's music to my ears. And what about those who dread the dentist?
We truly understand. That's why our team is trained to provide gentle, compassionate care. We take the time to listen to your concerns, tailor your treatment to your needs, and even take pictures of the process along the way.
Well, that helps ensure a stress-free experience. So if you want a dental visit that feels more like a day at the spa, visit Kissable Dental today. Schedule now by calling 972-779-KISS or book online at kissabledental.com. Kissable Dental, your kissable journey starts today.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in North Texas, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America, what would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/North Texas. Bank of America NA, member FDIC, equal credit opportunity lender.
RJ Chop here, my good friends over at A#1 Air. It's the instant rebate special, boys and girls. Buy a new heat and an AC system and get up to
In Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Congrats to CA. Just made it 5-time G-Bag of the Day status, winning by a percentage of 60-40 against Mark Martin there in your G-Bag of the Day. It is time now for your favorite Krusty segment of the day. It's Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king himself, Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that.
Salute.
And also wanted to say thanks to also, if I could, to Shell Shack for having me out on Saturday.
I heard you tore it up out there, dude.
It was
Mardi Gras Broaddus a little bit.
No, I kind of kept it. I kept it in the lane. But I learned about how they do crawfish and stuff there. We kind of traded some ideas back and forth.
I was about to say, I know you were giving them tips.
They were. It was fun to watch somebody else make crawfish. Then when you don't have to be the responsible one.
You were armchair quarterbacking.
I really was trying not to.
Trying?
I was trying not to.
I believe you were trying.
I was trying not to.
How different would your process have been than theirs?
Their soak is different than mine. Remember, I always talk about how important the soak to get the flavor
inside that meat, not just on the shell.
Yeah, not on the shell, but the soak is different in that way. And so, but I understand they do some things like the way they use citrus. I'm not a big citrus. I use like lemon juice, things like that to try and incorporate flavor, but a lot of oranges and then a lot more with the limes and stuff like that. So yeah, they incorporate a lot more citrus, and I was like, okay, I see it, because some of these companies have come up with product that is like citrus, like a powder that you could pour as part of it when you're using your liquid and then your boil. You could kind of combine the two, but using fresh citrus was an interesting.
Might add that to the old arsenal, huh?
Might have to add that one. Gives it a little bit. I learned a little bit from them today. I mean, I really, really did. But thank you to them for having me out on Saturday. I really, really appreciate that. All right, I tweeted out. I mentioned my rankings of my players by position.
Draft week.
And so every day there's going to be a position group or two that's going to get released. Tomorrow will be my complete stack. You can see how I have all the players in this draft that I've done, have them all in order for you, and you can kind of follow along. Somebody on Twitter asked me, they go, how close do you think your board is going to be to McClay's? I said, I hope not close at all. To be honest with you, no. Hey,
does McClay ever text you be like, hey, let me get a look, let me get a little look-see. Let me get a little look-see at your board. Let's go. Let's put both our boards on the table.
There's 2 teams of my gang of 7 that asked for my board.
Just a little food for thought, huh?
Yeah, and maybe they'll use that as a mock draft, because when we used to do mock draft stuff, I used Rick Goslin's top 100 that he used to do. I used to use it because sometimes you don't want to get it to where you're using your board because you can't get the players. You can't get the players right. Rick was really good at getting a consensus from all the general managers around the league. So where his players ranked were based on where he saw them fit and was told. So you want to be able to kind of be able to talk about it and say, okay, well, we have this guy a lot higher, we have this guy a lot lower. You want to be able, when you're doing your mock, you want to be as true as you can. There's a couple of players I like to point out. We got the wide receivers, tight ends on the first group. And I want to talk just specifically about a couple of players in each round that I have. If you go through, I have Neighbors from LSU, Harrison, Adunze, and Brian Thomas from LSU. Those are my first round wide receivers. I'd like to talk about Rome Adunze from Washington. And he's the 8th overall player on my stack. This guy, I think, has a chance to be as good as Neighbors and maybe even as Marvin Harrison when it comes to his career. I think the team that gets him is going to get a dynamic player, an exceptional route runner, a guy that will extend for the ball, a guy that makes circus catches, a guy that's extremely tough. I would not be surprised if whoever took him, he had the best career of Neighbors from LSU, Harrison from Ohio State, as those top two guys.
How far you think he could fall?
I think he's going to go somewhere in the top 7 or 8. I think when you start to look at, where people are going to see these guys, of course, differently. I think the top 3 are kind of either Harrison, Neighbors, Odunze, or Neighbors.
Some combination of those 3 are the top 3.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be surprised though if he was the best. And I think I think if the Giants were to grab him at their pick in that first round, that would be something you're going to have to worry about. In the second round there, I want to talk about a player on the wide receiver crew, Ladd McConkey from Georgia. And I've got Coleman from Florida State, Mitchell from Texas, Corley from Western Kentucky, McConkey from Georgia, and Worthy from Texas are my second round wide receivers. But I want to talk about Ladd McConkey from Georgia. Here's another one of these guys. If you thought that Puka Nacua was a good player for the Rams, this guy's better. This is that type of player. This guy is a slot, outside, run after catch everything, take routes inside, break outside, catch first downs, or convert third downs to first downs.
Oh, it's third and McConkey?
Easy.
So why isn't he a first round wide receiver? Just because there's so many?
There's somebody, there are people that would probably have him on their board over Brian Thomas from LSU.
Wow.
Yeah. I
so maybe he does get picked in the first round.
I think there's a possibility that we could see him go somewhere between 29 and 32.
Get Pat Mahomes, McConkey.
He ends up in San Francisco or Kansas City. It would make absolute perfect sense, especially if San Francisco is trying to move on from Brandon Ayuk.
I keep seeing it.
If they move on from Brandon Ayuk, there's your replacement right there.
Wow, okay.
In the second round there. In the third round here, I want to talk about Ricky Pearsall from Florida. He is another one of those guys that when you watch him play, I feel like he can play outside, he can play inside. The thing about him is that he catches everything thrown in his direction. When we do mock drafts for the Cowboys, and it gets to the third round for where the Cowboys are going to pick, they're at 87, and if he's on the board, I fight my ass off to try and get the group to pick him.
Really?
Is what I do. I mean, that to me would be the best player on the board if you started to look at the entire board. I have him as player 61 on my board. So I kind of feel he's a little bit of a higher, maybe a second round guy. But in the third round here, I would think that someone is going to steal a player from everybody. Whoever picks Ricky Pearsall from Florida is going to get a tremendous player.
So if he's there in the third round and you haven't taken your back yet, and
yeah,
would you Brian Broaddus take the receiver?
I
less of the need,
yes,
but
yeah,
better player.
Yes,
yeah,
I'd absolutely,
and it's a sneaky need.
I'd absolutely do that. All right. I want to get down into the tight ends now here in my last few minutes. I know that the Cowboys probably wouldn't address the tight ends. I've got Brock Bowers as my number one guy. I get him as the 6th best player overall on my board. I've got Sanders from Texas as my second round tight end. He's player number 54 on my board.
Okay.
What I want to get down to, though, is there's a couple guys here that I might have a little bit lower that teams like a little bit better, and we'll see where they end up. And it's a TCU kid, this Jared Wiley from TCU. I've got him in the 4th round. There's people talking about he might be the second best tight end, that people might have him ahead of Sanders or Theo Johnson from Penn State or Cade Stover from Ohio State. But I've got him in the 4th round. I don't think he's a great blocker. But what I do feel like is when you start to talk about players, these tight ends nowadays that can get down the field and make plays. Remember how we see Ferguson make those plays when they run vertical routes and they throw the ball, the seams.
It's beautiful.
This Jared Wiley can make those kinds of plays for you.
Take a hit over the middle kind of deal.
Hit, catch the ball. He's really, really, really good run after catch. Exceptional in that. Ben Sinnott is another guy who I have in the 4th round from Kansas State. He's player 128 on my board. Here's the guy that was a walk-on at Kansas State that's probably one of the best blockers when it comes to with this group. If you're looking for that kind of guy, Ben Sinnott from Kansas State catches the ball well, kind of a little bit more of the underneath stuff than down the field.
Yeah,
but
I know exactly what you mean. This guy's blocking.
Yeah.
Try hard.
Point of attack, get after you kind of guy. Really, really good. And my final guy in the 5th round, and I know maybe Dallas is not going to address the tight end, but I was just trying, this is how my groups broke down for today. So it was wide receivers and tight ends. Just want to point out some guys. Eric All from Iowa is another tight end I have in the 5th round. And now here's a guy that you talk about Sinnott as a blocker. All is a transfer from Michigan. I know that freaks people out when you say Michigan tight end.
Yeah, but I'm thinking Iowa. That's tight end bro.
Yeah, this guy right here.
I don't want anything from Michigan at this point.
No, this is an Iowa young man right here. And so
no disrespect to the Wolverines. Great college program.
Yeah.
This guy's a Hawkeye.
This guy, yeah. There's a Michigan tight end in this draft, AJ Barner. That's a pretty good player, but
probably rather have him than Scooney.
But Eric All, if you're looking for that complete kind of guy, when you talk about the athletic ability, the ability to catch, ability to run after catch, ability to be a point of attack blocker, we all know Iowa runs the football very, very well. And when you look at Eric All, he's a guy that kind of helps him with that. He's also, like I said, the soft hands, the ability to catch over the middle, run after catch, transfer from Michigan. Keep an eye on Eric All, A-L-L, from Iowa. He could be a steal for somebody in this draft as a tight end.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Terrific reports. The draft approaching. We are coming up Thursday night. What time is the draft coverage going to start?
Is it 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock, man.
6 o'clock, yeah.
Our coverage brought to you by our friends at Pluckers. We will be at all 8 Pluckers locations partying with you on opening night of the draft. It's also brought to you by our friends at Zero Res. NFL News Today coming up. Chief, where are you taking us?
The C in Caleb Williams stands for confidence. And just how tough is the Cowboys' schedule going to be this year? That's next year in the nation.
Always a You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for some NFL news of the day. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
All right, we got a trade in the NFL today. Zach Wilson is now a Bronco. And looks like Broadus' guy Sean Payton decided to say, hey, Nathaniel Hackett, you can do nothing with this quarterback. I'm going to prove to you that I can do at least a little bit more than nothing. I don't know that he's making any promises higher than that, but you will see Zach Wilson now in a Broncos uniform. It's going to be a new Broncos uniform. Don't have the photos to throw up on the fan cam right now, and I'm sorry for that, but just know that they got worse. Okay, they took 2 steps back. Did the Broncos. The Lions busted out some new unis last week. I think it was an overall win. Heck, the Jets did the same thing last week. I think it was an overall win. I don't know what the Broncos are thinking here. Now, they did unveil that they are going to have their throwback Orange Crush alternates, and those are still as gorgeous as ever. So the couple times a year that the Broncos are doing that, they will be watchable. But a lot of people are alleging that the Broncos' new uniforms now, it's basically just UTSA. But it's in Denver. You looking at those? Yeah, did you see that? I mean, it's definitely not that cool. So we'll see what the Broncos do from here. But Zach Wilson now and a 7th round pick go to the Broncos, and a Broncos 6th round pick now goes to the Jets. I do have.
I see where the UTSA comes in there now.
You seeing that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Warren Sharp has the 2024 NFL strength of schedule released here because the way he does it, most of the time you see strength of schedule and they look back at the previous season and everybody that's on your schedule, what did they do last year, and we'll tell you how tough your schedule is based on last year. Warren Sharp looks at it from the perspective of, okay, what are your Vegas over-under win totals for this upcoming season? So maybe you were a 12-win team last year, but now you're the Ravens, you've lost some pieces, and so you're not going to be the same caliber of team. You probably don't win 13 games this year. Maybe your Vegas is saying you're going to win 10 or 11 games. So he stacks it up that way, does Warren Sharp, and then he goes from 1 to 32. Yeah, this is a better way to do it. This is a much more accurate way. And you can go to sharpfootballanalysis.com and look at the strength of schedule, and he goes through all the different bona fides that he's got, proving just how good this actually works based on, like last year, of the 15 teams predicted to have the easiest schedules for last season, 11 of those teams finished with winning records. So he feels good about the process that he has here in predicting what is going to take place for the upcoming season. And the Cowboys actually have the 22nd 22nd easiest. So basically the 10th most difficult in terms of strength of schedule, because you will see that they have the implied line on the Cowboys is 10.5. So they have a lot of tough teams on their schedule this year. And so and a lot of it has to do with you play the first place schedule. And so you have a much harder schedule than, say, even the Eagles do. The Eagles have the 9th easiest schedule in the league coming up this year. The Giants, actually, their schedule's only a touch easier than yours. They're sitting at 20th, the 20th easiest schedule. So they're kind of getting hurt a little bit, but the Cowboys sitting at 22. That is, think about the difference there. If you're the Eagles, you have a top 10 easiest schedule in the league, and the Cowboys have a bottom 10 easiest schedule in the league.
Cowboys have to play the division winners, right? They play who do we play? The
Lions, San Francisco.
Yeah, they've got all the division winners in the NFC.
Atlanta, Tampa.
And then they've got it's the AFC South. Who we are the North this time?
It's the North.
Okay. So who's the other division that they have to play?
The NFC South, I believe.
Okay. Well, they're NFC South last year, I thought. Well, no, Carolina was the game they played just because of being, I think, in second place. But yeah, they'll play all the division winners, and then they'll turn around and have to play the AFC North.
The AFC North is what's really, really tough because you got Baltimore, Cincinnati,
right.
But you're also going to be playing Houston.
Right.
That's
because of the 17th game, the 17th game that they have to play, because you have to play the everybody has to play that extra game, and it goes to the other conference. So you have to play now. Your conference game is
so maybe that's what that game is.
Last year they did it with the Chargers, and remember they went to went to Los Angeles to play the Chargers. Now they pick up Houston.
Yeah, and they get Houston at home
on that because of that extra game.
Yeah, the Cowboys got 9 home games this year and then 8 road games.
Right.
So just a little food for thought. If you're looking who's got the easiest schedule in the sport coming up here, it's the Falcons. So when you start, if you're thinking about doing some type of futures bet or something on like who's going to hit their over on the win total, you look at a team like the Falcons. And you're like, okay, if you have the easiest schedule coming up in the league here, that's going to help you. The Chargers, great news for Jim Harbaugh, maybe able to come out of the gates a little bit. The Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams, hey, that's a nice way to start here with a pretty easy schedule. The Jets and the Saints, that's your top 5 easiest schedules in the NFL. You know, one of the things to consider about Houston, a team that everybody's hot on, trending in the right direction. They are, it's the 26th easiest schedule, so they're sitting there at like the 7th most difficult schedule in football next year. So something for Texans fans to consider. But the Cowboys have the 10th toughest schedule in the league, and we will see how that affects them coming up here. A couple of the quarterback, the draft stuff right now, it's coming out super, super hot. Adam Schefter hearing speculation that Michael Penix could go as high as number 8 to the Falcons.
Sure.
Maybe they would be a team that says, hey, we got Kirk Cousins, Penix, we can kind of slow cook you a little bit here, even though he's like 25 or 26 years old. But
yeah, he's an older guy, and he's dealing with some injury history, but everywhere he's been, he's won.
Yeah, you cannot watch his tape and think, oh, we should be passing on this guy if we need a quarterback. Like, the injury history is a thing, but, just watching his big plays, the quality of, competitor that he is, the winning at every spot that he's gone. Washington has not been a winning program consistently for over 30 years. Indiana, not a winning program since Antoine Randall.
Right.
He's stepping in here and winning in spots that aren't historic winners. And it appeared that consistently this year he was great when they needed it the most. So I think there's a clutch thing in there as well.
Yeah, he pro wide receivers, some pro offensive linemen that he was dealing with. So it helps you that way. But, look at what, our guy down there in Houston, what he dealt with at Ohio State, the way that sometimes that translation when you play with really good and you're also shining along with them, I think says a lot about the kid. I would not bet against Michael Penix to be very successful in the NFL.
Well, I would presume he will be going in round 1, and potentially, that would be, gosh, if Penix goes 8, that means you're probably going to have 5 quarterbacks go in the top 10.
I have him as number 3 on my board myself, so it wouldn't surprise me at all.
So you think like 4 quarterbacks and 3 receivers in the top 10?
I don't know.
I think 4 quarterbacks. I think 4 quarterbacks seems like a guarantee.
4 quarterbacks. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen.
Williams, Daniels, May, and McCarthy, and then maybe Penix slips in.
That's why we were all kind of talking about it today, and I was talking with some of the gang of 7 that they feel like that the draft's going to start at 12.
Wow.
Because that's where when you kind of sort out all
start getting other positions here.
Now you start getting the other positions,
Yeah, because Caleb Williams right now the favorite to go number 1, obviously to Chicago. Jaden Daniels the favorite to go number 2. Drake May the favorite to go number 3. So it'd be 3 quarterbacks to kick things off here. Speaking of the quarterbacks, a couple of talking points. The first one, here's Caleb Williams, who is going to be a Chicago Bear first overall pick. He was sitting on the Ryan Clark and Channing Crowder podcast, the Pivot podcast. Say what you want about Caleb Williams. Confidence is not an issue for my guy.
If you go look at the stats, and I have a screenshot of it. You go look at the stats, and on average, I am the most dead center even dude for scrambling and throwing in the pocket. It's just, I make more highlights, and so that's what they show. But dead even stat. Of scramble to pocket, I am the most dead even on the farthest end of the spectrum from anybody else. As we know, X and Y axis, I am the farthest from all of them in every single way. And so to all of the people, I can do anything and everything as I want and as my team needs, and whatever it takes to win a game. And so that's that.
So he's saying the narrative that he scrambles too much is a false one?
Correct. That's exactly what he's saying right there. So
He's special when he runs, though. When he has to move, you watch him play. There's times where his protection breaks down so quickly on him, and now he's having to plant and then look behind him to think, okay, can I escape back door? Then he sees I'm clean. Now he gets back door. His ability to manipulate and navigate the pocket is, I think he's got rare traits this way. The thing that happens, they'll say this about Daniels at LSU too. I think Daniels has a little bit better escapability, but when it comes to navigating the pocket and then moving to his left, say to throw a ball, this guy is he's absolutely got it.
Williams does.
Yeah.
Williams, he can seemingly do it all on the field. He's a real super beast. So he's confident in his game here, and that's something
He should be.
Yeah, he absolutely should be, and that'll be something we look back on and be like, oh my gosh, my dude called his shot. If he goes on and it starts meeting these expectations that everyone is putting on him, and he's obviously putting on himself, to be like, this dude called from the jump. And if it's the opposite of that, then they will be holding it against him. But the Washington Commanders are being questioned for the way they're going about this. Have you ever seen something like this, Broadus?
With the top golf?
They're picking number 2. Everybody thinks they're getting Jaden Daniels, but maybe it's Drake May. Maybe it's J.J. McCarthy. The Commanders, they basically they bring in Jaden Daniels. He thinks he's coming in for an exclusive visit with the team, as he's the only player. They're going to wine and dine him, and it's going to be what is the normal official visit stuff that happens before the draft here between player and team. But the Commanders decided to bring in at the same time Drake May and J.J. McCarthy.
Yes.
So it's all of the 3 quarterbacks that are vying for that number 2 pick here that everybody's assuming is Jaden Daniels to lose now. So they all bring him in. They're all there. And I guess they're all they're all surprised by this. It wasn't like it was
not announced what they were doing.
Right. All these guys are showing up thinking this is their exclusive time with the Commanders to try and sell themselves on being the second pick in the draft. And they get there and they're like, wait, J.J. McCarthy, you're here? Drake May, you're here? Yeah. This is a little bit weird. And apparently Schefter was saying that, Jaden Daniels, his agent, I guess, had said something on Twitter about how he didn't really like it, but it didn't seem to go over too well with Jaden Daniels and his agent, who sounded off on social media that he didn't seem particularly pleased with the process from the Commanders there. So Daniels thought it would be a visit just for him, but Washington essentially opened up the process. That's what Adam Schefter had to say.
Yeah.
So now they're kind of rubbing the wrong way the guy that everybody thinks they're taking at number 2 overall. And yes, a part of this visit was, I guess, a top golf competition between the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Oh, just like whoever wins, like secretly they're going, whoever wins this, we want to see that competitive fire. This is going to be the deal breaker here.
Yeah, this really kind of goes back to Dan Quinn, because Dan Quinn is one of those guys that believes and he has to see how uncomfortable you are in order to be able to coach you. And so what they were trying to do was make all these quarterbacks uncomfortable with their situation. And then they get a better idea of how they respond to any things that might not go their way. And so, it gives you an idea. This will probably be the only time you ever see this done.
Okay, so you've never seen it before, and you don't expect to see this ever again.
I don't ever expect to see this again, because agents won't send their guys to have this done. Agents.
Yeah, they got all the old okey doke there.
Yeah, the agents were told that their guy was going to visit, and they weren't told the itinerary. But this really goes back to Dan Quinn and his belief about, he goes, unless you find out how uncomfortable somebody can be, you can't coach them. And that's what they did with these players.
I want to see how a guy's losing. How does it bother you?
Yeah.
How poised are you? I want it to really, really bother you, but at the same time, you can still hold it together.
Yeah, because
golf is a difficult game to, like you say, and even Drake May was saying in an interview, he goes, I got a really good swing. He goes, but I have to admit, J.J. McCarthy hits the ball better than me.
See, and I wonder, is that a notch on the belt, or is it the opposite? Maybe they're looking to see the guy who sucks. Like, who's the guy who doesn't even know how to pick up a club because he's just too much of a football guy?
That's what I would worry about. That if
maybe they were mind bleeping him, dude. You think you're trying to go out there and win it? In reality, they want to see who has no experience with this golf thing, because you're too locked in on the footballs.
Yeah. The thing about it, I would say that probably Daniels probably has the worst swing out of that group. But probably, I don't know how much golf he plays. I don't think he plays a whole lot, but it sounds like Drake May does play golf. And it sounds like J.J. McCarthy can pretty much do anything he wants to do. He's one of those kind of athletes.
Daniel Jeremiah moved the stick, says as you're coming down the home stretch, everybody he's talked to is telling him it's going to be Jaden Daniels at 2. So I'm sure it'll change 24 more times over the course of the next few days.
Yeah, it is going to be a fascinating couple of days here with the NFL draft coverage starting Thursday afternoon at 5 o'clock right here on 105 through the Fan. 6 o'clock on your home of the Cowboys. Okay, when we come back, it's time to go around the Rangers. We'll give you the very latest, including some possible reinforcements getting healthy at the right time. That's next here on the Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing with you before we do anything else.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Find a location near you. Shoot Chat, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your car today, carsforkids.org. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It's time now for some baseball stuff. Got a number of Ranger stories here for you, including one that is it's quite exciting. Max Scherzer, even at this advanced age, is showing an extremely good healing ability. I don't know if this is hard work or he's blessed with healing type Wolverine DNA. He's obviously a grinder. So maybe just being on the schedule that much better than the average has put him in this position. But, I mean, he's a middle-aged man, and he had a significant surgery 5 months later to repair a herniated disc. Scherzer eyes return much sooner than anybody would have expected. Series of bullpen sessions and live BP over the last 7 days. The 39-year-old could potentially begin a rehab assignment as soon as next week. And Scherzer himself said they're not ready to say a date, but they're looking at early May in being able to come back. So that seems like not a long rehab stint. If he's going to rehab next week, back early May, that would be just one rehab start. And let's make this happen at 39 years old. Maybe that's the way you want to play it. You can only fire so many bullets.
Yeah, for sure. And we're all fired up to get Scherzer back, and what a beast to get back as quickly as possible, knowing that this team needs a guy like him in the rotation. And hopefully, it's just my biggest question is, one, how long can he stay healthy, and then what is he now? Because we know he's not at the height of his powers, but is he still a guy that can consistently give you 5 to 6 innings a start and fight through some of these things? Because they're going to need him, but it's just, I think it's a question mark of just how long can you stay healthy, and what version of him are we now getting? Because these injuries they've piled up, in a huge way.
Yeah, and he's old. I think those are great points. Like hopefully, if he is going to get hurt again, it's timed up well with the playoffs. But at this age, you got to expect that he's going to fatigue quicker and have less stamina. So hopefully they have a great plan for building him up and hitting October as strong as possible, if in fact you get there. Bochy said we're amazed at where he is at this point, though. We were looking at the latter part of June before he'd be on the mound for us, but it's going to be way before that. And I'll be honest, he's not a spring chicken, but he had an upper back surgery and he's pushed it, but not to the point where I think we're risking any setback. I mean, early May compared to late June, that might be as much as 6 weeks early. That's freakish. So I don't know what you should rule out with Scherzer at 39 years old. He's already, in that sort of LeBron, Tom Brady rarefied era where we're playing deep into our 30s and continuing to perform at a high level. But those backs can be tricky. I think Tank is maybe, for me, the absolute best example of a guy who was able to have those back surgeries and then play a very physical brand of his sport at a high level for a long, long period of time. But not all guys get through it that easily without ever hearing about it ever again.
No, almost never do you see something like that. Like, everybody should be getting on the horn with DeMarcus Lawrence and saying, dude, what was the secret to your sauce here? Like, Can you provide me anything with how you overcame the one thing that it seems nobody can overcome, where we're still on the injury report every single week with flare-ups and whatnot?
Yeah.
Do you feel like that maybe Tyron Smith figured something out? His injuries were more about the shoulder and neck, but the back stuff was something that he was dealing with a lot, right? Do we hear about that very much? No. As far as, as far as what he was dealing with, it was always, he damn near ripped his, hamstring off the bone kind of a thing.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, Tyron has just had a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
when it comes
but remember
to the injuries.
his major issues were the back.
Yeah.
Did the back keep him out of the Arizona game? I'm sorry.
It was either the Arizona game or the Dolphins game.
Yeah, so maybe the back was more of an issue. I always thought it was kind of, we were dealing with the neck, the stinger, the shoulder area more than the back.
That's true about Tyron.
Yeah,
but hopefully Scherzer can be the next. Sands had an update on a number of injured players here. You got Nathaniel Lowe back, even though he was like 3 of 30 on his rehab stint. Sporzy is getting close. Is Bradford still like TBD? Like we're not. There's another back issue, right? That's kind of like, oh crap, not sure what's going on here, because the nerve is so close to all the moving parts in there. If you get a bad, roll of the dice or whatever it is. I got a buddy right now who's got a herniated disc on one side of the nerve and a cyst has popped up on the other. And those two things are working his nerve overtime. It's like completely debilitating for him.
That is literally what I had my senior year in high school.
Really?
They didn't know that I had the cyst as well until they went in there. And they told me after the fact, oh, yeah, you also had a cyst in there. I guess that probably made the nerve pain worse. But that goes toe-to-toe with anything in terms of just excruciating pain that you feel like you can't get rid of. Like, here's 5 ibuprofen, laying down, doesn't matter. Standing up, doesn't matter. Sitting. Like, when that thing's flared up and it's from butt cheek to toes, it's debilitating, dude.
I had a little dance with that. I guess, what was that, late 2023 when I had my back issues. I couldn't even get out of bed for like 24 hours. It took forever. And, I appreciate so much that I don't have to deal with that on a daily basis anymore, because I've just had like a small foray into that. And I don't know if they would recommend surgery or whatever. I'm just scared to go in. I'm like, dude.
No, don't let them cut up on you.
Evan Carter's coming along nicely. First month of the season had been forgettable, Rangers completed a 10-game roadie on Sunday night with that win over the Braves, 17 games in 17 days, and it appears at the end of it, you might have an Evan Carter who is on the way back to the player that we enjoyed making his debut and helping dominate the postseason last year. While he was 21 years old last year, he hit .306 with a 105.8 OPS in 23 regular season games, and then became a star on a team full of all-stars here on MLB.com, slashing 300, 417, 500 while playing all 17 postseason games. He was a freaking legend. But going into yesterday, he was hitting 194. So it was a little bit unexpected, kind of a head-scratcher. But Carter appears to be finding something. Sunday night, the outfielder went 2 for 4 with a solo bombski. His third of the season, actually his third in the last 11 games now. He also collected his first MLB regular season hit against a lefty pitcher when he outran an infield single in the 8th inning. So
that speed.
Yes.
That speed is real.
Whatever it takes.
Even though he's bulked up a little bit. I love to see a little power out of him. I did not think that Evan Carter would get to 3 dongs before Bangford got to 1.
Yeah.
Didn't think that was going to happen.
No, he's hitting it though. And we're still waiting for it from Wyatt Langford, but with Evan Carter, we need this to be the case where he's breaking out and can be a guy that you could rely on or drive this offense. I mean, we're still waiting for that big breakout where 1 through 9 is producing, and you make it look easy. They're making it harder on themselves by not having the consistent offensive performance. Cool idea in a separate article here. If the Rangers starters do get super healthy in the second half, and you have all of them, how about John Gray in the bullpen, who was available for that kind of work yesterday?
Yeah, that was. I love what Boch did with that, though. Evaldi just kind of went as long as he could, and on Saturday, and Gray was able to come in and do what he needed to do. I think a little bit more out of necessity. Healthier arm and a day off.
Yeah.
It's like they'd gone through the
bullpen was taxed.
The bullpen had gone through a lot, in Detroit, that 4-game series, the 17 game type thing in 17 days. I mean, it's amazing what they were able to accomplish. I know it wasn't record wise, everybody was like, oh, well, they could, no, I mean, just to get through that itself.
Yeah.
That was impressive. But Gray out of the bullpen, we saw it last year in the playoffs, right?
Yes.
He came out of the bullpen. He was lights out. And anytime, I tell you what, that's got to be a good little confidence booster for John Gray. He's so hard on himself.
He is.
Such a perfectionist. And so to give you some quality work against a really good baseball team, I think says a lot about him. And hopefully it'll lead to some positivity as we go through this journey of this season.
It's very exciting how deep they are, that you could potentially have such an excess of pitchers that a quality arm like that in Gray could be like your long relief guy or specialty guy, depending on matchups. Monty did debut in Arizona. Lefty ace gave up 1 run on a solo homer in 6 innings against the Giants for Arizona.
I think the Diamondbacks put up 17 in that game.
Yeah,
he was getting all the help offensively.
Yeah.
But yeah, that stung a little bit.
It did.
See his first outing go dominant like that.
Dominated the grill yesterday, having some work done in the kitchen. So the kitchen was unavailable. I said, man, it's time to jump out here and get on the grill.
Weather's too nice not to give it a go.
Oh, yes. So I went up to the store, and I needed some hamburger buns, Chief.
Didn't make them yourself?
Did you go pretzel on me?
I did.
Yes.
Okay, at first I got the regular buns, and then I moved through the deli there looking for a different item, and I spotted the Hawaiian roll section, and I was like, wait a minute, Chief's been telling me to try the Hawaiian roll pretzel bun.
Light bulb.
Now, I've had the Hawaiian roll regular hamburger bun before, which is good.
Yeah, solid.
But the pretzel bun is a freaking game changer. Now, I know it said it was more of a slider bun or something like that.
Yeah.
But I put a full-on quarter patty on there. And it fit well.
Yeah.
It fit well. Now, you might have wanted
shrinkage. Got a little shrinkage there.
Got a little.
That helps.
Both fiance, wife, and Abby were like, "Oh my God, Dad,
game changer!"
Yes, that's the new official bun of the Dawson household.
Let me ask you this though: on the pretzel bun, do they put salt on it?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
So there's a little, instead of maybe the poppy seeds or something like that?
No poppy seeds.
Well, no. Instead of poppy seeds on top or some type of seed on top.
Like the sesame seed or whatever.
They go with a little bit like a flakier
salt. A little bit salt. Yeah.
Like some kosher rock salt. Yeah.
Okay.
Bingo.
I see what you're doing here.
It's really good, dude. Gosh, I'm so happy about that.
Man, thank you so much for that rec, because I feel like I could go the rest of my life not having experienced that.
I know. And now you're seeing the Chick-fil-A is trying to run this with their chicken sandos. Like they're starting to catch on that the pretzel bun really might be the one seed for buns.
I mean, it's so good that I was a couple of times like, man, maybe I just want to get a separate bun and eat this as a side along with my burger bun. It is that good.
It is, dude. It is. You find yourself just eating the bread.
The thing about it is, I've tried to make pretzels before. It is one of the toughest things you could ever. You talk about effing something up.
I bet.
Where you're like, there's all kinds of little things you have, little tricks of the trade. And people make it look so easy on those YouTube videos. And I'm like, this is not easy. But man, if you can.
Special set of skills.
Pretzel bun, though, sounds awesome.
Where are we going next, Chief?
Best of the weekend, we lost a legend, and a new legend rose to the occasion. next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat with you here real quick about my friends at Window Nation because they have an amazing spring deal going.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
DFW on The Fan. Our path to this year's draft is proudly presented by Pluckers and by Zero Reds.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Have some great sports content coming up for you this afternoon. We'll actually have some DAC audio coming up the Expressway 520. How confident is he that he'll be staying in Dallas? Does he want to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL? DAC on that coming up at 520. We haven't asked Brian anything about the draft coming up in 14 minutes. Thought you'd like that.
Thanks.
You like those, don't you?
I love those, man. I really do.
We'll take a look at some mocks as well, see if Brian will like those players.
Yeah.
But right now, it's time for a best of the weekend.
Line them up. Let's go.
Here's the Chief.
I found myself inside of an HEB for the first time in my 30 years of doing life, and it was cool. It was cool. Well-oiled machine, man. Did
you go by yourself or did you have family?
It was just me and my wife. My kids were at my parents' house for a few hours on Saturday, so I was like, hey, like this was like part of our time together. Let's just go walk around HEB.
So romantic of you to do.
Yeah, I thought so. And it was packed. I'm like, holy smokes, dude. And so you walk in there, but you see they actually have people working the register. It's like this foreign concept. I'm like, if all these people in here, these lines must be insane. But boom, they're rocking and rolling. They actually got human beings doing this thing. They have the self ones, and then they also have human beings that are doing it.
Nice
and
people,
so
too. Very nice.
everything is it's well-oiled, it's humming. It was fantastic. And, it felt like when we walked in, I go, okay, what does this feel like to you right now? I looked at my wife and she's like, feels like we're in feels like we're in Walmart. And I was like, yeah, it feels like we're in like a brand new Walmart. That was the first vibe that I got. But then you see they do have some good deals on a couple of things. You're like, okay, this is where you want to go for X, Y, and Z because they got some pretty good deals.
Yeah, the protein section with the meats and the fish and all that stuff like that. It's
really good stuff.
All that's incredible. You can ask questions and they're like helpful,
friendly.
Yeah.
It was just.
So what kind of a store is this? I've never been to an HEB. Is this like premium items, like artisans?
It is. They've got some
Wagyu beef.
It's funny. Yeah,
they do the Wagyu.
It's really big.
They got some
on
grass-fed stuff.
Really big on like Texas companies, Texas brands.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
People, if you're like a Gavin's Tamales, boom, Gavin's Tamales would be front and center. They're really big on that kind of that Texas thing, but very helpful people. You get in and out of it. It is a little bit daunting to deal with because of the crowd, but everybody's moving. Nobody stops. It's kind of, did you feel that way? Like that you were just kind of, you're going in like you're on traffic on the 405 in California. You're still kind of going, but
keep it moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool, man. So shout out to HEB. Didn't actually purchase anything.
Oh, really?
Just went to peruse. Just wanted to see what the deal was.
Basket?
No. By the end, once I realized that it would have been easy, we wouldn't have had to wait in line for forever. I was like, yeah, we probably could have bought something here, but it was good to just get that first feel. I got that first game sort of under my belt. Now I feel like that second one I'll be playing with a little bit more confidence in there, knowing where everything's at. You got to get the lay of the land.
I will say
you can't just enter in there blind and think you're going to come home with a dominant grocery list. It's not going to happen.
I don't feel like that you'll go in there and know where everything is. It's that massive. You're not going to, I don't think you're going to have
I got the blueprints.
I've been in there like 3 times and I every time I was like circling back like, oh wait, I missed that. Oh, I got to circle back. Sometimes I can know like in Tom Thumbs, I usually know the layouts of these stores. I can know where I need to go to like get the spices and things like that I need, cornmeal, whatever. But that HEB I
couldn't trust your instincts, huh?
I was like, I was Magellan. I was just floating along, trying to find
land.
Lost
in the sauce.
Just trying to find land.
Missing the thumb a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, that was awesome. Shout out to HEB. That was great. Really enjoyed that. Looking forward to getting some grass-fed meats on the better. I mean, they had some skirt steak grass-fed. That was like $12 a pound.
Come on.
I'm like, come on, dude. Yes, exactly. This is going to be great for a little carne asada action.
The old grass-fed family over there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Bunch of grass-fedders.
I'm here for it, baby. LaShawn McCoy bet $250,000 on Devin Haney to beat Ryan Garcia.
That was an L.
Yeah, it was an L, and even the dub would have only got him to win $25,000. So that's the biggest L of the weekend. $250K to win $25K.
Yeah, he did the thing where you bet on the favorite. You know, You're like, man, I really don't want to gamble, but I guess I'll just take this favorite at 10-1. I'll pick up a quick 20K. Nope, sorry.
No, sir.
Didn't Ryan bet on himself? Did you hear about that?
I saw something about that. I didn't know that you could do that.
I think he turned $4 million into $12 million.
So these fighters are allowed to bet on themselves?
I think that's what he did.
It's legal.
Yeah.
Maybe throwing a fight would be illegal.
Like, obviously, yeah, you can't bet on yourself to lose, but still, like in the NBA, you can't bet like Jonte Porter situation. If he was betting on his team to win or betting on his overs, that still wouldn't have been cool.
Get butt cracked, but I think they said he bet on himself.
I did see the headline where apparently he made like $2 million off of betting on himself there. Yeah. So whether that's true or not, I don't know.
A couple of things could go on. Number one, he cleaned up real quick and was ready to fight, or mental health is an issue, or it was all an act. And mental health or drugs were never an issue.
He said he was drinking. He drank
time.
every single day in lead up to the fight.
Alcoholism.
Okay. He did say that.
You admit to drinking every single day? Yes. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's what you're admitting to?
Yes.
It goes deeper.
A little selective honesty.
Yeah.
I was just drinking. Yeah.
Well, Lucius, what was the impression? Lucius, what was the impressions of your fight? What'd you think about the fight? You're the fight guy.
That left hand hook, man. That left hook is something else when it comes to that dude. Yeah. I feel like that head games he's been playing with him got to him.
Got to him, huh?
And at the same time, I hear these cats fought like 6 times before, but when they were amateurs.
Oh.
And Ryan got the best of them most times.
Oh wow.
So Ryan went in with a heads up in that situation.
That scouting report on this guy, huh?
Yeah. He knew his opponent.
Yeah.
Knew how to play with him. Pause and look, it worked out.
Yeah.
He had that man crawling. The 7th round had him crawling.
Did you feel like it was a good fight overall?
Yeah, it was a great fight.
All right.
Yeah, it was a good fight.
There you go.
He's like the new drunken master.
Holy smokes.
Dude, what a great movie, man. That's one of my favorite Jackie Chan movies of all time.
Yeah, just get this guy all hey, I guess at that age, 25 years old, you can live that lifestyle and still dominate your sport.
Yeah, he's still young enough to get by with that. He can do that. We lost a legend over the weekend, Howie Schwab, a legend in the sports world. Star of the great show, Stump the Schwab. He
built like a stump.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, there was. I guess by way of eulogy here from Doug Gottlieb, I do have a tweet to read for you here on the greatness with a little bit of shot thrown in there. You called him. What'd you say? Stumpy? Was that the word you used there? A little stumpy.
He was built like a stump.
Well, he was a sports genius, and Doug Gottlieb remembers him by tweeting out. He says, "My second day at ESPN, fall of 2003, I met Howie Schwab. I was walking into Building 4 in a fairly frumpy," so he went frumpy here, not stumpy. Frumpy man stopped me and said, "Doug Gottlieb, 943 assists, 7th all time." Played at Notre Dame and Oklahoma State, lost to Duke in 98, Auburn in 99, and Florida in 2000. Great passer who couldn't shoot. Howie Schwab, nice to meet you.
Yeah, Schwab had a show. Was that in like 2000 or so? He was like, so he'd been a TV producer and he knew everything. He was like in charge of research or whatever. And then they were like, hey, let's make a show out of this. And I think it lasted a couple of years where you would like go on and try to beat him in trivia.
Yeah, sports trivia. And I think he was just undefeated, never lost.
Was that the one though, the show, am I thinking of a different show where they're like, you had to like name like Olympic athletes or like, like.
I think there was a wide variety.
Like all of a sudden it's like, they would like, okay, in this segment, name all the Olympic, and then.
Just boom, rattling off.
Name the 19.
How many can you name?
Yeah, name the 1992 Olympic basketball team for the U.S. And you had to, that's how you kind of had to battle him at.
Yeah, I mean, I remember him actually mostly because I didn't watch a ton of Stump the Schwab, but he was on Cold Pizza.
Oh.
When it was Bayless and Woody Page and Dana Jacobson was hosting, and it was kind of like the early iteration of what is now First Take, but they would do like little segments outside of just the debate table, and one of those on a Friday was Howie Schwab telling you, grading each game of the weekend based on how many bags of potato chips you would eat. So if it was like a 5-bag game, then it was just like a 5-star game. If it was a 2 potato chip bag game, then it was, a decent game for the weekend. So he was just like giving you the lay of the land for the upcoming sports weekend, and he would do it by how many bags of chips he would be consuming for each game. So that was my guy, dude. Shout out to Howie Schwab. That's a bummer to see him go. But on the flip side of that, a legend may have been born in Austin over the weekend. Arch Manning just wheeling and dealing everywhere, dude. It looked like they were playing like an Oklahoma Sooners defense of just dudes just running wide open, but he was stuffing the stat sheet.
3 touchdown passes,
Yeah, he was letting it spin, and Longhorn fans are just loving life. At halftime, I saw he was 11 of 13 for 191 yards and 2 touchdowns.
LFG.
And I think his first pass was a 75-yard touchdown.
Dang.
Bennett's job's now to fire the cannon at Texas. He's one of these with the Cowboys. Yeah,
good for him,
Cowboy
dude.
guys. Yeah, he's
what an honor.
Yeah,
is he going to be on TV as a Cowboy guy?
I got pictures of him. Like he's like the guys like on the sidelines. The guys that wear the hats and the white shirts and Bennett's one of those guys. He like I think him and Arch Manning. That's how he's become friends with Arch, because Arch is one of those guys too. Except Arch plays, but he's part of that fraternity that they have. They call them the Cowboys. Am I right about that, Lucius? The Texas Cowboys, I think, is what they've got. No, Lucius probably in there doing business.
I was, but what did you say?
The Texas at the University of Texas, the Cowboys, the guys, the chaps and the white shirts and that's a fraternity thing that he's got. That him and Arch Manning are part of this, but his job was to fire the cannon. He sent me a video of him doing it. It's pretty funny after probably one of Arch's touchdowns.
It's a good gig, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad at all. Get some great views of the games there.
Yeah, he's on the field. Yeah, that's what he loves.
Wait, wasn't he just hitting you up for tickets?
Yeah, he's
going to be at the games. Yell leading, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, my son.
I'm so glad he's not an Aggie.
He's telling me that, Dad, I put in for the Michigan tickets and put in for Texas A&M.
So you'll we'll send you the bill, Pops.
Yeah. So
by the way, I'm going to be a yell leader, so I'm just going to sell those tickets for like $500 each day.
But he's on the field I'll show you a picture of him moving the cannon around like the old.
That's giving attaboy butt slaps to Arch Manning and the guys.
Yeah, him and Arch are buddies now. He says he's actually a really cool kid.
Firing that cannon does seem fun though.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie.
No.
I mean, if you gave me that job, shoot, I'm in there.
You can trust me with that job. I'd be firing the cannon for no good reason.
First down, guys, hit it. We'll ask Brian anything about the draft. Text in at 877-881-1053, the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. There he is. That is awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a good gig down
wearing
there.
The hell out of that cowboy hat.
He is wearing the hell out of that cowboy hat. And here we are, fire the cannons. Boom.
Nice. Text in your best questions for Broadus about the draft. We're now just over 3 days away, and we're back in the nation.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, let's get you on over to Platinum for that brand new Ford car, truck, or SUV. The best Ford.
in with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's time for Ask Brian Anything About the Draft. We are 3 days and 2 hours away from our coverage getting underway with Wolchuk and Broaddus and all the crew. Thursday night at 6 o'clock is when it will start, and our path to the draft is brought to you by Pluckers. Okay, we're getting right into it already. And I love what the 609 is asking over here, Brian, because for the first time in 3 or 4 years, the consensus actually understands what the biggest need on this football team is and has been. And that's to guarantee you a damn running game so you get a dominant offense.
Yeah.
The 609 question for Broaddus: do any of the top centers come close to either Tyler Linderbaum or Creed Humphrey from a couple of years ago as prospects?
Yeah, they when you look at Powers Johnson, we've talked about it really to the point of, I would say, nauseum about his medical concerns, but you're talking about a 326-pound guy. Linderbaum, when you watched him at Iowa, he was undersized. He was probably a 292, 293-pound center that was really athletic. Humphrey out of Oklahoma, square built, left-handed center, powerful guy, active movement, all those things. When you're talking about these two top centers, and I could even include Frazier from West Virginia, Powers Johnson, Oregon, Barton from Duke, and Frazier from West Virginia, all powerful, all athletic. These are the types of guys, when you're looking at guys that can be plug and play, come in, reach a wide technique, if it's that one technique that's far on the outside shoulder of a guard, or reach that nose tackle that plays in between the guard and the tackle, play with power, be able to kind of handle those guys one-on-one. All three of those guys could do that. Your hope right now, I have Powers Johnson from Oregon higher on my board than Barton. I think the Cowboys, in a perfect world, would take Barton. Duke, there's that center, if it was available for them at 24.
I'd rather have a player that I might not think is quite as good, but I get injury certainty as long as I still have a good grade on him.
Yeah, the thing that Powers Johnson's deal with, there's some significant stuff, and we'll just have to see if the Cowboys can say, you know what, we can live with that. The thing with Barton, he's dealing with a rotator cuff problem that he's rehabbing right now. So that's going to be something, if you draft him, that you're going to have to deal with. Frazier had a knee injury himself, but it's something that he's kind of worked through. So, yeah, these guys all have their own little bit of warts.
USA Today has the pick being Powers Johnson with Guyton on the board. The tackle from OU.
Yeah.
Would that be a hard choice for you at all?
No, because I have Powers Johnson as one of, when you see my stack tomorrow, I have him at 17 is what I have him.
A lot of these drafts have an offensive lineman going to the Cowboys. How sure are you that it will be an offensive lineman on Thursday night?
I'm going to say that I would say about 90% sure it's going to be an offensive lineman.
What are the other scenarios looking like?
I think the other scenarios could potentially be, if they traded back, maybe a linebacker.
Okay.
I think that would be something that you would have to look at. I don't think there's any other ones that would drive you that direction. But I would say the one that the linebacker one is the one I don't believe that they would take a defensive tackle. Murphy from Texas, he's that 3 technique. When we say 3 technique, that's the guy that plays, that defensive lineman plays on the outside shoulder of the guard right there, and it kind of attacks that upfield the way. He's played as the 1 and the 3 both, but he's more of a 3 technique. I just don't see them, other than linebacker, would be another position that they would take over an offensive lineman.
Chief, if you see any questions in there, or you got one for our man, just go ahead and jump on in there.
Yeah, 817 is curious, like, what's your doomsday scenario for round 1? What would make you feel like, man, this is not what I'm hoping for?
I think if all the offensive linemen that they like are completely off the board, and then they have to look at, say they have to end up taking maybe a tackle that's the 6th or 7th best tackle on the board, instead of maybe getting the fourth best tackle on the board.
Like you're getting a true second-round player.
You're getting a true second-round player. Yeah,
at 24.
Yeah, I think that would be. And if all their guys are gone, and they have to look at just completely like they have to look at defense. That might be a little bit of some reaching going on for one of those defensive players.
At 877-881-1053, your questions for Broadus are welcome on the text. 817 wants to know who is the CeeDee Lamb player for the Cowboys.
Oh, I think that's that's a great question, because there's going to be some guys that they don't feel like that are going to potentially get to them, and the guy that makes the absolute sense is Fuaga from Oregon State. And he's a tackle, but he's like that guy that's a lot of people have projected him as the second best tackle on the board.
Why would he fall that far then?
That's all of a sudden, maybe all of a sudden these quarterbacks go, maybe some of the cornerbacks go, maybe you have some of these wide receivers shove some guys down. And it's just that I can't see him getting past, but I remember the night I couldn't see CeeDee Lamb getting to you either at 17. But Fuaga would be the guy from Oregon State that somehow, some way he slipped to you. That's a no-brainer hand a card in for that guy.
The 214, Brian, your dating life was mentioned a lot the last couple of years. Did you find love or retire from the dating pool?
Man, I'm just retired.
Hung him up.
I'm hung him up.
He said he'd rather have all 10 of his toes than his man piece at this point.
I did say that last week.
That.
Yeah,
You're on record.
I said it with some conviction too, didn't I?
Yeah.
You did. 214.
Dawson said you could take all my limbs before you take my man piece. Cut my head off before I lose my manhood.
214 wants to know who's the running back the Cowboys need.
Oh, I think it's Benson from Texas.
2 years in a row, huh?
Yeah. I mean, Brooks from Texas. Benson from Florida State. Sorry about that. Brooks from Texas, I think is when you start to talk about the ability to make people miss, maybe not make the first guy miss, make the second guy miss. That kind of elusiveness in the open field, his ability to catch in the open field, make people miss. This guy's got some explosiveness to his game. He's a guy that can finish. He could score from anywhere on the field. I'd love to have Brooks here from Texas. We'll see. Dr. Cooper did the surgery on him. I've talked about that a bunch. They kind of feel like my gut would be that we probably not see him at training camp. They would probably work him through things, and then we'll see what happens when the season starts. But, man, he is a hell of a player. He really, really is.
469, do the Cowboys, is there a position you think that might surprise fans that the Cowboys might feel like they need to address?
Wide receiver, cornerback.
Okay.
I mean, you talking about the first round?
Just in general, we're talking about like, hey, O-line, running back, linebacker.
Safety,
I was going to ask about safety. Bobby's been talking about Zimmer and the need for
interchangeable guys with smarts. Yeah, you definitely could look at the possibility of a safety there. I don't know if they would address the surprise position to me would be a wide receiver or a corner in the first round. If you said, give me a surprise position to pick. That would be it, but safety could be one that they could absolutely be one that they look at as well.
903, Brian, if you had to pick one for your offensive line, your choices are the Wooly Bully or Eric Chiafalo. Which one are you taking?
For offensive line?
Yeah.
I'm probably going to take Eric.
Thank you.
I'm probably going to take Eric because I think Eric's probably a little bit better foot athlete.
Willing to bulk up.
Yeah, but we got to get the medical history for you, though, right?
Not going to like that.
We got back problems. We've got a knee problem. What else do we have problems with over there?
You don't have a problem with heart, okay? You don't have a problem with attitude and effort. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, but what
desire to win? Okay, I'm a foxhole guy.
I can't. There's been times where I've watched you do shows and you're bending over like you're Tyron Smith, like something.
Just getting a little stretch. Sometimes you got to touch your toes just to remind yourself that you can.
You can. Okay, I think the Wooly Bully, though, I think would be a guy. I think he would.
Is he your one technique?
I think he'd be a little slow-footed.
Yeah.
He'd be a good cap guy. In your front office?
I thought you meant like a cap casualty. He's getting cut.
Yeah. I could say, I think I would take Eric just on athletic ability.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, which linebacker are you taking if you do trade back and you take a linebacker?
Peyton Wilson.
Yeah, you want the injured guy. You want the guy with all the surgeries.
I do.
Okay, if Wilson's gone, who's the second best linebacker? Is it Michigan's Colson or is it the Aggie?
It's Cooper.
The
from
Aggie.
Texas A&M.
Okay.
Yeah, Colson's good. I think if they always talk about ceilings and floors, I think the ceiling for Cooper's probably a little bit higher.
469, what was your biggest miss as a scout? Maybe a guy that you thought he can't play and he ended up being a Hall of Famer.
On the other, and I've always talked about Joey Harrington on the other end of that.
You thought he could play.
I thought he could play. And Joey Harrington was everything that you didn't want it. The quarterback, like I say, he went from being a guy that looked very talented and very skilled to a guy that once he got in the NFL, the game was too much for him. And that's sometimes sometimes you see that with players that they're good college players but never quite make it in the NFL because the game is too big.
469 brought us, where would you like to see the Cowboys address the interior of the defensive line in this draft?
Yeah, McKinley Jackson is a guy that I really like, and you might have to go a little bit early for him. He's from Texas A&M. He's 326 pounds.
One tech. Yeah, okay. He's ready to just be you're eating up double teams.
There's probably people that think of him more probably as a 4th or 5th round type of a player. You might have to, if you could get that extra pick, if somehow they trade back and they get the extra 4, that's where you might want to nab this guy. I think he's going to go a little bit higher. People probably don't have him high enough. I have him in the 4th round on my board. There's not many one techniques in this draft. But for the Cowboys, he makes a lot of sense.
609, does the fact the Cowboys brought back Adoga make you think they don't like what they've seen from Awesome Richards?
I don't think so. I wish I'd seen Awesome Richards play a little bit more last year other than preseason games because it would give me a better understanding of where they are at tackle right now. I think they brought back Adoga because it's cheap and they know that they could plug him in and play if they had to. I think there's going to be a legitimate competition with Adoga and Awesome Richards and whoever else they draft. It's going to be a plug and play likely starter, but for that backup swing tackle role, I don't think that Adoga's guaranteed much.
X's and O's question from the 972, just how effed are we this year, Broadus?
I don't think the quarterback situation is all that great, him going in, maybe not getting a contract done. I don't think that's
lame duck quarterback and coach.
Yeah, I don't know. I do know this for a fact.
10th toughest schedule in the sport.
I do know this. He feels like he's going to get paid regardless, whether it's here or somewhere else. That I'm hearing from people. So I don't think he's too worried about it.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have the audio from Dak coming up in about an hour or so. We'll do a few more ABAs throughout the week. Who's the Mozzie Smith bust in this draft? Asked the 214, Brian.
That's a good question because
the guy that you think's plug and play, but he actually can't play.
Yeah, you know what the interesting one to me is that, and I don't know if it's a plug and play situation, but the defensive end from Alabama, Dallas Turner, who is an edge, he's going to get selected very early in this draft.
Probably the first defensive player taken.
Probably so. I have some questions about him as a player. I have some questions about him and his ability to rush and to disengage and be able to create opportunities. I think he's going to go really, really high. I would not be surprised if he's one of those guys that we look up and it's like he did not have a great career. Because someone's going to have to, and he went to one of the best schools when it comes to defensive players, when it comes to being taught and all that. I just didn't always see it with Dallas Turner. I would be surprised if he's not if he doesn't struggle with NFL rushing.
All righty. Thank you, sir. We'll do, like I said, another one tomorrow and Wednesday, and then there's a day baseball on Thursday. So as soon as that is over, we'll be jumping into the draft coverage with the official draft show starting at 6 o'clock right here on your home of the Cowboys. It's time for the Chris Young Show. We're back with the World Series champion GM next in the nation.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's draft time, and that means it's time to party at Pluckers. That's right. The annual draft party hosted by us here at 105.3 The Fan is back at Pluckers. All 8.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation, here on your home of the Rangers. Night off. They'll be back at it tomorrow against the Mariners. It's time now for the Chris Young Show here on 105.3 The Fan. The segment is brought to you by Soda. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by our friends at the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. As Chris joins us now, the CY Show brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing awesome. A 17 game, 17 days. How'd it go out there? Are you happy with how you guys are playing right now?
Yeah, it was arguably the toughest stretch of our season in some ways, both from a health perspective and just the 17 games, the last 10 on the road, and then finishing up with 3 against the Atlanta Braves. So, I think all things considered, certainly we, there's some things to improve upon, but we've kept our heads above water, and I think we're closer to getting healthy, and I think that the schedule becomes a little more favorable pretty soon here. And I don't take lightly how hard these last 17 days were. It was a grueling stretch, certainly early in the season on the pitching staff, especially. We've had some injuries in the bullpen. With Josh Spores, so we survived. I wouldn't say we thrived, but nonetheless, I do believe our best baseball is still ahead of us, and I'm looking forward to it.
Chris, a guy like you always enjoys a challenge, and you mentioned 17 games in 17 days and what you had to deal with, though. But was it was there a side of it that you actually did enjoy? And I'm saying it in a way of a guy that's a problem solver, a guy that doesn't make excuses, and your team plays that way. Do you learn something about yourself and your team having to go through this?
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I look at even the injuries that we've sustained. I think it's the same perspective. Is it's a little bit of the next man up, and you go through these challenges throughout the season, and you do learn a little bit. And I think what we see right now is a team that hasn't played our best baseball. We're still above 500. We've played a very tough schedule. I mean, every opponent we've played, minus Oakland, and then of course the Astros, and we all know the Astros are really good. They're all above 500. We've had a very tough schedule to start the season, and I think what we've learned is we're a really good team. But we need to be healthy, and we need to play our best baseball to beat good teams. And when we do that, we are as good as anybody. And when we make mistakes, or when we don't play our brand of baseball, or we give, we make too many mistakes in terms of walking guys or not playing sound defense, or we get away from our offensive approach, then good teams will beat us. But when we play our best baseball, even when we're not at 100%, I think we can compete with anybody, and that's exciting for me. And it's something I've learned from this stretch. I think the other thing is that some of these young guys have had opportunities to step up, and what we've seen from Josh Smith is really encouraging. Andrew Kinzer yesterday had just a huge game. Helped us win the game. Michael Lorenzen looks great. Ezekiel Duran showing some signs. So we really haven't even gotten going offensively yet, and I still think that we're doing some things well, and I think this opportunity is going to serve our guys very well as we move forward throughout the season.
It seems like Evan Carter's starting to hit his stride a little bit, showing off some of that power at the plate. But the launch angle, can you take me through just how interesting it is the way he line drives these home run balls?
Yeah, I think a little bit. Evan's got a little bit of a flat bat path, and I think that allows him. When he does hit the ball, he hits it hard, and it stays more on a line drive. He doesn't really have as much of an uppercut as some of these other players who launch the ball at a higher launch angle. You also don't see as many flyouts necessarily from Evan. So, I'm not saying one way is better than others, but I think when Evan hits it, off the bat, it's got some carry to it, and that ball he hit yesterday was an impressive home run on a changeup, and kind of got our offense going.
It's Chris Young here with you on The Fan. Do you think somebody is going to start going on a run and try to take this division over soon?
Oh, I've thought all along it's going to come down to the last month of the season, and there's a long way to go. And I hope that we go on a run here soon and create some a little bit of separation. But I think this is going to be a long year. 3 really, really good teams at the top. Anaheim's played good baseball out of the gates, and look, we saw a scrappy Oakland team that took 2 or 3 from us here at home. So you can't take them lightly. I think they can have an impact on the division throughout the year. So, but it's going to be a long season.
I mean, and you said there's things to work on. I appreciated that, but with the amount of adversity you guys have faced through 23 games, to be above 500, you got to take that, right? That's success, isn't it?
No doubt. And I don't want being above 500 to define our expectations or what we believe we can accomplish. That's not good enough for us. I mean, we all know that. We all feel that. We also recognize we're realistic that we've played a really tough schedule to start the season, and we just played our toughest stretch in the season, arguably not at 100%. And we've survived it. Again, I don't think we killed it, or I don't think we've established ourselves as the best team in baseball, but the goal is that over the course of the season, we're going to get healthier. We're going to hit our stride offensively. We're going to get back to sort of our normal performances from some of our key players that are really going to make us a better team. And in the meantime, our young guys who've had to step up and fill in have gotten really, really good exposure and opportunity here early in the season that's going to serve them well over the course of the season. So, again, I don't want to sound satisfied by any means, because we're not. We got off to a great start the first week of the season and then have kind of come back down to earth, I think somewhat inevitably with some of the injuries we've sustained. That said, I do expect us to hit our stride here pretty soon, and we're going to play better baseball. And I hope that we're going to stack up some wins here as we do.
See why we're starting to hear things about Max Scherzer and almost like he's got Wolverine powers, the way that he's coming back. And I just wonder, yeah, I mean, it's incredible what this man does. And I just wondered from a general manager's perspective, when you have a player that heals like that, do you almost have to protect him from himself? Because you got some of the best doctors and trainers in the league working with you. When you're making decisions on this, is it about the player or is it the doctor and the trainer saying, hey, this is the path that we need to take?
Well, first and foremost, the doctors and the training staff guide all medical decisions.
Sure.
Those decisions are their decisions, and then they guide us and they tell us timelines and rehab protocols to which we adhere very stringently. At certain points, these players pass, they graduate out of the rehab, and then it becomes about a baseball buildup, a gradual, normal baseball buildup. And Max has graduated from the medical rehab side into the baseball side. And, you know, he's an elite Hall of Fame caliber athlete who knows his body as well as anybody. And I think that it would be wrong of us to dictate anything in terms of telling Max what he cannot do. That said, we do ask questions, we do have conversations, and we make sure that he's meeting all the physical checkpoints in terms of recovery and the normal build-up process that he would go through. And as long as he's doing that and physically coming in and feeling fine, you know, who are we to tell Max what he can and cannot do? As long as there's not, and Max is not dumb. I mean, I can't tell you how impressed I have been with this guy's drive and commitment to excellence. I mean, he's 39 years old. He's accomplished as much as anybody in the game. Just won his second World Series last year. And he's pushed himself as hard as any player I've seen to get back on the field and help the team. I mean, he loves what he does, and his commitment is amazing. And it's just so fun to see. I'm so grateful to him for what he's doing to get back out there. Not every athlete pushes himself to get out there the same way that Max has.
It's Chris Young here with you on The Fan. Okay, do you look at it like Kirby Yates is the closer now, or how are you looking at the bullpen order?
You know, I'll leave that to Boch to answer that. I mean, for me, it's we have very good options at the end of the pen with Kirby and David Robertson. I think they've both pitched wonderfully to start the season. Obviously, Jose Leclerc has experience closing games, and so does Josh Sborz. And we're going to get Sborz back later this week, most likely. He's probably going to go out on rehab Tuesday is my guess, and then at which point we'll get him back maybe by the weekend, which will be a huge addition to our team. I think we're really close to getting Jonathan Hernandez back, who started the season on the IL coming off a lat injury last year. We really had a slow build-up with him to make sure he's 100%. So, you know, I think we're about a week away from our bullpen looking really differently. And, you know, to answer your original question, Yates and Robertson are both capable of closing. But as I said, we've got, you know, two other arms that when they're going well, and Sborz and Leclerc, who are leverage arms as well. And our hope is that Jonathan Hernandez can grow into that too. So all that to say, Boch is masterful at running a bullpen. We want to give him as many good options as possible. Hence, on any given day, we may have one or two guys down, and somebody else is going to have to step in and get the job done.
So from a front office perspective, do you feel like you've given Boch enough to get that job done? Are the answers in house?
No, I don't. I always tell him, I say, Boch, I'm sorry I haven't given you more. We're shorthanded today. Boch, I'm sorry I haven't given you more. I apologize to him all the time because I know the more options he has on any given day, the more successful he's going to be. So, you know, it's my job to always continue to pursue every avenue to improve our team and put Boch and the staff in the best position to win. And, you know, but no, Boch never makes excuses. He's just amazing. He's so wonderful to work with, and he'll say, "Oh, see why you've given me enough, and this is plenty, and we're fine." And you talk about taking on challenges head on. That's what he does, and I think the team takes on that personality. I absolutely love it.
See why you mentioned that though, that you always go in there and you kind of, you know, stand at his doorway and apologize to him. But the decision that he went with John Gray the other day? Is that a decision that you guys going in, you talked about, like he says, hey, see why I think I'm going to throw Gray today. What do you think about that kind of thing? Is that a discussion, or is that just the gut that he had that particular day going to the ballpark?
Well, it's something we talked about mainly because of our situation going into the game that day, that we were light in the bullpen. We knew we were really thin. We knew we had Monday today off. We knew that we could juggle the rotation a little bit, push John back a day. We knew that John had pitched really, really well out of the bullpen in the playoffs last year. And so there were a number of factors that went into that discussion. And ultimately what drove it was John Gray saying, hey, I want to help the team. And if you need me tonight, I'm ready. I'm available. I feel great. And John was 100% on board. So that was something we talked about as the front office. We talked about as the coaching staff. There was a medical component to that decision. There was a R&D component in terms of making sure that we had the right matchups and that, John was a good fit. And then certainly the player component, which is the most critical and important aspect to making that decision. So it's just the organization all collectively trying to get on the same page and give our team the best chance to win with how we utilize our personnel.
What was your evaluation of Jack Leiter's debut last week?
Yeah, Jack, I thought, did some things really, really well. I mean, obviously the line didn't go like he would have hoped. I think that there's some things that he did and learned from that experience. And I think moving forward, he's going to only get better. I think we saw the stuff plays. The stuff is real. And when he executes pitches, when he pitches his game, he could get big league hitters out. And when he didn't, big league hitters are really good and they can hit you. So I think our defense let him down a little bit. I think there's no doubt that there was a play that should have been made in center field that maybe would have changed the course of that game. But at the end of the day, he came in, he made a spot start for us. He filled a huge gap for us, allowed our other starters to get an extra day's rest. And he got some big league experience. And I think that's really important moving forward. If he goes back down to Round Rock and applies what he learned, he continues to pitch as well as he was down there, we're going to see Jack again, and he's going to help us at some point during the season.
Love it, CY. Thank you so much for your insights. Appreciate you.
No, likewise, guys. I appreciate it, and hope you guys enjoy your Monday, and let's have a good week here.
Cheers, buddy. Take care. There he goes. The Chris Young Show brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. They'll be back at it tomorrow night hosting the Mariners 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. So enjoy your off night of baseball. Maybe watch the Stars as they're going to open up their series against Vegas. Okay, top 10's coming up next, Chief. Where are we going?
The top 10 most overrated players in the NBA according to the players themselves next here in the nation.
Would love to chat about
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
#1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 5 o'clock, a sports hodgepodge, and then at 5:20, the Expressway, including some Dak audio. How does he feel about his future in Dallas? We'll get you that cut coming up in 32 minutes. Here's the Chief with Wolchuk's Top 10.
Yes, sir. The Wooly Bully back on Wednesday. He's hyped for draft week. That is for sure. I got the Athletic did their NBA player poll, the anonymous NBA player poll, where they poll anywhere from 100 to 150 NBA players that are currently in the league. Yeah, and they ask them a bunch of different questions, and there's some interesting talking points on here. But for today's list, we will focus on who current NBA players believe to be the most overrated player in the sport. And I have a top 10 of those. And again, this is voted on by current players in the NBA. So I believe we're getting this sort of right from the source here on who the most overrated players are. So would love to take your suggestions at 877-881-1053, who you believe to be the most overrated player in the NBA. Does anybody want to start the bidding anywhere? Any names coming to mind here for you gentlemen?
I would say probably Klay Thompson, maybe Anthony Davis, maybe Draymond Green.
I like where you're going.
Jamal Murray.
Just start naming off all the Golden State dudes. Is that what we're doing?
I mean, Steph Curry.
Obviously, Steph is going to be he's going to be fine here. Not overrated, Steph Curry, but yeah, Klay Thompson might be entering that world now, especially with what we're rumored to hear what he's about to get on the open market from a contract standpoint. I don't know if Golden State's going to fork it up, but some team is going to give him a fatty boom bye, and I'd be against that.
I mean, personally,
Rudy Gobert.
Ooh.
Rudy Gobert,
it's a good one.
That's I will say this, Broadus, a damn good pull.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Because you know why? I was on Twitter just a minute ago. His girlfriend was defending him on something.
Probably the fact that he came in number 1 on today's list for most overrated player in the sport.
I was just looking and she's a smoke show, by the way.
Yeah?
And
he's got that accent, dude. He's got the height and the accent.
Yeah, the Frenchman, right?
He is, yes.
Yeah, his partner. His partner was defending him for, I guess, his play, or people were saying he's stealing stuff. Right here, look at this.
People
say
right he's stealing stuff.
Look right here.
I can't read from that far away.
Well, no, but
I can see his face.
Yeah, I can see her face.
Yeah,
there.
I just literally read that, and I was like, maybe it's Rudy Gobert, and she's defending him. He's like, my partner's most dedicated, focused, hardworking person I've ever met. He hasn't stolen anything from anybody and deserves all the respect for his determination and commitment to his career. It's hard for me to stay quiet in front of all this.
Yeah, just go relax. Just ignore it.
No,
you know.
Yes, dude.
She's really pretty.
It's a nothing burger.
No, nobody. I mean,
I had that Brent Musburger moment where they're like, "Oh,
stop you dead in your tracks."
Yeah, I kind of. Oh, she's really pretty. I'm sure everybody in Minnesota is enjoying the fact that she's in the stadium.
You start doing play-by-play of the smoke in the stands.
Yeah.
That's always going to get you in some hot water. Yeah. But yeah, Gobert, spoiler alert, will be number 1 on this list. And if you remember last year, the Washington Post actually had a piece that was titled, "The Timberwolves Plain Don't Like Rudy Gobert." Now remember, that's the team he plays for.
Yeah.
So, and one of the excerpts reads, for the Timberwolves, the associate least likely to win employee of the month would be 7'1" center Rudy Gobert. They seem to hate him. Teammates treat Gobert like the guy who takes that third slice of pepperoni when the boss treats the staff to pizza, leaving only the despised veggie for the rest of us.
He's not very likable.
Yeah,
no, he's not.
I do think one of his teammates, Anthony Edwards, is slightly overrated right now.
Whoa! You gotta relax, bro. What are you doing?
Just saying. I'm just saying.
Man, what are you doing, dog?
I like a little bit more playmaking from the absolute peak, right? And he is an amazing player. He really is. And I should stay out of this, but he's a scorer, you know. And we're in an era where the ball handler does everything. He's like a point guard and the best scorer all in one. And Anthony Edwards is really good at the scoring part. And, if he had a terrific point guard to play alongside of him, if he was paired up with a better team, I'd pick him, to go further. But if you're depending on that kind of a player while you're going up against transcendent giant point guards, or a giant guy like Jokic, I think it's going to bear out that he's not going to be able to impact the game as the playoffs go on as much as the rest of the superstars.
469 is throwing out Tyler Hero to be the most overrated player in the NBA. A lot of LeBron hate going down right now. Patrick Beverly, Trae Young.
Trae Young was what I was going to throw.
KD.
I was going to throw Trae Young out there.
Yeah. Trae Young's been texted a handful of times here. Even after the Knicks beat the Sixers the other night in Game 1, they were doing bleep Trae Young chants. That's what they love to do with the Knicks there. Let's see. So we'll start with number 10 is going to be Patrick Beverly as the 10th most overrated player in the sport according to current players. Number 9 is Karl Anthony Towns. So it is an Anthony teammate, T-Wolves there of Gobert, but it's the different one, Karl Anthony Towns, coming in at number 9. You got Julius Randle.
Dawson tripping, bro.
Did you really say that?
Yeah, I can see Julius Randle being overrated. Man, sometimes he has like a brilliant 6 weeks, though, where he looks like one of the... Maybe he's getting washed now or something. I don't know. It's been a while since
he's been banged up. Yeah. He's been banged up. Tyrese Halliburton for the Pacers.
Ooh. Pretty good team.
He's coming in. Yeah, it's a pretty good team. They lost to the Bucks yesterday. Damian Lillard was pretty dang awesome, especially in that first half. Holy smokes. But Tyrese Halliburton, that offense is good. He's a scorer, but I can understand throwing the overrated thing on him. They were trying to make him a superstar maybe slightly before he's actually ready to be that. John Collins comes in here at number 6. Bradley Beal at number 5. And yeah, anybody on that Suns team right now, you could say KD, Booker, Beal. Give me a break. James Harden coming in at number 5. You got Dylan Brooks at number 4.
I watched him light the Mavericks up that last game, though. Well, the second to last game where Houston was in town.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I got tired of him.
Trae Young at number 3, third most overrated player in the sport.
There we go.
According to current NBA players. How about this one? Good pull. Jordan Poole. Definitely. Definitely overrated.
Yeah, I'd move him up to number 1, actually.
And Rudy Gobert getting 14% of the votes is your current most overrated player in the NBA.
972, Gavin gave up on the Mavs after one game and called Ant overrated in the same show. Clock out for the night, bro. LOL. I'll take you up on that offer, 972.
It's quitting time, Dawson.
They say, yeah, I'm going to need you to log on out.
Go ahead and just swipe that card through there.
Take a personal day.
Have yourself, yeah. Everything okay with you at home? Home life good and all that?
You don't find that suspicious?
And I haven't given up on the Mavs. I just said if I got to pick which one is going to win this series, I would go Clippers now. As much as I want to stay Mavs.
You want to.
I do.
Desperately.
That was a tough watch. Okay, game 2 tomorrow, right? Yeah, game 2 on the 23rd. That would be tomorrow. Okay, Sports Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are we going with that?
The fight of the weekend took place right here in our backyard, plus a G-Bag Nation. You make the call next on The Fan.
But you know how much I love Twin Peaks.
For that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are now 3 days and 1 hour from the NFL draft coverage getting underway with Wolchuk, Broadus, and the gang. And it's going to be an enchanted evening on Thursday. Day Rangers baseball as well. So, they don't get in the way of each other there for round 1. It's going to be epic. Okay. Coming up at 5:20, it'll be time for the Expressway. You'll hear from Dak. How confident is he in his future in Dallas? And then we'll talk Stars hockey with you as well. How confident are you against a team that sent you home in 6 games just 11 months ago? It's time now, though, for a sports hodgepodge, and here's the Chief.
I would encourage as many of you as possible to get to the Fan Cam, Twitch or YouTube, because I got a couple of things that we're going to do some analysis on. My favorite quote that came out of that anonymous NBA players survey, they were asked, who's your favorite non-NBA athlete? And one of the guys voted for Kirk Cousins. He says he gets paid and doesn't have to win or doesn't have to do anything and still has made $400 million off of one playoff win. He's a legend in my mind. That was a quote from a current NBA player about Kirk Cousins. Was it Dak? Nah, I don't know if anybody had Dak. I didn't see Dak's name on the list of anybody's favorite non-NBA athlete there, but Kirk Cousins got a little roast there, and we're going to get the roast of Tom Brady coming. You remember we got this like the news maybe months ago or sometime last year that there's going to be a Netflix roasting of Tom Brady. It's going to be hosted by Kevin Hart, and it's dropping on Sunday, May 5th. So that is going to be appointment television. That's going to be 7 o'clock Central Time. It's going to be a live event. So a live roasting of Tom Brady hosted by Kevin Hart. They say the event will feature an all-star lineup of surprise roasters, and it's going to be the first ever live roast to air unedited and uncensored on television or streaming. I love these Comedy Central roasts from over the years.
Yes.
I mean, dude, you go down one of those YouTube rabbit holes on the Comedy Central roasts. They are spectacular.
Yep.
And I would envision this Brady one to just be awesome.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know about unedited because I feel like there's so much alcohol flowing that it could get stopped down in like drunken weirdness. But as long as you have like an MC who's there to keep it all together and keep the thing on the rails,
can Kevin Hart do that?
I think so.
Can he stay off the booze enough to be the adult in the room here?
Yeah, he's got a big job ahead of him. So I would think so. Yes. But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I just love the idea of a roasted Tom Brady.
Me too.
Any roast. As far as best athletes not in the NBA to watch, how could you not want to get more Mahomes after what they've done the last 2 years while rebuilding? I think that's the most interesting thing to watch. Even though like athleticism isn't popping off the screen, his ability to keep winning, is like I think the number one like must watch thing.
Couldn't agree more, dude. I'm with you on the Mahomes stuff. Now, do we all agree like this is going to be appointment television for us? This live roasting. Broadus shaking his head. No, Lucius, will you make this Sunday appointment television to watch it live? The roast of Brady.
Where will this be at?
Netflix.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Why not? Yeah,
a little Cinco de Mayo situation.
Why not?
It's going down, boys. I'm excited for this one.
Sip some Sunday tequilas and watch Tom Brady get roasted. Yeah, whole lot of jokes about his wife messing with the trainer. I gotta hear that.
Oh my gosh,
that man was on payroll.
Oh my gosh, the amount of jiu-jitsu jokes.
They better,
dude. If this is
turning it off,
if this is a no holds bar roast, then yes, they will absolutely be going there.
I'd watch it if our crazy receiver was on it.
Oh, if Antonio Brown.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Whoever is running his Twitter account needs to be doing it. Should get the opportunity at the mic because that person is just roasting folks left and right on Twitter.
That's your best content right there, right?
Yeah.
Needling Brady about the divorce and AB.
Whew.
And the bro talks.
Yeah.
They're going to get into some of that, I would imagine. Okay, so let's throw up the Luka. Did you guys see what Luka walked into the arena wearing last night? You can't walk into the arena wearing the blacked out cowboy outfit, cowboy hat. He's got, I believe he's got the Wranglers on. He's got the boots on. He's going full cowboy, all smiles, only to just absolutely stink up the place throughout I will say the entire duration of that game. I'm not really much concerned about what he did in the second half there when the Clippers decided they were going to abandon their game plan, which worked so well.
When Lou sat down
in
on
the first
bench.
half. Yeah, when Lou was like, all right, guys,
Stop
you
coaching.
guys take it from here. I'm going to do what Jason Kidd does now. I'm just going to kind of sit back and watch you guys. And if Dallas goes on a run, I'll call a timeout and drop a play for you. But in general, just, let's go ahead and milk this thing out to victory. That's exactly what they did. But grade the fit on Luka right there. I would just say you can't walk into the building wearing that outfit and then show up and play like the Cowboys played in their last playoff game.
I don't mind the outfit per se. I think you want to wear black when you're going for the clinching game.
Yeah, it's a Game 7 situation, right?
I also don't know about boots having the jeans tucked into them. That would be
that's a choice.
My two main things. Yeah. I don't think that's the preferred look, but I know some people go with that and they pull it off. I don't know if the Luka is.
Now, have you guys ever seen, Carter's about to throw a video up on the fan cam. I've never seen a fight take place this way. This happened right here in our backyard, just outside of a 7-Eleven, it appears, in downtown Dallas. Mutual combat. I guess this is the Texas way, where these two guys, they're about to fight each other. They're shirtless, and one of them takes their shirt and ties their shirt around the other dude's ankle, tying their ankles together.
Oh, wow.
So that they're going in a fist fight, but they're tied together at the ankle. And so even though they're clearly angry at each other and they're about to fight each other, they do the thing where they stop down beforehand and allow themselves to be tied up at the ankle, and then they start throwing punches. I've never seen a fight done this way before.
Just one ankle?
Yeah,
So
you see it just got knocked down. Dude just got knocked down. Do you help him up?
Yeah, no, you let him get back up. It's a fair one.
Oh, is this like a duel?
So this happens.
Yeah, this is a fair one right here. You tie your ankles together. Got kind of popular in jail.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you got respect for each other, but we have a disagreement, and the only way we're going to solve it is fight.
Right.
Tie our ankles together and fight it out.
It's like the most gentlemanly way to go about trying to KO somebody.
Yeah.
So if a guy gets knocked out or knocked down, you let him get back up?
You ask him, you good? You good?
Yeah.
And he's like, nah, keep going. All right, let's keep fighting then, bro.
I see, yeah. All right. Wow.
I've never seen a fight done like this before.
The old fair one.
What, in wrestling, don't they call like a strap match? Isn't that what they call it in wrestling, where they put the wrists together and it's a
strap match, huh?
Strap match. I think
what happens if you lose?
I'm just
they don't want to find out.
I don't want to strap match. I think I'm right about this. An old school crusty way of wrestling.
I prefer this kind of tying together at the ankle, though, because
somebody help me out here, please.
So often you'll sit there watching a video for like 3 minutes waiting for a connection, and they're just like feeling each other out like they're Floyd Mayweather.
This just gets right down to brass tacks, dude. Like we're basically a foot away from each other the entire time. Punches are going to be thrown and they're going to land.
Yeah, strap match rules. Here we go. Yeah.
What are the strap match rules, Broadus?
It's professional wrestling type of a thing.
Is this safe for work?
Really?
Traditional strap match involves two wrestlers tied together via a leather strap. And the strap match is one of the most varied forms of professional wrestling match, both types, both in name and implements used. It's the name comes from the let's see here. But it happened in wrestling here. I'm just giving you the idea. Yeah, it's a strap match. They've done it for years. I remember seeing it. Like I'm not a big wrestling fan, but I mean I've seen the thing. Okay, one of the most famous ones, well known, WrestleMania 7 strap match between Jake the Snake Roberts and Rick Martel. It was one of the most famous strap matches.
Jake the Snake, huh?
Wait. Oh, excuse me. That was a blindfold match.
Get it right, Brian.
Seems like you got your finger on the pulse of this.
I gave up on WrestleMania at Ford, by the way.
Wait, there's all kinds. Okay, there's blindfold, no count out, pure wrestling rules, special challenge, and they got a lot of things. Stretcher match, but yeah, this is
sorry. I always prefer to cage and then ladder.
Yeah, battle zone, battle bowl, bunkhouse stampede.
What's happening?
I have no idea.
Last Blood Battle Royal. Man, there's a lot going on here.
I just think we need to get this. What these two? I'm going to say it, and this is an assumption here, but I'm gonna say two homeless dudes in Dallas fighting. I think this is how the fight should. We should be regulating these things. This is how regulated fight should be taking place. The gentleman's fight, tying your feet together, one foot to the other guy's foot, and now you have no choice but to hit or get hit. We're not wasting any time dancing around here. That was awesome. Can you imagine? You're just pumping some gas. You look over, and a gentleman's fight's being taken place right in front of you. You're just seeing haymaker, haymaker, and this was in 5 seconds. One dude goes down to the ground. Like, you are getting boom immediately. You're getting satisfaction here.
Oh,
yes. You're not having to sit
Faces
through.
are going to be punched very quickly. Yeah, strap match.
Did he just show you a strap match, dude?
He did.
Ew.
Yeah.
That's even more disgusting than I thought, Broadus.
Yeah, this
You're
is
sick, man.
Yeah, they got
Sick world.
13 strap matches in WWE history, ranked worst to best.
It's got 4 views, and they're all from Heggie.
Hey, what do you guys think about this? G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Florida State football. We remember they got spurned from the college football playoff. Their starting quarterback went down, and so they're like, we're not going to let
the
that.
Rock.
Triple H versus The Rock in a strap-off?
The number one, Triple H versus The Rock, and Fully Loaded in 1999.
Well, Florida State football, they did not make the college football playoff this year. They did go undefeated in the regular season. They were ACC champions.
They got crushed by Georgia with all
They
their players
did.
gone.
They did. 63-3.
Yeah.
Number 6 Georgia beat number 5 Florida State in the 2023 Orange Bowl. That made Florida State go 13-1 on the season. But you wouldn't know that if you saw the new rings that each one of their players just received. Their ACC championship ring, I guess.
13-0.
The unconquered. Yes. They're calling it the unconquered rings, 13-0.
Yeah.
But
make it a national championship ring.
But you were 13-1, and we're just going to bypass the fact that you got shellacked by 60 in the bowl game. We're just going to forget about that. And every time you look down at your ring and you reminisce on the 2023 Florida State Seminoles, you're going to live in a world that doesn't involve reality, because you're going to look down and go, yeah, we were 13-0. Yeah, no, we were 13-0. And so they are getting ratioed right now. FSU football is on Twitter, because you can't say you were unconquered and undefeated or whatever. You were 13-1 and you lost by 60 in your last game, and you're going to sit here and lie to everybody, putting 13-0 unconquered on your finger.
Yeah, that's where their bitterness is working against them. You know, they want to make a statement to everybody. Look, take a look at this badass ring. That's right, you guys screwed us over, but you needed the dub. You needed to finish that fight. And I don't know what got them. The transfer portal, NIL.
The quarterback they suffered an injury, catastrophic injury to their quarterback, and
everybody bailed.
Yeah, they got through. Yeah, they got through. Once they were not into the playoff, all their big time players said, we're not playing in the bowl game. They all said,
which I also think is the right thing to do, because of what happened to their quarterback.
Yeah.
You don't want to get hurt in meaningless games. So. Yeah. Something has to give here, and I would say the ring.
Couldn't agree more. Apparently, thanks to the Tolos here, I was just good old fashioned butt crack there on the Luka outfit yesterday. Apparently, that wasn't the way he strolled into the Clippers arena to get smacked around. He was wearing a 3-piece blue suit, according to a handful of texters. So
yeah,
my apologies.
Where did you find that? Where'd you find that picture?
Yeah, it was just on the internet, which is some of the.
You need to have a strap match. You and I.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Is that a threat there? The 817 says, oh, yes, my favorite segment. Broadus tries to read the internet. Please, more, sir.
How about a loser leaves town match? Would you guys be willing to do that?
Yeah.
A literal a winner go home situation, but home has to be out of the state.
Yeah.
Hey, would you guys try a pink condiment? Because Heinz is now doing a barbecue sauce, but it's barbecue. This is a play on.
So that'd be mayonnaise, ketchup, and barbecue sauce?
I don't.
Cocktail?
This is.
That would be a pretty close pink.
Mattel has partnered with Heinz to release a limited edition pink vegan mayo with barbecue sauce called Barbecue.
Okay.
There's nothing cute about that.
There's no way.
Pink mayonnaise.
Can you imagine looking down and just seeing like actual pink? Like a pink, dipping anything into a pink condiment, that you're going to have that opportunity.
I do go with the mayo and ketchup mix situation for like chicken nuggets, or when I have to eat a fry.
There you go.
Okay, fair enough. But But I mean, I don't know if you can see this, Lucius, but this is like legit pink here.
Yeah, it's gonna look strange.
That's gonna look very, very strange.
It's barbecue sauce, so you're gonna put it on your barbecue. It's gonna look crazy.
Yeah, like putting that all over your brisket or something.
Weird.
It's a little bit crazy, but let me know to the Tolos who end up trying this. I don't want to be the guinea pig on that.
File the report. We want to know. It's time to hit the expressway. How's Dak feel about his future in Dallas? Does he want to reset the QB market? Those stories and more coming up next here in the Nation. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. We take you commercial-free to the top. LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up in 15 minutes, 5:40, almost every night right here on The Fan. Lucius stands and delivers. This segment here is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. The expressway brought to you by the On Time Experts. And this segment is also presented by Soda. That's